Reddit, after all these years, what are you still salty about? I have a mom friend. Our kids don't play together anymore because I'm convinced her son is a budding psycho. He would come over to play with our kids and purposely break toys. He took all our kids' Lego figures and pulled the heads, bottoms, hats off and threw them around our basement. We are pretty sure he took a bunch home, as we can't find about 10 of them. We went to a water park with each other, and their son vanished. We were all yelling and running everywhere looking for him. We were in the middle of making the place go into lockdown when he popped out from hiding. He was hiding the whole time watching his parents freak out. The breaking point for me was this. We used to walk our kids to the library together. I pushed my youngest in a stroller, as the hills in our neighborhood are too much for her little legs. One day her son asks if he can push my kid. I tell him sure, but be careful. He takes off with the stroller, running full speed up a hill. We are yelling for him to stop, and he's laughing, not slowing at all. He reaches the top of the hill, stops running, and shoves my stroller with toddler inside it down the hilly road. Thank God the stroller veered left and hit the curb and didn't speed down the hill through the busy intersection. I was done after that. The other mom thinks I'm super uptight and that her kid is an angel. Ugh. When I graduated high school, my grandma's health was starting to go downhill. She was basically in a wheelchair 24/7 and was just overall not doing well. Now, my grandma and I were super close. So, I went through the special arrangements of getting tickets for her sit at the bottom part of the arena I was graduating at, so she wouldn't have to take stairs and such. Come graduation day, only my mom and my 2 aunts came. We didn't go to dinner, like everyone else. And overall, it was not as exciting as the youngest grandchild graduating. My sister didn't even go, but she watched the live stream, so I can give her credit there. 2 weeks later, when my dick of a cousin graduated, everyone went to aunts from out of state. My 2 local aunts, grandma got to go, etc. They went out to dinner, etc. It's been 4 years, and I'm still pissed. I will never not be salty about this. Edit. Thank you to everyone's kind words. I'm so sorry that I'm not the only one to experience something like this. I'd like to add a little bit onto this. My family is actually pretty darn good, but in this instance they really sucked. I don't have a dad. He died when I was 2. His side of the family has also never had anything to do with me since he died. So this leaves me with a rather small family. Graduation was kind of a big deal to my mother, since my sister didn't go to hers. My mom made it a big deal, got me a cake and a nice present. I already knew then I wasn't going to have a graduation party like most of my friends, so she thought my 2 aunts who have been like second mothers to me would make it a big deal. They didn't, and as for my grandma, she wasn't able to come, because she wasn't driving by that point. I can't remember if nobody would bring her, or if she was feeling rather ill at that time. Regardless, it bothers me she wasn't there, because she died a little over a year later. It's really one of my aunts from out of state who made my cousin's graduation a big deal. I don't know what happened, we weren't invited, but he had all 4 of my aunts go, as well as my grandma. My other 3 aunts are great. This one just wants to act all big and important to my uncle. To those saying it doesn't matter, no, I guess it doesn't. But as someone who didn't really do sports or having any big celebrations when I was younger, this mattered to me. I was 18, and at 18 sometimes small things really matter to you. Especially when all your friends have their extended family show for their graduation and you look like the odd one out. Am I thinking about it all the time? No. This Ask Reddit asked for something you're still salty about, and this is something that I'm still salty about. The year is 1998. 8th grade me is at the Wizard World Comic Con in Chicago. My dad drove me the 8 hours there for the weekend. I was ecstatic. Now at this time I was a huge Kevin Smith fan. I had the Clark's comics that I wanted him to sign since he was going to be at the show. Now why did my parents let me watch Clark's and Mallrats in 8th grade? No clue. Anyway, I get in line on Saturday. It's a 4-hour wait. I'm like 10th in line by this point. I can see him. I'm absolutely giddy. Then the signing gets cut off. He's been signing for hours and has to stop. I'm devastated. I've spent my whole day waiting for this. The organizers gave out stickers to people in line saying we'd get to go to the front of the line on Sunday. Sunday comes along, and the line is as bad as the day before. I go up, show my sticker, and then they say they decided not to honor them. I'd have to wait at the end of the line. I was heartbroken. I had waited months for this. My dad and I dejectedly walked around the floor and headed back to our hotel room hours later. We walk behind the convention center and there I see him. It's Kevin Smith. He's leaning against a wall smoking. I didn't want to bother him in his alone time, but I blurted out, "Oh my god, you're Kevin Smith." He says, "You're goddamn right I am," and goes back to his cigarette, so at least I had that. I'm still salty about not getting my stuff signed though. It's only been 20 years. I'll get over it eventually. Flag football championship in a league I was in when I was 12. Some background information. This league has 10 teams, 9 of them were teams that signed up to be in this league. The 10th, my team, was from a different league of the same age group because they needed an extra team. The league owner was the coach of the other team. The coach got all the applicants for all the kids at the beginning of the year and got to choose who he wanted before handing them to the other coaches. As a result, his team was always absolutely stacked except for their quarterback, his son, who sucked. One ref was from this league and brother of the owner. The other ref was a volunteer. As a result, our team was the only team who actually had talent and a shot at beating them. We meet in the championship and the game is back and forth. We were winning by 4 late in the game, and they were driving down the field. They get to the goal line and call timeout. Ref says there were only a couple seconds left, so this is the last play. They call hike. The quarterback starts to do a QB sneak, then pitches the ball forwards to a receiver after he crossed the line of scrimmage. For those of you who follow football, you know that is an illegal forward pass. Ref #1, owner's brother, calls a touchdown. Ref #2, volunteer, throws a flag, says it was an illegal pass. Game over, we win. Argument ensues and the owner of the league ends it by saying one thing we can come away with in this is that we are all winners. They gave both teams first place trophies and they replaced the one street with a 2ND on ours. 15 years later I still remember that. When I was in middle school, I played the flute and had a mullet. My flute teacher was one of those amazing teachers who stood up for me when I was bullied. I had a teacher and a bully who would hit me, call me names, etc., and really got me to look up to her as a person. I was also very good at the flute, second chair to a girl who had been playing for years. Final concert comes around. This solo would have made my faking life 20 measures. All to myself. Front row. I practiced every day. As soon as I got the music, faking killed the audition and the girl hadn't practiced at all. But I lost it to her. I'm a level-headed guy. Maybe I played off tempo or skipped a measure or something. But as I was runner-up, I had to practice the part just in case the girl was absent. But as I was practicing in the soundproof room, I noticed I could hear my teacher and a bunch of girls talking. First chair girl, why didn't he get the solo? He is doing really good. Teacher, I can't let some funny kid with a mullet be the only person people look at. It's a good song. I don't want him to ruin it. I dropped flute after that. It's one thing to be a guy who overcame the bullying for being a male flute player. It's another thing to have your role model undermine a passion. My parents, especially mother, only seem to view people's problems in terms of how it affects them. If I'm overheard complaining about something in my room, it isn't "Hey son, what's up?" it's "Why do I have to hear this?" If I'm down because I've fallen out with a friend and they know this, it's "Yeah, but it's after 7 o'clock and we're relaxing." If I show them something I've achieved, they just seem disinterested and mildly confused as to how to react. Note, I do not approach or bug them. They approach me, then get annoyed that the answer isn't what they want to hear, or they just get annoyed I'm not perfectly happy at all times. I don't get these reactions from anybody else. When they discovered I have a boyfriend, I'm a B-dude. Not one time did they show an interest in what that was like for me. It was all how the rest of the family would react, and how I should understand how this affects them. My sister has ADHD, and all mother did was scream at her all the time, at no point comforting my damn sister for having a learning disability. She has no understanding of how to communicate to people beyond repeating her views in an increasingly aggressive way until they are tired of it, then thinking she's won and was right all along. They are not selfish, exactly, but both totally self-centered and wrapped up in their own worlds. They do it to everyone as well as each other. Watching them argue is like watching two chat but constantly miss each other's point. I realized the other day that I can honestly see them in the Dursleys from Harry Potter. Not that I'm a wizard living under a staircase. Well, not a staircase, anyway. One time, my dad faked me over at dinner by making burgers. This was almost 10 years ago, when I still ate meat. He got 2 pounds of meat and had me season and mix it. 4 of us were going to eat. But my dad complained like a big baby, saying there was somehow only enough meat for 3 burgers, each 3/4 pounds. I was like, what about me? And said that 3/4 pounds was way too much food for them, and that we could all eat 1/2 pound burgers if I just split the mix into 4 parts. No, Dad beached and moaned about it, saying that one person was going to have to take a frozen burger from the freezer, and I was getting pissed that he was acting like this and everyone was arguing. So I was like, fine, I'll take the frozen burger, and you pigs can have 3/4 pound burgers, even though I was the one that prepared everything for the grill and I knew damn well there was enough for everyone. Hours later, at dinner, with those assholes all having their 3/4 pounds burger and me having a frozen piece of sheet, my dad ate about half of his and was too full to finish it. Throws it away. My brother ate about 3/4 of his and my stepdad, we were all a big happy family, ate about 3/4 of his. So, if my math was correct, there was definitely enough meat for me to have one of the good burgers. But I watched these jerks throw their leftovers into the trash while I ate my dry puck of meat. I told my dad that I was going to put a burger on his tombstone and see if he'd zombie up out to the ground to eat half of that one before whining back to hell about being too full. Seriously, I'm going to be salty about this sheet for the rest of my dad's life. 7 years ago, I used to do a sport competitively. Our school had 2 teams, A and B team, basically equivalent to varsity and JV. I had a pretty good chance at making B team. Heck, it was something that was accepted by most of the players. Like it wasn't a question of if, it was a question of when. As in people were asking me for my jacket size in preparation for ordering a team jacket and stuff, because we all knew I was basically a shoo-in. The team captain decided to pick a new guy for the last spot. I was pretty upset, but she brushed me off with some excuse saying she wanted to give him the experience or something. Anyways, turns out later she'd had a crush on him and wanted an excuse to spend more time with him. I guess they're together now, so it worked out for her. So the next year, I tried out again, and this time she ended up making most of the members freshmen. When I asked again, she said since she was graduating next year, she wanted to give the freshmen as much as experience as possible competing before she left them. At that point I was pissed, since I told her this was also my last year, and I was also graduating, and she just played dumb. Turns out she just had a personal dislike for me from the get-go. She saw me as competition for the guy she had a crush on, so she figured the less time I spent around them, the bigger her chances were. Anyways, I was pissed that I didn't make the team, so I worked my ass off. I couldn't compete in team divisions, so I focused on individuals. I ended up placing 3rd in individuals, higher than anyone else on the team. And I just made it really obvious that I totally deserved to be on the team, but faking politics kept me off. Raised a lot of uncomfortable questions as to why I wasn't on the team, because usually you want the best people on the team. Of course she lied her ass off and told people it didn't seem like I had time to dedicate to team training or something, and she wanted freshmen who had a more flexible schedule. Fuck you, Karen. You faking bitch. When I was in grade 8 we were doing a debate unit, which started off with a mock city council on why not a new condo building should be put up across the street from the north side of the largest park in the city, also in our neighborhood. I was for the building being put up as one of the designers/engineers. I was feeling pretty confident in that my arguments were heard by the community, classmates, and most of them were coming around. Then about 5 minutes before lunch, one of my classmates who always seemed to get her way began arguing against the building being put up. Her argument that the building being built on the north edge of the park, coincidentally a very busy street as well, would obstruct the view of the sun rising, and people wouldn't be able to sit on the bench and soak in the beautiful sunrise. Cue me about to say that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, thus concluding that the building wouldn't obstruct her precious view in the middle of a city. Before the words left my mouth, my teacher interrupted saying, "Very nice point to end this debate. Time for lunch." I remember stewing the whole day thinking about how stupid my classmate would have looked if I had brought up the point. Still salty, have moved on though. TLDR. Back in 5th grade, I had a teacher who refused to place me on our school's honor roll. I was a nerdy kid who definitely took pride in acing all classes in my first 4 years of schooling and making the honor roll every year so far. There was a huge assembly at the end of the year, and grade by grade, the students who achieved honor status were called up to the front and given a semi-fancy certificate commemorating the achievement. The rules to get onto the roll were fairly simple: A's in all academic classes, English, math, history, social studies, etc., and at least B's in the arts classes. Well, I have horrible handwriting, and in 5th grade we were introduced to cursive. So all year long, I battle my chicken scratch to edge out a B in handwriting and acing everything else. So unbeknownst to 10-year-old me, my parents went to a parent-teacher conference where they were told that I would not be making the honor roll this year. Surprised, as they received all of my report cards, they asked what did I get a C in? Apparently, to the teacher, a B does not constitute a B, so my handwriting grade was not acceptable. Now, my parents were not helicopter parents or nosy into my business, but they knew that this meant a lot to me and went to bat for me with the principal, who actually sided with them on the issue. Fast forward to the assembly, and all of the honor roll names for my class are called up by the teacher in alphabetical order. She reads everyone's names and skips mine. I'm devastated. As far as I know, I met all the necessary criteria. Once she gets past the Z's, the principal speaks up, while the teacher exits the stage, and says, "Oh, and we also have Marcus Salad." I do an emotional 180 and run up to get my certificate, and could not be happier. After hearing the full story from my parents years later, when I was in high school, I have grown a seething hatred for that teacher. Fuck 5th grade and a big fuck you to Mrs. S. When I was in elementary school, I was a very fast learner. I found school incredibly boring. In 2nd grade, my teacher's assistant was mad at me for wanting to learn multiplication and division, and whenever we did anything vaguely resembling either, I would get all excited and say, "Are we doing times?" And she would give out a resounding sigh and say no. One day, she got so fed up with it and pulled me away from the rest of the class to this little tiny desk and started asking me multiplication questions. I was using my fingers behind my back, faking mistake. The only ones I was able to respond to in time before she moved on to give me a new problem were 8x8 and 10x10. After that she gave me a stern talking to about why I shouldn't deviate from the rest of the class. Later that year I passed the first of a series of 2 tests to qualify for the gifted program, which I would get accepted into in 3rd grade, before being selected to attend the only full-time gifted school in the county the summer before 4th grade. I say this not because I want to be cocky and say to the whole world, "Look at me, I'm smart," but because gifted children have their own special needs, and there's a plethora of symptoms to being a gifted child besides the rate at which they learn. And just to add to all that, this should go without saying, but I digress, they are all their own unique individuals with varying personalities and experiences. There is a reason why gifted children are considered special needs students, and neglecting said needs is torturous to them. Please, if any of you are teachers, don't ever do this to your students. How I was suspended because of the speeches teacher. I was a senior in high school and had never ever gotten in trouble in school. The most I had was a talkative in class comment on my report card. One day at lunch I left to use the bathroom. As I walked out of the bathroom they were releasing everyone from the lunchroom to go back to class. In that moment I realized I forgot my phone at the table. I went back into the lunchroom and a teacher put her arm across my stomach and stopped me. I put my hands up in the air, cause I knew that this was about to get messy. She goes, "You need to leave the lunchroom." I say, "I forgot my phone at the table, I'm just grabbing it," which was literally 5 feet away. She says, "No, you need to go back," and her arm is still across my stomach stopping me, and my arms are still up. So I say, "Please stop touching me." She puts her arm down, and I go back to the table and see that my phone is gone. Then I hear, "She pushed me, that girl right there pushed me." The moment I hear that, I start calling for my dad. He was a teacher at my school and had lunch duty that same period. He appears just as an administrator appears, and I go, "Mrs. Fulgeny just accused me of pushing her." And my dad, of course faking, knows I didn't do that. I've never had behavior issues, let alone pushing a hole as teacher. He takes me to the office with the administrator, who faking claims he saw the whole thing. The other administrator with that had a hearing for the incident didn't even listen to my side of the story. And the one who saw it came to the hearing still telling the same story. So I got suspended for 3 days. My dad was livid and spilled the beans to me that Mrs. Fulgeny has always been rude and cheaty to him and the whole Spanish department. So he thinks she just took this as an opportunity to fuck with us. It's 1999, May 23rd from what Wikipedia says. I'm in 5th grade. I love WWF. Lately Degeneration X is my thing because suck it, but whatever, it's all the best. I watch it every Monday, every Thursday like it's gospel. My parents never bought me a pay-per-view, though, and it seemed like I was always the only kid I knew who never get to see the really good stuff. But this time was different. This time I convinced my dad to let me give him the $30 I had saved up and get access to this month's PPV. He did it like a week before. I was so stoked. I was anticipating the shit out of watching my first PPV wrestling event, invited a couple friends, made sure my mom went out and got snacks, everything. So the day comes. I don't remember, but I probably didn't sleep out of excitement. We are downstairs eating breakfast and my brother comes out of his room and says he's riding his bike to dash in for some potato wedges before he goes to the pool. My parents are like, "Okay, whatever," and he gets his bike out of the garage and leaves. An hour later we get a phone call. "My brother's on the lake. He broke his leg. There's an ambulance coming. Hurry." So, to make a long story a little less long, I miss my first PPV ever that I paid for with my own money because I had to go to Children's Hospital when my brother broke his leg dodging duck shit on his bike because he wanted potato wedges instead of a already ready breakfast at home. And then the next day I learned that Owen Hart fell to his death on live television. Like, for real died, and I was so upset that I missed that. I ask my brother if he remembers that every time I see him. Sophomore year of high school we have to take another section of gym called fitness and conditioning. Back then, I was a heavyset girl. I was probably 80 pounds overweight. So back to the story. My gym teacher, that gym teacher is talking about measuring our body fat. He calls up a fit boy to the front of the class and tells him to lift up his shirt so that he can pinch on his side. The kid does it and it's fine. Then he turns to the girls and says, "Any girl want to go up?" None of the girls say anything. I'm the only girl in the class with a noticeable weight difference from all the other girls and my teacher says, "Okay, and 2018, why don't you go up?" I say no, and I shit you not he starts taunting me. "Why? You're too uncomfortable? You're afraid everyone will make fun of you?" The class is silent, and I'm in total shock. Our fitness exam at the end of the semester basically continues like this. Like, I could only get through 6 push-ups, and he embarrasses me in front of my entire class. I already felt bad enough knowing how out of shape I was, and he made it worse. The last part of our exam was a 1.5 mile run around our track. You could either run, walk, or run/walk. I choose to walk, because I can't be bothered. It's not only me, mind you. 2 other girls in perfect shape also choose to walk, because they didn't want to ruin their hair and makeup. He doesn't say anything to them, but he tears me a new one. I'm 5'11", and I've got long as legs. I take longer strides, and I walk fast ASF, so that 1.5 mile walk was nothing. I finish faster than the other walkers and my gym teacher thought I cheated and told me that I was too big to do it that quickly without being out of breath. Even the other girls who walked with me told me that I finished the exam. At this time, we all, as in all of the girls in my class, noticed that this guy just got a rise out of making fun of my weight. I got the record for the fastest walker out of my entire graduating class and my name was on the gym door for the rest of the school year. Oh, and I lost all of that weight and some more. Now he's a vice principal torturing other kids at some other school. Back in the days of dial-up, my folks had the slowest of the slow connection because we lived in the absolute middle of nowhere. Anyway, the big thing for us kids was Neopets and the flash games there. Unfortunately, it would literally take 30+ minutes for one of those flash games to load. And if someone called it'd kick you off in a heartbeat. So me and my cousin would get permission to play this game and be told we could get on for an hour. Great, that's 1 maybe 2 games apiece if we are lucky, right? So we would get on and get the dial-up loading, which was always a gamble anyway, and we would finally get one of the games loading. Then my uncle would walk by, see we had gotten past the dial-up load, and would kick us off to check his email. This meant he closed our half-loaded game and would get like 1 ML open when the connection would crash. Then he would get up and walk away. We would get back on. Maybe we can still get 1 game loaded. Hopeful. Get the connection going again. Uncle walks by and repeats process. Grandma isn't around. Maybe we can get it going again, and she won't notice it's been more than an hour. She sees us, yells at us that we've been on for more than an hour. We, miraculously, manage to explain that uncle keeps kicking us off. She says, okay, 20 more minutes, and we keep loading. And uncle walks by, repeats process, though at this point we are protesting loudly. He's already got his ML up, and we are still arguing about it. Grandma walks by. For goodness sake, uncle, let them play their game. Internet crashes then, and grandma says enough. She needs to use the phone. Go play outside. Back in kindergarten, we were being introduced to the concept of time point. Our teacher gave us several examples to practice correlating time of day to what we do. Point G, going to school, eating breakfast. Now my mother and father worked a bit later than most parents do, and as a consequence we ate dinner at 9 o'clock. So when my teacher asked when we ate dinner, I raised my hand and told her I eat dinner at 9. She then told me I was wrong and corrected me, saying I eat dinner at 6. I was a bit confused because I for sure ate dinner at 9 and again told her I did so. She again corrected me, saying I ate dinner at 6. Being the stubborn little kid I was, I argued with her. I ended up having to stay in during recess to be correctly taught how time works. Another time had to be in 9th grade. Every band kid was forced to do marching band with a show and everything, practicing 3 times a week for several hours after school for said show. I didn't want to do this, but was stuck with my school schedule for the year despite my efforts. I powered through it with anger fueling my hate for it. At the end of the year, told the band teacher I wasn't up for another year of it. He simply responded, "That's alright, trumpet isn't for everyone." Sheet made me as salty as ever. I know I wasn't good enough for the first music parts, but pouring 4 years of work into a skill only to be told that it isn't for you hurts. I was into MMOs and joined a guild, and we started raiding. We are absolute noobs at raiding. After a billion wipes, I start thinking maybe we need to get more organized about raids instead of just tossing 10 random guilders at a boss over and over again. Like, maybe we need a strategy. Get builds. Get armors. Maybe some buffs. Some players might need to change up their gear or builds. Everyone agrees and we start trying to organize sheet. But then we start running into people who refuse to change their sheet, or who claim we are being elitist and mean by demanding them to change their playstyles. I start getting frustrated and pushing back. I offer to help pay for armor if cost is an issue, etc, etc. I'll share guides or offer to host training sessions for certain classes I was good at. Anyways, enough people are willing to change that I say we can start prioritizing spots for players who've demonstrated that they've made an effort. And then I promptly get exiled from the guild. Apparently I'd grown into an elitist monster who was obsessed with winning and no longer player for fun. And that guild has no room for players like me. So I'm bitter and say fuck it. About a few months later, I check in with that guild again. Now they are all about forcing you to run certain builds. They are all running DPS meters. They're all recording their fights and analyzing them later to see which players aren't up to paragraph. And of course, they have sign-up sheets to prioritize which players get raid spots. The very same Beach who claimed I was turning into a toxic elitist is the one asking people to change their builds. What the fuck? You assholes. When I was a freshman or so, 2 kids on the bus constantly made fun of me. One day it came to a head, and the bus driver pulled over and had a member of the staff come onto the bus. This woman, who I'd never met, insisted I was the problem, despite several students saying otherwise. That was the salty part. Now for the rest of the story. This Beach gets snarky, and then my older brother stands up and slams his hand onto the ceiling to get the woman's attention. He goes, what the fuck are you talking about? The woman tries to shut him down and he goes, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. My parents have been reporting these two for bullying him for about 6 months and you haven't done shit. The woman tries to threaten him with detention. He replied, okay, well, neither of my parents nor my stepmom will make me go. People like you are the reason public schools are a joke. None of you can do your goddamn job. At this point several of his friends have stood up and backed up his claims. This Beach goes on to say, we don't know the situation. My brother replies, I've heard that crap before. When my brother was in 8th grade you people gave my parents the same bullshit excuse. And after he got into a fight with one of his bullies only then did you actually take action. People like you are a joke. The woman walked off the bus at that point. No, nothing was ever done about those students. Back in elementary school we had a field trip to the old hockey stadium. Yes, I'm Canadian. When the teacher announced that we were going, she made it very clear to not ask your parents for money for the trip. When I got home and gave the permission slip to my mom to sign, she asked if I needed spending money. I told the teacher said we didn't need any, but I had doubts since we were going to a pseudo fair event. So next day during attendance, when the teacher calls my name she looks very pissed off. She proceeds to yell at me, half-baked turkey. Why did you ask your mother for money when I specially told you not to? She then power marched to my desk and slammed her hands repeatedly on it while repeating, what is the matter with you? Or something to that effect. Keep in mind I'm 10 years old and she's this behemoth of a woman. Probably 250 PLBS or more. Anyway, she threatens to bar me from trip and give me detentions for a week. I'm scared shitless because I never got in trouble like this before. Anyway, the Beach finally calmed down and we went about the rest of the week. I get to go, but I'm on thin ice. So we get to the stadium with a few parent chaperones and head inside. Once inside we all start going to the game stations. Now guess what you needed to do? Virtually anything there? Yup, motherfucking money. Not one kid brought money. There was 50 of us and 3 parents. The parents ended up having to dish out a couple $100 each so that we got to at least one thing each. All the time I strutted around in earshot of that cunt sarcastically saying, man, this looks like fun. Too bad I don't have any cash for it. Parents filed a complaint to be reimbursed for the money they had to pay. Story doesn't end quite there either. Bonus justice was dished out a few years later where my team in a problem solving competition got to the world's championship. Aforementioned teacher was the one who introduced it to the school. I give her props on that, but had never gone past regionals with any of her teams in 10 years. Her team that year again didn't make it, but wouldn't you know, our team, coached by a parent, went all the way. She demanded to come and participate, which the school relented on. We placed high and were one of 6 Canadian teams. Fuck you, Mrs. C. Also RIP. Was applying for a minor leadership position in an organization at college. The way it worked was that there were student coordinators and then the students under them who worked to help run individual components of said organization. So for example, a recruiting committee had a student coordinator and then 2 other students working with them to help run recruitment. I was applying to be one of those 2 other students on whichever committee I could get on. I go through the interview process, brought up some great ideas on how to improve the organization, some good recruiting events, etc. Now, all of the coordinators are in the group as well. We are all students after all, so we all know each other well. So I get a call when decisions get made from one of the coordinators. They say to me, and I quote, "Hey, we really liked all of the ideas you came up with, and we are going to use them all. But we don't think you'd be a good fit with any of us, so you didn't get the job." So they essentially just told me that none of them wanted to work with me, but they still took all the ideas I came up with and implemented them, saying they were their own ideas of the new hires helping out. Fuck all of you. I'm glad I ended up becoming an unofficial coordinator that more people felt comfortable talking to than any of those assholes. Had what I thought was a best friend in 6th grade, where there were a few of us who were tight-knit, but she lived right across the street from me, so we hung out a lot. The summer before 7th grade, she started hanging out with another girl sometimes without me, and I was kind of irritated, but kind of felt I should be okay with it. I didn't own her or anything. Well, very first day of 7th grade, I go to lunch and go to sit by my best friend. She pretty much wouldn't even talk to me. I quickly understood that she was now considered one of the cool kids and I most certainly was not. I don't know how or when that happened, but that's how it was. I tried sitting by her for another few days, until one of her new friends said, "Why, do you think you can just sit next to us?" I pretty much had zero friends for the rest of the year, and she never really spoke to me again, and never apologized for the way she treated me. The best part was, I finally started making a close friend a year later, and old best friend's mom told my mom that she was worried about my new friend, implying she was kind of a bad kid, or from the wrong side of the tracks or something, and my mom was kind of worried about our friendship after that, so I kept my distance. Even though this girl was completely normal and fine. I still hate that girl, and relish the fact that she's now very overweight and still living in our hometown, and I'm not exactly devastated that her mean mom, who for some reason felt the need to sabotage my attempt to make any friend after her daughter dropped me, died of cancer relatively early. What a terrible way to treat people. Middle school girls are objectively probably the most evil population around. That it's been well proven for years now that George W. Bush lied and his cabinet lied about WMDs in Saddam's possession. Myself and a lot of America's youth, stirred up by 9/11, were looking for answers and a way to help. Bush and his people knew this, and they systematically lied to gain our support and sent us over there, and we did terrible things to a lot of innocent people who did nothing to us at all. I still dream about it sometimes. So, when the lies surfaced, was Bush impeached? No, he retired to paint in Texas. Was anyone in his War Department fired, jailed? Nope. It's been years now and it still sucks so hard. Not to mention that our present/violence in that already tense region set off a firestorm that is still raging out of control today. Please don't comment that they were killing each other before we got there. I've heard those arguments before. It still doesn't justify what we did. Not in the least. We should leave now and never go back. Who exactly appointed us to be the police of the world again, when it specifically says in our constitution not to? If I were the Secretary of Defense, I'd pull every service member outside our borders, except for the Marines guarding embassies and the like, back inside them. If anyone ever truly attacked us again, I'd unleash hell upon them. Then I'd take the $598 billion, what we spent in 2017, and put it to use that actually helps American people, and not American interests. That's not counting the trillions we would get if we sold the military bases we have, almost in every county in the world. Was in 5th grade and we were doing that experiment where you sling around a bucket and you swing around a bucket of water, but it doesn't fall out of the top. I was friends with this genius kid who was a nerd stereotype and used to get bullied a lot. We took enrichment classes together, but I was luckily athletic and quasi-popular back then, so I could reasonably stand up for him without getting picked on myself. Even got into fisticuffs a couple times for his sake cause the kids wouldn't stop calling him Monkey Boy because he was an atheist and used Darwin's studies to back him up. The southern US can be really backwards, by the way. Anyways, the teacher tells us the water stays in because of centrifugal force. My friend raises his hand and says technically centrifugal force is imaginary and it's the normal force of the bucket acting against the water centripetal force that gives us the phenomenon. She talks over him shortly after he says imaginary and says it's not imaginary. How else would it work if it's imaginary? Ha ha ha. saying this in a kind of gotcha way, like she is loving her chance to shut down the smart kid. He keeps trying to explain, but she's not having it, and the mockery level turns up to 11 until most of the class is laughing at him. Didn't learn he was actually right until I took high school physics. This was one of several similar incidents that happened to him. One teacher just immediately starting laughing at him when he went over the top for a social studies project and dressed like Lincoln, memorized the Gettysburg Address, and began to recite it. She could not stop laughing at him, and he never even got to get past 47 years. Anyways, we went to different middle and high schools and grew apart. I asked a few friends that went to school with him if he still got teased, and apparently it was only getting worse. Furthermore, no one was standing up for him anymore. A few months later, he gets arrested for bringing guns and zip ties to school. They found them in his car. Pretty sure his life went into the shitter after that. I'm still so fucking salty that teachers played along in bullying the hell out of this kid to the point that he finally snapped. Seriously, fuck all those teachers. TLDR, nerdy friend from elementary school was teased by students and teachers repeatedly, including ignorant mockery, even when he was just trying to be a great student. This continued through middle and high school until he finally snapped and consequently ruined his life. I'm like Morton's level salty about it still. My ex ignored me for the week coming up to his first concert and literally would not talk to me or eat with me. Like one time during the week I asked him if he wanted to grab dinner and he said he couldn't because he was busy with homework, and then I go to the dining hall and he's there goofing off with his friends. He ignored my text straight up and would not speak to me. I go to his concert and sit in the front row to support him because at that time he hadn't broken up with me, and even if he's gonna ignore me, I'm gonna be a good girlfriend to the end, goddamn it. And then he dumps me 10 minutes after the concert and said he couldn't dump me before because it would ruin his performance. Then he drags me along and gives super mixed signals after dumping me to the point that everyone around us, including his friends who aren't really my friends, are confused and feel bad for me. And then he straight up says really cruel and evil things to me about how he doesn't want to be friends with me because I'm a bad influence, even though I never pushed him to do anything he explicitly didn't want to do. Was okay if he didn't want to hang out or had to do homework, as there were times where I didn't want to hang out since I had work to do. Like it was ridiculous, and he never gave me a solid reason for dumping me. Was an as leading up to the breakup, during the breakup, and after it as well. I have had my heart broken before as well, but I will genuinely never forgive him for how he acted. I was in a writing class in middle school, and I loved writing poems and worked on them during my free time. One of my friends in the class asked to see my poems, so I showed her a few. One of them was a bit more personal. It was about a couple girls at my school who were always so mean to me. I didn't include their names in the poem. I just wrote about how they acted and made me feel. My friend said something like, "Wow, that's amazing," and gave me compliments and asked if I could print it out so she could keep a copy, so I did. The next day a lot of people were acting weird towards me. A close friend came and told me before class started that the two girls I wrote about found the poem in one of the girls' lockers. It apparently had their names on it, and my other friend told them that I wrote it. I found a note in my locker from that friend which said, "I don't hang around with mean people. We aren't friends anymore." And she signed her name with a heart. That night I wrote up a letter for both of the girls with a present and gave it to them personally and apologized. Neither of them were very understanding, but I tried. Lots of people stopped talking to me. A sucky part is, senior year I sat behind my friend in math class, and while talking to people around me she joined in. She actually had the nerve to ask me, "Hey, weren't we friends before?" I said in front of like 5 other people, "Yeah, you gave my poem to blank and blank in middle school without my permission. Then you wrote me a note saying you didn't want to be friends." She looked surprised, laughed like a beach and said, "Oops," and turned around in her chair. When I was in first grade, I had a batshit insane teacher who stipulated that we were only allowed to finish 2 pages a week in our math workbooks. I got bored one day because I was more advanced than my peers due to my batshit insane mother teaching me how to read, write and do rudimentary math at 3. So at 7, we start school at 7 in Sweden. I always sped through those 2 pages, so I worked a bit ahead. She singled me out to yell at in front of the entire class for working ahead. A few months later, another student was caught working ahead, and he just got a smile and a "don't do that again." I'm convinced to this day that Harpy had it out for me because I was the only non-white kid in class, while all the other kids were Caucasian. Many years later in high school, I went on a school trip to Rome with my Latin class. While there, one of our hostel rooms, specifically the one I slept in, got raided by a thief, or thieves, and money went missing. Despite the fact that I had an alibi, I was out with others. There was another student sleeping in the room alone for most of that day. I do not suspect her, nor did I accuse her. My homeroom teacher accused me of the theft in front of everyone and insisted until I graduated I'd done it. Our homeroom teacher wasn't even on the trip with us. She just knew it was me. When I gave birth to my youngest, nobody from my entire family came to visit me. I was all alone. My husband was home with our eldest because the hospital wouldn't let her in during flu season. My friend and her husband came by and were shocked that they were the only ones. My sister-in-law gave birth literally 5 faking days later and everybody showed up for her. I didn't even know until I saw pictures on my grandmother's fridge. Grandma was going on and on about how she had to see her great-grandbaby and was not even acknowledging my baby being born. Like, sure, we were at different hospitals, but mine being a whopping 20 minutes away vs sister-in-law's being 10 minutes away I guess was too much. Also, my sister-in-law always scheduled her son's day party the week before his birthday, like on my son's birthday. Like what the actual fuck, Karen? I had to schedule my son's first day for 2 weeks after his birthday because otherwise none of the family would come. Thank the flying spaghetti monster that I don't give a flying fuck anymore and don't want any of that donkey dick shit around my family. Fuck you, Karen. In grade 6 we did a grammar lesson on comma placement. We were to insert a comma where needed in a bunch of sentences. I tossed in an Oxford comma and it was marked wrong. At the time I had no idea what an Oxford comma was, but I was an avid reader and I knew it was correct. Also, being a precocious little sheet, I argued hard with the teacher because I was sure I was right. I went and found an example to prove to him, but he still wouldn't relent. Report cards came out shortly after, and he wrote some smartass comment that I was headstrong or some shit. It was totally a dig about that incident. Still kinda salty about that. Fuck you, Mr. Graham. That comma was correct. Unrelated but, Seched, same teacher. The faker thought we were being immature about the topic. 12-year-olds, go figure. So he stood at the front of the class and yelled Benasvapjana. Is there something funny about those words? Well, yes there is. A grown-ass man yelling Venus at a class of 12-year-old kids is faking funny. I burst out laughing. He made me stay at my desk for recess. So of course my idiot friend stood at the window making stupid faces at me. This made me laugh even more. Holy shit, did he yell at me when he caught me laughing again. Man, this shit is over 20 years ago. Guess I'm pretty salty. 3 years ago a friend of mine tragically died of a heart attack in her early 20s. This was the first loss that I had of someone close to me as an adult. I called work, server at a crappy chain place, 4 days before the funeral trying to call out for SAT and Son because it was 8 hours away. Work policy was call at minimum 4 hours before your shift. I was giving them 4 days. Well yeah, if you can get someone to cover your shifts that'll be fine. I hadn't yet gotten my ability to call out BS, so I meekly agreed. I called every other employee in that restaurant and no one covered me. It took everything I had to not cry at my tables that SAT night. Then I realized another server, let's call her Becky, called out the day before for the whole week because their grandma died and the same manager said okay. Later that night a friend at work showed me a video they were sent from Becky on FB where she was kayaking with her family. Her grandma wasn't dead, she just forgot to ask that week off for her family's vacation. I found the same video because idiot Becky had a public profile. showed it to the manager, and told him that either she was fired that minute or I was walking out the door. She was. Best part was I got to break the news to her when she came floating in the next week to see her schedule. "Oh honey, you're not on the schedule anymore. Nice tan. I saw the funeral was in the Keys. TLDR, work didn't let me call out for a friend's funeral, but let a girl take off for a week without any proof that her grandma died. Found out it was a total lie and got her fired. Still, I'll never forgive them for taking away my ability to get closure. I stopped dealing/caring with BS after that." These are all legitimate reasons to hold a grudge, and I'm back to let you finish, but. So the year is 1988, and I'm just old enough to start ordering off the adult menu at Steak and Ale, which at the time is my favorite restaurant, because I'm 13. Regardless, on a Friday night my parents and their friends say, "Let's go to Steak and Ale." I was excited but also pragmatic. Now the whole family agrees that I made this statement. It's not just a case of how I remember it. I said, "We should call and make a reservation." I was ignored. I might not have been explicitly called a stick in the mud who worries too much, but I've had that reputation all my young, at the time, life, so my suggestion was ignored. Off we went to my favorite restaurant, where the wait was 1 hour, and there I sat for an hour and 24 minutes, watching people go to the unlimited salad bar I could be taking advantage of if they only listened to me and made a faking reservation. Now you might say, "But urinal papa, how could something so trivial bother you for so many decades?" And I would tell you that it was the beginning of my Cassandra complex. I feel like I spend much of my life warning people, if you do X, Y might happen. Now Y doesn't always happen, but it happens often enough that I get a little bent when people say, "You worry too much." I don't make insane warnings. It's always sheet-like. "If you miss another payment they'll repo your car. I can give you money." Or "You guys are drunk. Maybe setting off fireworks is a bad idea." Or "These rides are run by alcoholic hobos. Maybe we should skip the portable doom thrasher at St. Vitus Elementary's annual fun fair." 2 of those were ignored warnings that came true and the last turned out false. I feel like the unheeded warnings start to empower more and more fear to the point where I am terrified of nearly everything and do, in fact, worry too much. So that's what I'm salty about. My math teacher is 7th grade absolutely hated me, and I never figured out why. Seriously, the woman despised me. I've racked my brain for years trying to come up with a reason, but honestly I remember it starting out that way on day 1. A kid in my class bullied me. To be fair, everyone in my school bullied me. I was an interesting child about my coat one day, and I told him to back off, to which my teacher yells at me from across the room and sends me to the principal's office for being disrespectful and disruptive. One time I was taking notes during the lesson, and I made a tiny little doodle in the corner of my notebook page. She walks up to me, sees it, and then tells the whole class that it looked like they had a future janitor in the class. I then spent every lunch period that week in that classroom scrubbing down all the desks. I had to sneak fruit snacks from my backpack whenever she wasn't looking, or else I would have passed out from low blood sugar. Last, but most certainly not least, she tried to get me expelled. I was hanging out with my friend in the halfway between classes, and we were using our nicknames for each other. Mind you, this woman had heard us call each other by these nicknames for the entire year. Out of freaking nowhere, she creeps out from the shadows like a goddamn vampire and scares the shit out of me and tells me to go to the principal's office. My friend and I were obviously confused, but when I asked why, she grabbed my arm, leaned down to look me in the eye, and said, "Don't ever question me. Don't ever talk back to me. You aren't in charge here, you miserable little brat." Her voice was quiet, but the venom in her voice was very clear and the fury in her eyes was insane. My friend just watched helplessly as I nodded my head in sheer terror and left to go to the office. Once she finally let go of me, that is. I get there, and she'd already called ahead to let them know about me. I'm immediately ushered into the office, and I had to spend the next 15-20 minutes explaining to the principal, in tears, that no, I did not call my friend a racial slur. Eventually they went and got my friend to corroborate my story, and finally they kind of just shrugged and told us to go back to class. I'm not entirely sure what happened after that, but they must finally clued into the fact that my teacher was insane or something. I know this because starting the next day, she literally never bothered me again. She also never looked at me, called me by name, or acknowledged my existence ever again. Sorry for the huge story. My only excuse is that the entire surreal experience with that woman was burned into my brain and I needed to get it out. Really late to this, but whatever. My brother won our school's math bee when I was in 4th grade, and he was in 1st. Everyone in the school was really impressed with a 6-year-old who could divide. When I started 5th grade, my math teacher was really happy to have me in her class because she figured she'd get a math prodigy like my brother. After the first week, when she realized I was just a normal non-math talented kid, she decided I needed to be in the remedial math class. I probably needed help with some concepts, but I wasn't in any way remedial level. There were about 10 of us in that class. Most of the kids in that class actually belonged in special ed. One girl spent our class period coloring in the shapes in our textbook, and because I wasn't my brother, my teacher decided I belonged with those kids. That was the year I stopped trying in math class. I knew I would never be as good as my brother, so why should I bother? A few years ago, I was fired from my job in inside sales at a solar company in San Jose. I'd only been there a month, and was out of training a week. The day they fired me, the CEO and my manager accused me of having a poor work ethic. The CEO told me that my manager had warned me that I needed to do better if I wanted to keep my job, and when I told him that there had never been any such conversation with my manager or anyone in the company, I was told I was a liar. Up until that morning, I'd been told by everyone, including my manager, about how well I was doing, and that I had picked things up faster than my manager had when she was hired. I don't know what my manager told the CEO about me, but that bitch is the reason I was fired. It had nothing to do with me being a bad worker. She didn't like the fact that I had a better sales record than she did for that period of time, and that the clients liked me. The thing that still pisses me off is that they never compensated me for the sales I made. Part of my contract was that for any sale I helped close I would get 1% of the commission, and they refused to pay it because I no longer worked for them. When my sister got married, she went dress shopping alone and found her dress. I was super sad because I wanted to be there with her to experience that moment. We watched Say Yes to the Dress growing up and really bonded over it, so we would always talk about our future experiences with dress shopping. But I kind of just brushed it off as that's just the way she is, because honestly she is that way sometimes. She'd rather not deal with the whole family plus emotional situation, and that's fine. I also didn't want to let taint her whole wedding process and the actual day, so I just decided just to let it go. Well, a year ago, about 5 years after her wedding, she let it slip that my mom was actually with her when she found the dress. I was so furious and hurt. It really did feel as if I got punched in the gut. She tried to say they lied because they both knew how hurt I'd be. To be fair, I would have been upset, but I think I would have processed it in a way similar to the way I did back then. Don't get me wrong, it would have taken a minute, but I know I would have not let it affect her actual wedding day. I should have caught on though, because my mom was only mildly upset she wasn't with her to go dress shopping. Normally, she would be livid about these things and make sure everybody knew about it. Took not gonna lie, it broke a type of trust between my mom, my sister and me that hasn't been repaired since. Still hurt and very salty about it to this day. When I was in kindergarten, I was sent to the hallway and had my mother called nearly every day because I was misbehaving. I have no memory of this, but my mother has told me of it several times. I do remember, though, a substitute teacher asking me to stay inside during recess to talk to the principal with me about how I was very advanced for my age, and she didn't think kindergarten was benefiting me. The school decided to put me on a trial run for first grade. I started by spending 2 hours in first grade and the rest in kindergarten. Then, I'd spend half the day in each, then only 2 hours in kindergarten, up until I'd fully transitioned into first grade. My kindergarten teacher was so salty about it. I remember nearly constant calls home because I was unprepared for her classes. which means that 5-year-old me left some of her supplies in the other classroom, and my teacher wouldn't let me go get them. She claimed I was being irresponsible, and that would cost me transitioning to first grade. I was already super upset, because I was little and conflicted. Like, I liked the first grade class and we learned interesting things, but I didn't want to leave my friends either. It was a crazy time. What I'm saltiest about, though, is an incident in which I remember this teacher telling sad and confused little me that not only should they not be transferring me to first grade, but that I needed to go back to preschool because of my irresponsibility. Again, I was 5. I was scared and confused about what was happening at school. My parents had just gone through a divorce, and my mother was suffering from a drug addiction. Here I was, just eager to learn new things, and a teacher was trying to make me feel shitty for being forgetful. I'm 26 now, but I still remember that dumb shit. When I was in the 7th grade, my brother was the ring bearer in my cousin's wedding, which was out of state. It was December, a few weeks before winter break, and my siblings and I were going to miss 2 days of school to travel to the wedding. We had to leave on Thursday to get there by Friday for the rehearsal and whatnot, and the wedding was Saturday. This was the first time we had ever known in advance we would be out of school, and we weren't sure what the policy on absent work was. My mom looked in the school handbook, but apparently it wasn't stated clearly, or whatever, because she told me to ask my teachers how I should handle the absence. My mom had already informed the school that my brothers and I would be out those 2 days. So the day before we need to leave, I asked my social studies teacher if we were allowed to ask for any work in advance, or if we should wait until we came back, and I explained that my mom was unclear on the policy stated in the handbook and just wanted clarification. She gave me kind of a dirty look and said, "What, you think you get special treatment? Why should I give you anything in advance? It's your own fault you're missing school. You'll have to catch up when you get back, and don't expect any extra help." I wasn't asking for special treatment. I was asking what the policy was for planned absences faking beach. She also used to make kids cry on a daily basis, and called my friend retarded once when he asked a question that she apparently thought was stupid. For the record, she was fired a few years later for whacking a kid in the head with her hand when he annoyed her. Oh my geez. I've been so salty about this sheet for so long. This will surely release so much built up tension. Okay, so here goes. I play flute, and I have since 8th grade. Most kids started in 7th and some even a bit earlier. I had transferred schools and my parents wanted me to actually have friends instead of being bullied, causing me to eventually lose my sheet and have to transfer schools again. So, I'm at this public school after I had been in 3 different private schools for the past 4 years. And my dad is a band director, so he brings home this crappy ass flute for me to start learning. I don't realize how shitty this flute really is, cause ya know, I hadn't ever really played one. That airy and empty sound was normal to me. So, then he signs me up for private lessons. I'm not loving it. I never worked for anything in my life. I'm still only in 8th grade at this point, and now I feel like I have this determination to be the best I can be, cause ya know, my dad is paying exorbitant amounts of money each month for me to have a weekly private lesson. So, all city tryouts come along later in the year. Remember, I just started learning how to play this thing a few months earlier, and I made 4th chair out of 13 or something like that. Move on to 9th grade and now there's both all city and all region tryouts to compete for. I make 2nd chair all city and qualified to compete for all region. Don't remember my chair placement for that one. Alright, so I'm getting alright at the whole flute thing, and throughout high school I make 6th or 7th chair in all these all region tryouts. By 10th grade they didn't allow us to try out for all city. Now, finally senior year comes, and I've been working all these years to be eligible to try out for all state. Just never made a high enough chair. So, come senior year and I make 2nd chair all region. Yes, I can move on to state. Work my ass off, and when state tryouts came I made last chair. Sounds shitty, but, really, that's faking awesome. They only took 5 flutists. Alrighty, I'm getting cocky now. So we have chair tests for the regular old honor band for my high school, and in previous years, For some reason the senior players were always sat in the first few chairs. So, here I'm thinking I might be first chair cause none of the other players had even come close to even being able to try out for state, so obviously, I must be the better player. Right? Wrong. Well, maybe not, but faking band director didn't think so. He didn't like me from the start, and for second semester of my senior year I sat 4th chair. And that pissed me off. First chair chick had a real airy tone and just didn't sound good. Second chair chick couldn't even play through a measure without faking up. Third chair chick was the same, but also tone deaf. Then there's me, sitting 4th chair, who spent hours a day practicing, colored my music, and had notes all over it, so I could easily see the crescendos or accents or downbeats and upbeats. I also had a top of the line Miramatsu flute at the point with a different head joint that made my tone sound even better. So, here we are sitting 4th chair, and I'm already salty as fuck that I didn't get any of the solos. So, band director maybe feels slightly bad and asks me to play piccolo. Yes, here's my time to shine and really show how strong of a player I am. Guess what the fuck this fool does? He pulls out a piece for contest that has 2 piccolo parts. Aside from the fact that Satan himself probably composed that piece, cause really, who the fuck puts 2 piccolos together playing different parts? Guess who got first part piccolo? Chick sitting 1 chair above me who's also tone deaf. So, now I'm a salty young adult who really wanted to major in music and go on to be an educator, and this beach of a band director made me feel like a goddamn failure of a flutist cause he was salty with my pops who refused to work under him. Fuck that guy. TLDR, sat in a lower chair than deserved as a badass flute player in high school because my band director decided he didn't like me due to my dad's decision to not like him. Edited cause I can't type apparently. In 4th grade I got in trouble constantly, was bullied constantly, and had incredibly low self-esteem. At the end of the year, each class was required to take a test that covered every topic that had been taught all year long. The top scorers from each class would be selected to compete in a quiz bowl to determine the smartest kid in our grade, about 100 kids. We all took the test and the bell rang. Before anyone could finish the entire test, our teacher let everyone go, so I turned in my test and went home. I left at least 2 full pages of work unfinished. As I was walking out of the class, the teacher announced that anyone who wanted to stay late was allowed to stay behind and finish their test. As a kid who hated school and all the kids in it, I left and didn't think twice about it. The next day I came to school and discovered that I came in 2nd place on this test and had lost by 1 point to a girl who stayed for an extra 20 minutes to finish her test completely. Furthermore, none of the classes were supposed to let people stay behind to finish, and my teacher was the only one who broke the rule. It's been 15 years, and I'm still salty at myself for not believing in myself enough to stay and finish the test, and my teacher for letting that girl stay and finish unfairly. It was a time in my life when winning a contest and feeling smart would have gone a long way for me. In the 5th grade, we read a book called Island of the Blue Dolphins. In it, there was a kind of fish that was called something like say, which our class pronounced as say. There was also a girl at our school who was nicknamed say. So, one day on the bus home, I uttered the sentence say as a kind of fish, and the bus driver heard it, but not clearly. She accused me of saying say as acting like a beach. And because people hated me back then, everyone on the bus refuted my defense. I didn't hear again about it for a while. Not until the morning of a field trip. That morning, I show up to school with my backpack full of stuff for the field trip instead of my regular school stuff. Before I get called to my class for the trip, the office calls my regular class and asks for me to go to the office. I thought that maybe my mom was calling to give something I forgot or something. When I get there, they make me sign in and wait. They made me wait until the bus for the trip left without me. Then, they told me about the report from the bus driver. I denied it. They refused to believe me and gave me a couple of options. Being that I was so angry and unprepared for the school day, I chose to be suspended for the day. My mom was mad at me, especially because she had to come pick me up from school, and she didn't believe me. Did I forget to mention that I had already paid $17 to go on the trip in the first place? I'm late to the party, and I can't truly say there's much salt left in this wound, because I think this event ended up benefiting my adolescent development, but it was a memorable experience and I suffered serious injustice at the hands of pubescent groupthink. The event in question occurred in my 8th grade English class. I was a scrawny kid of middling social status at best, not viciously unpopular, but still very far away from the cool kids table. I have no memory of the specific dialogue of the day, but at a certain point during the class period, I was struck with an impulse to crack a joke about something that had been said. Bravely, I stepped up and offered the quip to my peers. No response. A few moments went by. Jock Coolington, seated a few desks away from me, took up the mantle and repeated my joke verbatim, at which the class erupted into laughter. I just sat there, conflicted with a mix of frustration and amusement. Either my joke had the power to make them laugh, but they wouldn't, because I was not popular enough, or the joke wasn't funny and the power only rested in the cool kid status. Regardless, that moment dissolved my compulsive longing to be part of that group. The veil was torn. The cool kids weren't actually better than anyone. They were just treated as though they were. And I'm assured nowadays that I'm an absolute hoot, so fuck everyone who was in that class. Gave my childhood friend a place to stay and a decent paying job for a bit until he got his act together. He was making about $2,000 every 2 weeks, got access to my car, and didn't have to pay any bills. I just asked him to put gas in my car when he used it and replace what he ate in the fridge. He always put gas in my car, but it started to reek of pot. It was a junker on its last leg, but I don't smoke so it still pissed me off, and he started ripping pages out of my textbooks and novels I left in the backseat, which I didn't find out about until near the end of this story, for I assume paper to roll his blunts with. He ate a lot of my groceries and would replace them with different, cheaper items. Romaine lettuce with iceberg, dried almonds with peanuts, whole chicken breasts with Hungry Man TV dinners. I confronted him about it, and he got really defensive. Finally, 3 months into our arrangement, I just asked him to pay rent and not to touch my food. He got mad and said he was looking for other places to stay, which I rejoiced about, since at this point in the arrangement, things had soured and we started building resentment towards each other. Soon after, I get a call from him telling me he crashed my car on his way home from work. Shocked, I asked him if he was alright. He said he was fine, and so was the car. It was a junker, so I wasn't too worried. He said his bud's house was near, so he was gonna park it there and call out for someone to replace the windshield, and it would be all good. When I saw my car a day later, it was totaled. I made him pay me back what I paid for the car, $500, and reluctantly he did, which caused even more friction in our relationship. Things were heading towards a bad end. After one half payment of rent, he decided to move on. He stopped sleeping at my house and going to the job my dad got for him, which messed my dad's reputation up. We would never stuck our necks out for him at my dad's job if it wasn't for him being a best friend from childhood, but we did, and my dad almost lost it. He slept on a futon in the living room. He never cleaned up after himself, but instead threw all his junk under the futon, which I didn't know about. One day, a week after he left, he stopped by to drop off the key I gave him. He looked nervous, which he should been cause I was pissed. I wanted to yell at him for what he put me through and how he handled leaving the job I got him, making my dad look bad. But I just asked him if he was alright and where he was going. He deflected question and just talked about other stuff. I noticed a car in the driveway and he said he had to go. He just came by to grab something. When he lifted the futon to grab a shoebox, I saw the mess and kindly asked him to stay and clean up first. He said he really had to leave and he'd be back on the weekend to do just that. In the shoebox was a stack of 20s, and even though he owed me money, I decided to just be grateful he was gone. He never came back to clean his mess, which, to me, killed me inside. It truly hurt the most. My senior year of high school, in our government class, we had the option to make a test for a chapter. Had a required number of questions of varying types. We randomly passed out the tests once everyone who opted to do so made them. Graded on thoroughness, formatting, clarity, you get the idea. The person who graded mine went through this document I spent more time on than any other piece of homework up to that point and says, "I can't find one thing wrong with this." The teacher takes it from her hand as she says, "Nobody makes a perfect test except me," stated her tone, and she flipped through the pages. 1.5 times the number of questions required by the guidelines she provided to accommodate every option of question she had listed, which she said we could pick and choose from. 2 pages longer than any other test turned in. No spelling or grammatical or formatting errors. She gets to the very last faking page, reads the essay questions that I thought would provide someone with a good springboard to explain their personal beliefs on controversial topics. And you know what she said? "You didn't leave enough space to answer the essay questions. You're constricting their thinking process." The document was single-sided, per her requirements, so we could write on the backs of the pages if we needed to, like I already did on every single test we had already taken that year. You owe me that half a goddamn percentage point. Oh my god. Well, about 12 years ago, I went to a summer camp. The overpass kind in the woods. Anyway, I wasn't back quote unpopular, but I certainly didn't rank as one of the popular girls in my cabin. One day, there was a camp-wide riddle contest, where each cabin would compete as a group. I was really into riddles, so I contributed a lot to get our cabin tied for first by the time we got to the last riddle. What gets wetter the more it dries? The counselor inquired. After a moment I proudly announced, "A towel. Guys, I think it's a towel." Then, the absolute cretin of an 8-year-old, Hannah, goes, "Actually, it's an ice cube." I'm stunned and offended that she would suggest an ice cube after I just offered a reasonable solution. I gently explain my position, that a towel becomes wet as it dries something. Hannah counters with, "Well, when ice melts, it's kind of like drying." Not more so than literal drying beach. But her immediate group of friends agreed, and everyone else slowly changed their answer to ice cube. Obviously we lost, because the other cabin correctly said towel. Then Hannah and her group whined that we should have gotten points for ice cube, and reassuring Hannah she gave the perfect answer. Ugh. When I was young, around 6 or 7, I got a weird pain in my ear. I told my mom, and she said if I still felt it after breakfast to let her know. I really didn't like going out because of some anxiety/stress problems and really didn't want to go to the doctor. The pain went away and the day continued as normal. She said if I ever felt it again to tell her so we can have it checked. I got the pain again the next morning. It went away quickly and I told her this. I didn't want to go to the doctor. She took me anyways. While I'm being examined by the nurse, I'm confused and not sure what she's asking. I tell her it doesn't hurt anymore. That's when she gets up and says something like, "Oh, I know what this is. You're a liar. You lied to get here for free candy and stickers." "I'm sorry ma'am, your daughter is a liar." I turn to look at my mom for backup, and she's looking at me like, "Why would you do this?" and sided with the nurse. Because of my emotionally abusive upbringing, all I could do was freeze, hold in tears, and stay silent. On the way out the nurse repeatedly announces to everyone she sees that I'm a liar and to not give me any treats. They happen to have my favorite obscure suckers, and I never got one again. I'm still pissed. A little late, but that's okay. My mom bailing when I was 3. Let me preface this with the fact that of my siblings I'm the most well-rounded and least faked up because I didn't grow up with my mom in my life. That being said, not having a mom with a dad who worked graveyard, who did drugs, and had no idea how to be a responsible parent sucked for its own reasons. I cried every Mother's Day for years. Didn't understand why she didn't want me. All of that. Even with it being better not having her in the end, I still am salty about it. She tried to re-enter my life when I was 16. Gave me a car. Tried to basically buy my love. Having raised 5 others' kids, none of which were my dad's kids, you would think she would have figured out that you don't buy love. She didn't need to. I forgave her as much as I could when I was 10. I would have loved her if she tried and stayed in contact and actually showed that she cared to have me in her life. I got maybe 2 years of me going to visit her. She came to me like 3 times. 3 faking times. I drove 2 hours away to visit her almost every weekend. She never really tried, never put real effort forward. She used to say, "Oh honey, I left for you. I was on drugs and didn't want you around that life." Fuck you, mom. Dad did drugs too. Guess faking what? He pulled his sheet together, quit drugs when I was 6, figured it the fuck out, and raised me to be a good man. I'm the only kid in this faking family that isn't a drug addict because I wasn't tainted by you. I have morals and actually care about people because dad pulled it together and raised me like a parent should instead of making excuses and bailing. I didn't know my siblings for most of my life because of your sheet, mom. All of them are sheety humans because of you. I went 20 years without knowing my older brother, the only one of my 5 siblings who got over his addiction because of you. He can't be in the same city as you without having a panic attack. He almost had to leave grandma's funeral because he thought you were going to show up. Lucky for me you didn't go, and I got to reconnect with my brother after 20 years. My brother and I have named her our egg donor because that is all she is to us. He is still salty about his childhood, and so am I. I'm still salty even knowing I'm so much better off having not had you growing up. Late to the game, but I'm still salty enough that I need to post. In kindergarten, my teacher had a special chair and vest that someone would wear when it was their birthday. They were both super colorful, and you felt like a genuine badass sitting in your little pimp chair with your sweet ass birthday vest on. It was a big deal to 5-year-olds, trust me. My birthday is toward the end of the school year, but I was stoked to bring in cupcakes and laud my birthday swagger in front of the rest of my class. Not really, because I was pretty quiet, but honestly still excited beyond belief to look so cool. There was an issue with my plan, however, because someone else in that class of 20 shared my exact birthday. So, we shared. I wore the vest the first part of the day, and he got the chair. Then we switched at lunch. I don't have a problem sharing. My problem was that he was a pompous, bullying us bag that pushed kids off of slides and stole your favorite snack from your packed lunch. And he stole my happiness that day. Then, in 4th grade, he was cast as Daddy Warbucks in our short rendition of Annie, where I amazingly was cast as Annie. Still, super shy kid. He didn't show up for our single goddamn performance. He gloated about it in front of his friends on the playground. He was so happy that his little sheethead self ruined our play. He then dated my best friend in 8th grade and kissed another girl. Fuck you, Nick. My mom's MLM bullcrap circa backquote 04 dash backquote 10 when I was 13 to 20. She went in. Our house was a store. Her stupid parties went on all afternoon and late into the night. These women would be howling at like midnight. My mom would lose it and scream at anyone who ever suggested that it might be a pyramid scheme. The worse it was going, the more of a raging psycho she was. She would just sit there seething with anger to the point that she was dying for a fight and would justify yelling at me with any little thing. She ordered me to talk to my friends about getting their parents to sign up under her. For a while, she went through a phase where she felt it was unprofessional to allow me into the kitchen while she was having parties at the table, and as a result I wasn't allowed to eat sometimes for 8 or more hours because her parties were eternal. She bought her own products just to meet her quotas. We eventually lost our house and car and went bankrupt. It sucked so bad. She's been through therapy and is doing so much better, but I've never fully stopped being afraid of her and have never completely forgiven her for ruining everything with such an unbelievably transparent scam. We had this sadistic incompetent teacher in uni. She had this crazy rule where you had to take a test before finals, and if you flunked the test you wouldn't be allowed to sit finals. The test was crazy, and she would take the tests, grade them, come back after 2 hours, announce all the grades, and ask everyone who failed to leave. Usually you need 80% to pass, and less than 10% of the students managed it. The rest of us just got up and had to leave sulking. Super illegal and not even her worst habit, but whatever. Anyway, I studied extra hard just to spite her. Already had passed an international certificate that was higher than all graduation requirements. I got every answer right one semester, but she gave me a 0 because I didn't use the exact wording from her classes and scolded me about it in front of the whole class. Close to graduation, she promised to write me a recommendation for a scholarship, but then forgot about it, and when I asked her about it, she told me on the day of the deadline that she didn't know me well enough to sign a recommendation, and that maybe, if I scan my certificate, so she can add it to the debt achievement, she might know me better. I still have nightmares about her sometimes. My younger brother and I grew up with a super Catholic mom that pretty much volunteered us for everything in the church, including altar serving. We were pretty much serving every week for 10 years, and of course served every holiday. It was supposed to be a rotating schedule, but of course kids didn't show up. One day my brother and I got to church by ourselves. I was driving at this point, and we noticed a young girl up on the altar by herself, probably no older than 8 to 9. We weren't on the schedule to serve that day, and by this point I was pretty sick of filling in, but anyone with a Catholic mother knows that Catholic guilt is always screaming in your ear to help out. So after a few minutes we decided to go in the back, put on the robes, and help this girl out with the mass. She turned and whispered thank you to us when we got up there. This was about 20 minutes into the mass by this point, and that was thanks enough for me. The mass was ending, and the priest was going through his end announcements when he asked the young girl to stand up and be acknowledged, as unbeknownst to my brother and I, was her first mass as a server, then proceeds to say in front of the whole congregation, about 300 people, how rude and selfish it was that my brother and I showed up late to help her out. We weren't even on the schedule and no one else in that huge church went up there to help, and he called us out like that. I'm still salty about. What a dick. We came home after that and stopped altar serving soon afterwards. In my physics class in high school, I had a pretty cool teacher. He was fun and nice. It was the last 2 periods of the day with only seniors in the class, so he didn't mind if we cut early. Lots of us would show up late or just go for a long stroll, and he was cool about it, as long as we were respectful to him and did the work. Every now and then he would give little trivia questions, usually nothing to do with class and very random, but we'd get prizes for answering correctly. That is no homework for a week, automatic back quota grade on the next quiz, extra points on our presentation, etc. One random class, we were learning about acceleration, or some shit. It was 8 years ago, and we watched this Japanese experiment video. In the clip, a truck drives on a racetrack with a baseball pitching machine in the truck bed. They set the speed of the truck to match the machine, and as they are driving, they fire the ball out the back. Since they are matching speed, when the ball is fired, it lands on the ground in the same spot. Essentially it's as if the ball was dropped straight down. Pretty cool. Anyway, this video had some intense music in the background and my teacher asks this trivia question. If anyone can name the movie this music is from, they can skip Friday's class including the quiz. Double prize. Well, nobody knows the answer, so they are all shouting out random guesses and nobody can hear a thing. I think to myself, intense music, wild cutscenes, speeding truck, it's gotta be from Speed. Keanu Reeves' masterpiece about a bus that can't stop driving or go below a certain speed or else a bomb will detonate inside, killing innocent people. Look at me explaining this, as if everyone on Reddit doesn't already know. So I shout out my answer, nobody hears. I say it again, and this time a few people hear, including a kid at my table, Jackson, but the teacher doesn't say anything, so we figure it's wrong. A few more seconds go by, the teacher offers a last chance, and out comes Jackson with speed. And he's goddamn correct. Nice guess, Jackson. Great job, Jackson. You win, Jackson. Well, you know what? Fuck you, Jackson, you thieving bastard. In college, I joined the extemporaneous speech contest and represented my college during university week. There were 8 contestants, and I was lucky number 1. I wasn't really expecting to win, but as a competitor you can tell if you're going to place, at least. I thought I did pretty well. When they announced the top 3, I wasn't in it, and even though it sucked I wasn't really that heartbroken over it. It was more like a no well type of reaction. The following day, I ran into a friend of mine who was part of the committee that organized the event. He congratulated me on doing well, and then tells me that I should have won. I brush him off and say that you're just saying that to be nice. Then he says, no, you really should won. 3 of the 4 judges put you in first place. The one judge scored you the lowest, so your average pulled you down to 4th place. After that I couldn't see or hear anything anymore. I was so mad, and I rushed to my dorm room and I cried for hours. I called my mom and just cried. It should been obvious that a lot of those events during university week are rigged, and it was just so horrible to drag me into it when I was just, honest to goodness, doing my best. It really felt horrible, because in high school I also lost in a similar contest by a single point to someone who had already won that event, and was a daughter of a high-ranking employee in the company that owned our school. So when I joined it in college I did it to prove to myself that I could do it, but alas, politics once again. So back in the day, January 2004, I had just gotten into pro wrestling, and my good friend, we will call him Joe, took me to a signing of the WWE original CD, yes, where the wrestlers sing/rap, or whatever, at the local Walmart. The Dudley Boys were there, and I brought some cards from the WWE Raw Deal card game with me to sign. One was a title belt and the other was a card with Devon Dudley on it. When it was finally my turn to get my stuff signed, the handler gave the wrong cards to each person. So Bubba got the card with Devon on it, and Devon got the title belt. I tried explaining this to the handler, who got super tough, and was ready to hold me back, as if I was going to jump the elevated table. Bubba looked at the card, and said, "What the hell is this?" and threw the card back behind him, rather than signing it. I tried to explain, but obviously we were rushed along. Devon grabbed the card off the floor, and signed that one too. I was irritated that I couldn't say hey you got the wrong card, and was even threatened to be removed from the premises by the overzealous handlers. Anyway, yeah, I think he was just playing the bad guy, and I got worked into a shoot, but hey, there's my story of being salty. It all was made better last year, when they visited a nearby city for a WWE live show, and Bubba played the bad guy so well he made my son cry. I have great pics of that too. Good times. In 7th grade we had reading logs which we had to prove that we used to prove that we read for 30 minutes each day. Essentially, you kept it with you, wrote down the page numbers you started/stopped on, and the start/stop time. The teacher would do random checks of the reading log to ensure that when checked, a student wouldn't just be able to write in the times and page numbers the night before and get credit for reading when they didn't read. This makes sense in theory, except that I kept my book at home because I didn't really have an opportunity to read at school, and I used the reading log as a bookmark. So when she'd do her random checks, I of course didn't have my reading log with me. This bothered me because I really did read, and she didn't allow any wiggle room for bringing the log in the next day for late credit or anything. You just either got credit or you didn't. And because they were random, she allowed students to go out to their lockers to get their reading logs from their lockers, and I know for a fact that a handful of students would just quickly make up their reading times and pages and write it in out in the hallway, which was what she was trying to avoid in the first place by having them be random. I've only lost it a handful of times in my life, but after a few of those reading checks and never having my reading log with me, I tore into her. How is it that a 12-year-old can see such an obvious flaw in your plan, which punishes people who really do read and allows people who didn't read to cheat the system? She was just so stubborn and useless. She called my parents in for a special meeting outside of parent-teacher conferences where they essentially agreed with me. They corroborated that I had been reading every night and agreed that if this system allows students to cheat, then it defeats its own purpose. If you don't want people to lie about their reading, make parents sign the log before having a monthly turn-in day that everyone knows about in advance. There's got to be a better way. She didn't change her system, but she dropped the argument. God, I hate her to this day. When I was about 7, my family went to the pet store to buy some fish and I saw the cutest long-haired dachshund. I loved him instantly and wanted to take him home. No dog. I was sad, but didn't throw a fit or anything. Fast forward 7 years. I now have a 6-year-old baby sister. We are driving home from the mall or something, and my mom sees someone giving away puppies on the side of the road. Let's stop. Dad pulls over. It's Dachshunds. They ask my sister which one she wants and take the dog home right then and there. But it's my sister's dog. They have the whole talk about responsibility and feeding the dog and cleaning after her and taking her outside. The faking dog sleeps in my sister's bed with her and everything. What the fuck, parents? I asked for a dog 7 goddamn years ago. Maybe we weren't ready for a dog at that time, but once we became ready, don't you think you should have gotten me a faking dog first? Especially considering I'm probably old enough to take care of it. Best part, 2 years later, my baby brother is about 4, and guess what he gets? A faking dachshund. That's some shit right there. I'm getting worked up just thinking about it. That was 20 goddamn years ago, and I don't even want a dachshund anymore, and it still chased my ass. Late to the party, but my dad used to play poker with all his buddies once a month, trading the hosting duties between houses. It was his turn to host, and the same weekend that my grandpa was in town. My G-Paps is a big card player, and always unashamedly whooped me, to the point that I'd been studying poker, playing in free rooms online, and developing a technique. Naturally, I begged my father to let me play. The game wasn't a light-hearted, beer and stories and $5 buy-in kinda deal. These guys played for, at least a 15-year-old me, big money, usually $100 buy-in. My father, grandpa, and I argued for almost an hour before the game about whether or not they would front me the money to play, and ultimately my dad agreed to loan me $50, as long as I agreed to pay him back whether I won or lost. Knowing I only had half the chips everyone else had, and knowing I was playing against both a literal rocket scientist and a literal brain surgeon, I took that cheat seriously. I played super conservatively until I'd doubled my holdings, set aside $50 so I could pay back my loan, and kept going with the remaining $50. I played some of the best poker I've ever played that night, including skunking all G-Paps twice with nothing in my hand, only to actually have the hand when he called me out on our third engagement. I ended up coming in second, finishing the night up $290, so I was stoked that I was gonna walk away with $240. Dad was hosting, so he was in charge of the payouts, and, knowing this, I was in no rush to get paid out. Finally, it's my turn to get paid out, and he hands me $40. Confused, I clicked my tongue and said, "You're about $200 light there, Pops. Play with my money is like playing with my emotions." Of course I didn't. Oh, well, I lost pretty bad tonight, so that's all the money that was left. Oh, okay, so we'll stop by the bank tomorrow? You weren't really going to pay back that $50 if you lost, but I would. 2005, 12th grade, theater. Our class was putting on the school year-end play, Shakespeare's A Winter's Tale. I invited my mother to it, because really, all I wanted was some family among the audience, which to about 90% consisted of family members, the rest teachers, and I already knew none of my other family. Parents divorced, sisters moved a little farther away, would come. I also invited friends of the family. Turns out my mother didn't come, but the family friends did. A year later, for our next year-end play, I didn't even bother to ask my mother to come, knowing I will be disappointed about her no-show anyway. After I graduated, I immediately entered the military for 2 years. We had a cat at home, which I sort of adopted from my sister a few years before, after her son proved allergic to cat hair. My mother never liked the cat. I loved the cat to death. And as soon as I was gone for the week, doing army stuff, only returning home weekends, my mother decided to give away my cat, without bothering to tell me. I came home one weekend, my cat was gone. No one has ever seen me that sad after. After I'm done serving, I'm about to move from one continent to another. I figured I would hold a little going away party on the weekend before my flight, family members only. My father came, my siblings came, my nephew and baby niece came. My mother decided to hang with her boyfriend at the time, somewhere else. At one point shortly after my parents' divorce came through, my mother tried to have a conversation with me, wondering why I never talked to her and stuff. I'm generally shy and quiet, so I never really talked to begin with. At one point I must have said that she didn't love me, to which she responded that she does love me. Okay, woman, I could see that during all of your goddamn no-shows. I think I still need therapy over my mother. It was the last week of school in the early 2000s in 2nd grade. We had a big final geography project that was a poster board sized map of the US with each state needed to be labeled and colored, and the major industry colored and labeled. Michigan had a car, Cali had a camera, Wisconsin had cheese, etc. There was sheet-like glitter, glue, and pipe cleaner involved with this project. In the final minutes of the final day of working on my map masterpiece, a kid walks by my desk and freezes. I remember vividly. His head turned towards me as a torrent of projectile vomit of blue gunk lands all over my desk. He mumbles about eating too many blueberries, milk, and soda and baths on the floor again. The bath was soaking into my map as well as my pants. I was sent down to the office to get the sweatpants that are usually for when kids sheet themselves, and stuffed the solid bath pants into my Ash Ketchum backpack. My teacher insisted that I had to make a new map. Too bad, so sad. She set me up in the side room where parent-teacher conferences were held with the door shut. The last 2 days of school were basically movies and games. I spent the last day of school working while everyone else watched Bugs Life on Aralaway TV and had popcorn. Also missed out on a Guess Who competition and bingo for candy. Middle school in Kentucky, biology class. Mr. Hood can go fuck himself is a teacher. He was the teacher that always thought he was super smart. The first to write a simple program so we could all take our tests on the new school computers, for example. And the first test I ever cheated on by looking at the source code because he was a fuckwit. We are talking about vaccinations and the mechanism by how they are made and how they work. I bring up the theory that we could possibly find something unique on cancer cells, which I now know to be called an antigen, and then maybe add something to it, which I now know to be called an adjuvant that would cause your body to react to it. And basically by taking a person's active cancer, you could use this vaccine idea to make a treatment for cancer. Mr. Hood told me it doesn't work like that. I insisted that it could work like that and asked why it couldn't. Instead of arguing his point, he told me to sit down and shut up or he'd give me detention. If it was that easy, someone would have already done it. You don't know what you're talking about. That was in, what, the 80s? I'm 42 now. In the army, I was a 91T that worked in vaccine research, specifically the HIV vaccine. I continued to do medical research once out. I'm now a software developer. Today, my exact theory that Mr. Hood shit all over is being used to cure cancer. Hood can straight go fuck himself. I hope he stepped on a Lego. It was 8th grade math exam, and we had a question on constructing a quadrilateral. However, the dimensions given were wrong as the sum of two sides was less than diagonal and construction wasn't possible. This was about 15 years ago. We used to sit in different rooms, had invigilators, and the paper setter or course teacher would come with correction in case of doubts. I took this faulty question to the invigilator. She asks another student who she perceived to be intelligent. That fool replied with this being the correct question, and I was shut down. I still insisted, and they called the course teacher. She basically slapped me in front of everyone for disrupting and disturbing others who are giving exams. Then said, it's the correct question, and that I don't know how to draw. I left the question without attempting. After the class, I found out some students sitting in other room were asked to write the reason why construction is not possible to get marks. Till date, I'm pissed at that stupid classmate, that course teacher, and that invigilator for the mistake. I got 96 hundredths in that exam, and that construction question was of 4 marks. PS. Worse still, at a later parent-teacher meet, the course teacher misbehaved with my dad, telling him they can't reveal the answers in the exam hall really rudely. I got kind of my revenge the same year when she took me to principal for misbehaving. All I did was correct her in class, and she was offended. The principal sided with me and scolded her, saying she was stifling the kids. A small win, but not enough. When I was little and still living in my old house, my parents knew another couple. I remember them hanging out at our place some evenings, my dad and the other guy drinking and stuff. Well, the couple decided to divorce. They had a daughter that was maybe a year younger than me. Let's call the girl O. Now, both my parents worked during the day, so my grandma usually came over to watch me. Once, her mother brought O to my house to play, but probably so my grandma could watch us both. I wasn't really thrilled, because I never liked her, but whatever, a playmate, woo. And so we played, and O would not stop touching all my toys and putting them in her pockets and screaming about how she wants them and how she'll bring them all home with her. I didn't like that at all. I was a pretty selfish kid, so this pushed all my buttons. If I remember correctly, there was even a small baby fist fight, which ended with her being carried home by her mother. Ike. And this next scene I remember in detail. As she's being carried downstairs from my front door, O turns around to face me, grins, and faking waves a red plastic spoon from my beloved toy kitchen set. The spoon had a heart-shaped hole on the handle. I never got over it. I never even loved it that much in particular. It was just sad looking at an empty space where the spoon was supposed to hang from in my set. Fuck you. Oh, I want my red spoon back. I used to participate and win in my high school's chess tournaments. Our chess club wasn't big, one of the 3 tournaments literally just had me and the club captain, but I was rather proud of being the chess champion of all 3 to 5 chess players in the school. I wasn't and still am not good at all, but neither was the competition. On the 3rd tournament, we had a lot more people than usual, around 15 or so, a proper tournament, and it was running on some sort of point system. It's been over a decade, so the details are sorta hazy, but this was the scenario. I was 2nd place with a single loss, losing to the first who was so far undefeated. I had played all my matches already. 1st place guy was playing his final game of the tournament. If he lost, he'd get knocked down to tie with me, and we'd have a tiebreaker. I had a chance to keep my title as champion. 1st place guy was losing his match. The guy that's beating 1st place leaves game midway because his mom came to pick him up. Despite being like 4 turns away from a very straightforward checkmate, the victory was given to 1st place guy by default, and I lost my chance to win. Like, his mom wasn't even hurrying him, he just literally joined last minute to kill time while waiting for her and didn't care to finish the game at all. I was so ridiculously salty over that for the longest time. I even refused to participate in the award ceremony for my 2nd place trophy. I know how silly it is now, especially knowing just how bad we all were then. But still, every time I see my trophies I'm reminded about that faker that ruined my streak and hoped he stubs his pinky toe. Background: Wolfville, Nova Scotia is a rural town that is wealthy in comparison with the surrounding areas. The middle school has a mix of well-to-do town kids and busting kids from the countryside. Grade 7 French class, a bunch of the boys were making slingshots with rubber bands and shooting folded up bits of paper around. Me and a couple other boys weren't. I already had a couple detentions that week and I didn't want the school to call my mom. Monsieur whatever got pissed and gave out detentions to the boys he perceived as being responsible for the trouble. All the boys who were punished were from outside town, including me and another kid who were just sitting there doing nothing. Several towners who knew they were guilty just sat there and smirked at us as Monsieur whatever ignored them and told us off. Phone call to mom. She sided with the teacher. I got an in-school suspension. This wasn't the only incident of that nature in that school. To be honest, it was educational for me. My elementary school was all poor kids, so I didn't understand anything about class and wealth. Monsieur whatever taught me that being honest, working hard, and doing what you're told are lower down the ladder of importance than being born with money. I have never forgotten that. Funny thing is, today I'm a teacher at a private school. My students wear shoes worth more than I pay in rent. Edit: Monsieur whatever doesn't work there anymore, but I still see him around town. He's an old school hippie who believes the body cleanses itself and the use of soap is unhealthy. He still wears the same disgusting green sweater he wore in 1991. He has no memory of me whatsoever. Someone I used to know had a dad who was sick. Said friend had just moved to Cali from the East Coast and wanted to use my flight benefit to get back home. Of course I said yes, family over everything and all that. My flight benefit didn't mean free flights, but they're extremely discounted. He should have easily spent thousands for 2 round trips back home that I got him. Last minute I might add, but he only owed about 500 to 600. So eventually it came time to pay me back for his flights. Well, of course he lost his job. Then he got one and lost that too. So he couldn't pay me until he got on his feet. Find you just don't forget. Couple months go by and I remind him. He gave me like $100 and said he would give me the rest later. Well, we were friends on social media, so I see that not only had he gotten married, costs money, but he's partying, costs money, and took a nice trip to Vegas, costs money. So I remind him again. Still can't pay me. At this point it's been a year, and I'll let him know that he must pay me now. I tell him to download a Cash App and give me my sheet. He ignores my message for a couple of days. He finally sends the money through a different app after dodging me for another week and a half and says to me, "I was going to download the app you sent, but you're so impatient pressed for this money, so here, fuck you, will, you're in as hole." In 2011, my favorite NBA team made a trade for the best point guard in the league. That team, the Los Angeles Lakers, made a 3-team deal with the Houston Rockets and New Orleans. Due to a weird situation, the league had assumed control of New Orleans at the time, but their general manager believed he was allowed to make trades. The trade made send Chris Paul, the best PG in the league at the time, to the Lakers, Pau Gasol to Houston, and Lamar Odom, Louis Scala, Kevin Martin, Goran Dragic, and a first-round pick to New Orleans. The general impression was that, while it was the best deal that New Orleans could have made, 3 players who were starter level at the time plus a good young player and a first-round pick. Then Commissioner David Stern decided to veto the trade for basketball reasons and then refused to explain them. Not only was my team screwed by not getting the great player, but they also ruined their relationship with Lamar Odom, a very important player who was hurt that he was traded. A few days later, Stern allowed New Orleans to make what felt like a lesser deal of Chris Paul for Chris Kaman, Al-Farouq Aminu, Eric Gordon, and a first-round pick. To this day, that pisses me off. If I saw David Stern on fire, I wouldn't piss on him to put it out. All that said, I don't even know the Chris Paul trade would have worked out well for the Lakers. 2 ball-dominant guards on the same team might have been difficult to balance, but I would have loved to see if it could have worked. In 2011, my favorite NBA team made a trade for the best point guard in the league. That team, the Los Angeles Lakers, made a 3-team deal with the Houston Rockets and New Orleans. Due to a weird situation, the league had assumed control of New Orleans at the time, but their general manager believed he was allowed to make trades. The trade made send Chris Paul, the best PG in the league at the time, to the Lakers, Pau Gasol to Houston, and Lamar Odom, Louis Scala, Kevin Martin, Goran Dragic, and a first-round pick to New Orleans. The general impression was that, while it was the best deal that New Orleans could have made, 3 players who were starter level at the time plus a good young player and a first-round pick. Then Commissioner David Stern decided to veto the trade for basketball reasons and then refused to explain them. Not only was my team screwed by not getting the great player, but they also ruined their relationship with Lamar Odom, a very important player who was hurt that he was traded. A few days later, Stern allowed New Orleans to make what felt like a lesser deal of Chris Paul for Chris Kaman, Al-Farouq Aminu, Eric Gordon, and a first-round pick. To this day, that pisses me off. If I saw David Stern on fire, I wouldn't piss on him to put it out. All that said, I don't even know the Chris Paul trade would have worked out well for the Lakers. 2 ball-dominant guards on the same team might have been difficult to balance, but I would have loved to see if it could have worked. In high school I played rugby for a strong rugby program. I went to the provincial championships 3 times. The first time I was really young and just a bench player. We ended up winning bronze. I played probably a total of 10 minutes in the 6 games we played, so I wasn't too torn up about losing in the semis. The second year I started at winger and played really awesome. We made it to the gold medal game where we lost a really close game in overtime. It sucked, but we lost fair and square, and it was a really good game. My final year I was the outside center and our team was really faking good that year. We, as a AA school, beat the #4 team in the province, a AA school, in a tournament earlier in the year, and until then we were unranked. After that I think we were ranked in the top 10, the only school that wasn't AAA. Anyways, we were at the provincial championships again, and made it to the semi-finals. It was against a really good team, and our biggest rivals, and we were losing 6-0 for most of the game. We scored a try in the dying seconds and our kicker made the kick of his life, to take the lead 7-6. We all knew there was almost no time left, we needed to kill like a minute, so on the ensuing restart, one of our forwards caught the ball deep, didn't try to run too far, and got tackled. During the ruck, one of their forwards grabbed one of our guys by the jersey, and yanked him over the ruck, clear as day. Everyone saw it, except the reference. He called a penalty on us for diving over, and the other team got a free kick, and made the kick, to win 9-7. After the kick the ref calls full time. Game over. I was so mad. We would have won gold that year without a doubt, as the team we lost to went on to win handily. We ended up winning the bronze medal game by a landslide, and it felt so hollow. It was the best game I ever played, and it felt like shit. I scored 2 tries in the first 2 minutes of the game, scored 4 total, before I got subbed out at half, because we were winning by so much. That happened a decade ago now, and I'm still salty about that terrible call. When I was in 5th grade I was sick for a couple of days, and had to make up some homework for my math teacher. Well, my grandmother was an administrative assistant for the school and my dad was a firefighter, so often I stayed with my grandparents in the afternoon until my dad got off, and she would help me with my homework. Well, Friday rolls around, and I go to turn in my homework to the math teacher. He's talking to another teacher at the door, so I kind of stood there for a second, and he finally acknowledged me, and I told him I have the homework I missed. He kind of waved at the room, and said just set it on my desk. Now these were not loose papers or anything. They were in a folder that had my name written on it and all the papers within had the proper name and date. My grandmother was super particular about that. Well, Monday rolls around, and after his class he stops me when I'm leaving, and takes me aside. I figured he would give me my graded homework. Instead he very angrily starts talking about how it's insulting to him that I promised to do the makeup work and didn't do it by the Friday deadline. Of course I'm confused and say I did do it, which makes him angrier, and when he says I definitely did not leave it on his desk or do it, I started getting upset and said he was wrong. He quickly writes me not 1, but 3 demerits for lying, talking back to a teacher, and not doing the homework. Now the biggest problem with this was that the next day was a field trip for kids who didn't have any demerits. I never got into trouble and was always a really good student, so the concept on not only missing the trip, but to have to spend that time in suspension was soul crushing to me. Plus this was the first time I had ever had an adult lie and treat me so. Well, when my grandmother heard about this, she threw an absolute fit. She had a shouting match with him in the hall until the principal came and broke it up. He was adamant that I was lying and never gave it to him. My grandmother saw me do the work and double checked that my name and date was right on them all like she normally did. She's the one who put it in a folder from her office and put my name on it to keep everything together when I gave it to him. Well, he couldn't budge, and the principal couldn't take her word over his. He suggested that the match teacher may have lost it and should just get rid of the demerits and have me do it again. He refused, saying he wouldn't have lost it, and I had lied and disrespected him, so I was getting a 0 and demerits. I spent the next day my classmates spent on a field trip in a windowless room doing write-offs and various other menial busy work. To this day I wouldn't piss on that man if he was on fire. It's the most base scummy thing anyone has ever done to me. That piece of shit crushed her child and made him feel horrible for weeks, just so he didn't have to admit he lost something. He's the vice principal of the county middle school now. It sickens me to think about he's still working around children. Walking to my buddy's house, we'll call him Bill, after school, gonna play some Halo 2 and veg out for the rest of the day, and we were joined by my other friend, we'll call him Fred, who invited the neighborhood troublemakers. Get a block down the road and there is a dump truck that is parked in a dirt parking lot. They get the bright idea to smash the windows and steal whatever they can find inside. So Fred stays behind to commit mischief. So me and Bill walk to his house and play Halo. Fast forward to the next day, I get pulled out of second period to the principal's office, and sitting there is Fred, the dumbass, and a police officer. Obviously they were caught, and they were asked who else was there. Instead of keeping his mouth shut or even telling the truth, and saying Bill was there, Fred only drops my name. So now I'm a party to vandalism, not the party. This situation gets drawn out over weeks, and we had to go to police station to be interrogated individually. Long story short, they eventually stopped being assholes to me because they figured out I didn't participate, and one cop took pity on me and helped me by telling the owner of the truck that I was the voice of reason. I originally wasn't. I didn't care what they did, it was none of my business, but it helped me get out of the sheet storm. TLDR. Sold out by a friend and inadvertently becoming a party to vandalism. My manager left, and they forced someone to fill the position. This new manager really didn't want the role, and was super pissy all the time. We were horribly understaffed, and for a few months I did all of the work for the department, while my only other coworker refused to help, and worked on a side project. Whatever, I'll do my job. Well, this new manager had it out for me. We finally hired a new person and a few contractors. If I made a tiny mistake, she never asked why I did what I did. She would call a meeting with everyone and grill me in front of them, tell everyone I messed up, and went on to show how it should have been done. She assumed I didn't know a damn thing. I kept going 2 hours, but she retaliated and went back 2 hours saying I wasn't doing my job and kept messing up. The ironic part is during this time we hired a new person and some contractors who kept making huge mistakes which she tasked me with fixing. I'm talking multiple days of data recovery type work. So not only was I fixing other people's mistakes, but then she went on to say during those times I got nothing done. Hello. I was working on fixing other people's mistakes. Odd when she said I made all the mistakes. Come review time she graded me so low I was denied a bonus. I was so pissed I waited for a lunch when most people were out and cleaned out my office and left with no notice. Thankfully I had another job offer on the table at that point, but I'm still pissed about that manager screwing me out of my bonus. When I was in kindergarten, it was the 100th day for school. So we were told to line 100 objects in a row and see how long it was compared to something else. I was by myself just doing my thing lining up 100 pieces of candy, and I got put into timeout for no reason. I'm not so much salty as I was confused. When I was a freshman in high school, I had signed up for choir, but before the year started I had dropped it. Choir rehearsal takes place during half a lunch period, so if you are in choir you go to rehearsal then go to lunch. If you weren't in choir, you had a study period. The people who came back from choir needed to sign into lunch. When the sign-in sheet was printed, it had my name on it, because I had originally been signed up for it. I guess when the list was made, I get told I need to sign in regardless, so like a submissive kid I did so. About a week in, I stopped signing in, because no one else who wasn't in choir needed to. I got called into the vice principal's office and he gave me the first detention of my life for not signing it, even though I explained to him I wasn't in choir. Again, I submitted and accepted detention. I walk into the cafeteria, where detention is held, and I get there 2 minutes early, but detention had already started, and the proctor started screaming at me that I was late, and needed to get out. I left and went to soccer practice. I never went back to detention. You can suck a dick, Mr. White. Non-edit. It's all coming back to me. On the 100th day of school I was lining up candy. As a 5-year-old, I made the completely logical assessment that there was more than enough pieces of candy to line up by 100, so I'm pretty sure I ate some and got in trouble for eating it too early. They were sweet tarts. What would you do? I had a boss take me aside and telling me that I was the highest performer and that I was the lowest paid person on his staff and that he was going to ensure that I'd get a raise and a promotion come review time. I was literally doing said boss job for him, so it was nice to be recognized. 6 months later I was training a guy who was as useless as a screen door on a submarine for the job title I was supposed to be promoted to. When I confronted said boss about it, he told me, if you think my job is so faking easy, you do it. I told him that I literally already was, and asked him what he had done in the past year, except hire Mr. Urban Mudflaps, and he went red in the face and told me to get the fuck out of his office. This led to him faking with my team every time he got the chance, just to get under my skin, knowing I couldn't do anything about it. It ended in him literally standing on a table and calling me a pompous little sheet with bold fists raised in front of our entire staff. During a meeting in which he announced another schedule change that would be inconvenient for everyone but his two favorite employees, and I told him that it was a bad idea because sacrificing the work-life balance of 8 employees for 2 was a bad idea. He then demanded I come up with a better schedule that worked for everyone, and I did so, and emailed it to him later that day. So I quit for a job that paid twice as much, asked half as many regular hours that I found after literally 3 days of job hunting. During my exit interview, hours told me I should have told them what went down with that guy months before, and they could have probably fixed the problem, but since I was leaving, someone else would need to file a complaint for anything to happen. He scheduled an all-hands meeting where he lied to everyone and told them that he offered me the position of manager and that I had turned him down, and then presented the schedule I had emailed him as his idea. He and Paper Tiger reach over $1 million stock when the company sold 4 years later. Yeah, I'm still pissed, but I learned some very important things. The phrase hostile work environment, how to speak to ours in the future, and to get any and all promises from management in writing. Not that it would have changed anything in this case. Paper Tiger, douchebag boss, and the CEO were all college buddies, I later found out. Back in 8th grade, we had a student teacher leading a class debate on whether money leads to happiness. I don't remember what side I was arguing, but it really didn't matter because it was like 4 students against 20. I was with the 20. I remember the student teacher saying that she didn't want to argue for us and let us make our own arguments. Well, I had been raising my hand as instructed to speak, but I kept getting put on hold as someone else in my group would answer, and when the other group could no longer answer, the teacher started arguing for them. I don't mean just once, but it got to the point where it was probably about a 15-minute back and forth between my group and the student teacher, and the other group was silent. Most were no longer even paying attention. I finally got a chance to speak, so I said my point. I don't even remember what it was, GBH, and then said something along the lines of, I know you said you don't want to argue, but that's literally what you are doing right now. I had the actual teacher yell my name, say how inappropriate I was being, and then compare me to my best friend in the class, who had been completely quiet, and tell me that that kind of smart-ass comment and behavior was what she expected of him. Then said he may be rubbing off on me, and that she didn't like it. My friend looked so sad, and I just wanted to go off, but class ended at that moment, and the whole class was both in awe for what I said, and how the actual teacher responded. I still get mad about it, because the student teacher never acknowledged what she was doing, and I was forced to apologize by multiple people, to both teachers for my behavior. I then asked the teacher who yelled at me to sign a letter of recommendation for a high school application, and she was in such surprise that she actually did. I told her she didn't have to, I would apply either way, and likely get in, but I had asked her earlier, and she told me to wait, so I figured I would at least follow up. I do not regret saying the things I did, I just wish I would made them listen more and not taken what they said to me. Oh, so many things. When I was 12, my dentist recommended that my parents take me to an orthodontist. Dad tossed the referrals aside and forgot about it. Every 6 months for the next 2 to 3 years, dentist sent me home with a referral to an orthodontist, and every time, my dad and Step Monster refused to even make an appointment or see about a payment plan or anything. They decided that my teeth aren't that bad and they weren't going to pay for it. As an adult, dental insurance doesn't usually cover braces, maybe at 50%. Because I've been focusing on things like paying the mortgage and keeping the lights on, I have never really been able to afford to get my teeth fixed. Still salty AF. At my high school, we only had 6 class periods each day and there wasn't room in the schedule for orchestra, so if you wanted orchestra, you had to take it as an early bird class. They offered it an hour before school actually started. So our class rankings were based on a points system, 0.5 for a remedial class, 1.0 for a standard class, 1.5 for honors classes. I noticed the top 10 to 15 kid in each class were mostly orchestra students. If I had known in 5th grade, when they introduced musical instruments to us, that playing violin might have popped me up another 5 or 10 people higher in the ranking, I would have taken it. But the salutatorian and the valedictorian of my class were orchestra students. I don't think it's fair that there was only one early bird class, it was a specialized elective class, and that it counted toward class rank. Salty. This one is really petty. When I first moved to my fair city, all the utilities including garbage and recycling pickup are owned by the city. The garbage service was outstanding. They picked up twice a week. Once a week, the dudes would come by your house, drag your can out to the curb for you. Then after the truck went through, and the cans were all emptied, they'd send out a couple guys to drag all the cans back to wherever they found them. Eventually, the city discontinued this service. You can still get it if you pay an additional $25 per month, which I do, because I'd gotten out of the habit of caring which day was garbage day, because the city worried about it for me. Salty. Oh, one more. So, in 8th grade, the science teacher had declared that nobody could get an A in his class without doing a science fair project. I had no interest, and really, no support at home. I couldn't conceive how I was supposed to do a science fair project. I'd never done one and he didn't give us any guidance or anything in class. There was never a here's how you figure out how to do a science fair project and here's some ideas class or anything. He just straight up said that at the beginning of the year and then never brought it up again. Fast forward to the end of the school year and the grade cards come out, and guess who got all straight A's for the entire year in all my classes, except for one got a B in science. I ended the school year with 105% out of a scale of 100 because I'd done extra credit projects thinking that would make up for ignoring the science fair. Nope, fuck you Mr. Whistler and your stupid science fair. Naciel. In high school I went on an overpass school field trip and the rule was that in the hotel boys and girls were allowed to hang out in the same room, so long as the door was open, so that the chaperones could make sure nothing inappropriate was going on. My girlfriend came to my room to hang out with me and my buddies. The two of us were laying next to each other on the bed with our heads propped up on the headboard watching TV with my friend sitting elsewhere in the room when this ultra-conservative chaperone pops his head in the room and tells the two of us that we are too close. So we sat up and scooted apart, and he seemed appeased and left. Maybe an hour later the chaperone came back and told her that it's time for her to go to her own room and she did. No questions asked. The next day I get called to the teacher's room, where I find out that the chaperone had told them that he caught us doing stuff on the bed. So I got yelled at for a while for behaving inappropriately despite having done nothing wrong. Of course this incident gave us a reputation among the other teachers that followed us throughout the rest of high school. The stupidest part is that there were a bunch of students having sex on that trip, but they simply closed the door to the room, so they never got caught. Mrs. Mayfield. I had a sewing class in school when I was like 15. This beach Mrs. Mayfield was faking ancient, and she was mean. She'd cry to the principal about being bullied, even though there were maybe 3 kids in the entire class. Well, she made us sit in a group and do some stupid needlework project. The girl beside me was texting. Mayfield caught her texting, then demanded for my phone. At the time I had a little shitty non-smartphone thing that didn't lock. I said no and explained the girl beside me was texting, not me. My phone was off and in my pocket. She called me a liar and dragged me out of my seat grappling with me till she got my phone. Then this stupid faking teacher left with it, like left the room. So I walked out to the principal's and demanded my phone back and explained the situation. He calls her over the loudspeaker. Maybe 20 minutes later she shows up with my phone. It's turned on and messages I hadn't even seen were opened, and messages I knew I had been deleted. Pictures had been deleted, and my mum's contact was gone. I freaked the fuck out. She said it was in her rights as a teacher to go through my phone. I of course called my mom and rose faking hell about the situation. I had sensitive text messages about some family health things that were happening that this stupid bitch had no right to read. Vim still salty about her stealing my faking phone and grabbing me out of my chair just to get at it. She was on watch. The principal didn't do shit about her after the incident. From that day on I went from a typically decent student to an absolute piece of shit in her class. Fuck you Mrs. Mayfield, you stupid wrinkled cunt. Go back to your crypt and stay there. In the 7th grade our English teacher gave us a creative writing assignment of what do you want to be when you grow up, with a particular emphasis on the fantastical. So, being the literature loving nerd that I am, my topic was I want to be Dr. Doom. Went all out on research, peppered my essay with Richards, the whole shebang. When she passed back the papers the following week, I mentioned that she hadn't returned mine. In response, she publicly shames me in front of the entire class, claiming that my topic was inappropriate. Why did you choose a villain? You cold bean Spider-Man or Captain America or even Venom? After class, she explains that she was legitimate scared that I, a straight A student / comic book nerd who never got a detention, was going to go full Columbine, and this paper was the warning shot. Mind you, I never said I wanted to kill people or hurt others. I just wanted to be Dr. Doom, the most powerful Marvel character of all time and the friggin' inspiration for Darth Vader. To acquiesce her, and she really was pushing it with the school shooter sheet. I rewrote the paper, this time saying that I wanted to be a time traveler. Fast forward to today, and not only did Doom literally save the 616 Marvel universe, sorta, in Secret Wars, but in many realities, Doom is the savior of mankind. In summation, fuck you Ms. R, or was it F? For an English teacher who even acknowledged Venom as an anti-hero, you should be ashamed at not realizing the true power of Victor Von Doom. When I was a young boy. Cue music. Nah seriously, when I was a kid we had this fruit juice in Holland called Taxi. It still exists, but it used to have this jungle themed brand, and it came in this cartons. You could cut off the ears of the cartons if you folded them up, and you could save these. If you had X amount and a bit of money for shipping costs, you could send them to Taxi and order from a range of merchandise. Now for this to make sense, you gotta realize that it would require like 100 cartons worth of drinks just to get one of the pieces, and I ended up getting pretty much all of them. From what I remember there were a bunch of inflatable things like a raft, a crocodile and some kinda chair. All of these had been carefully ticked off the list until I got to the final one. The piece de resistance. A watch with a compass, or thermometer and some other nifty gadgets on it. This one was by far the most expensive, and undoubtedly turned my insides yellow in the process of attaining it. Fast forward to me bringing it to school to impress all my mates, and I walk out to the schoolyard. I'm just showing it to some people as some kids around me are playing tag. Then all of a sudden I feel something yank down my arm. I turn around and it's Nick, bloody Nick. He'd been playing tag and ran around me while trying to hold on to me to slow down or something. In doing so he'd grabbed my arm and tore off my watch, which then fell and shattered on the ground. 4 whole months of drinking juice just shattered on the floor. Nick, you heartless cunt. I still wake up sweating at the mere memory, you spineless sack of shit. I joined the army at an age when most people are getting out. So I was fairly older than most of the people my rank, and the way the army's promotions work, if you're in a job that has a ton of people then it's sort of hard to get promoted. I was a medic. Every single unit has medics. So I can say that there's probably more medics than any other job in the army. So there I was stuck at an E4 rank, at least 10 years older than most of the other E4s, just waiting for my turn to be promoted. I was really on the edge of getting my stripes at this point and pretty much made it to E4. I started at the lowest E1 rank as quickly as possible. There was another E4 in my platoon who was a corporal. I was a specialist. The only real difference between us was that he was technically an NCO. I never got promoted to corporal because our unit was fairly busy and it just never came up. I didn't really mind since the pay was the same and our responsibilities were pretty much the same as well. Anyway, and I don't know why really, this corporal decided he didn't like me. He went out of his way to single me out for extra details, duties, and punishments. The thing that really pissed me off is that, while I wasn't perfect, I was pretty damn squared away and never even had a negative counseling statement my entire career. I was always in the top 10% for PT scores. All the other enlisted medics in the platoon liked me and always volunteered to work any detail I was put in charge of, and I was rated sharpshooter or expert every time I qualified with my rifle and pistol. Shit. Even though it took me 3 tries, I even managed the miraculous feat of getting my expert field medical badge. I mean, this corporal was totally high speed though, and was constantly trying to get into the Rangers and the Special Forces. I remember when he left for a few weeks for the SFQ course. It was the only relief I had for the last 8 or 9 months, since he decided to fuck with me. He washed out and came back with a vengeance. It got so bad our platoon sergeant had to call him out and ask why he was constantly riding my ass. Anyway, I got really sick a few weeks before we were going to ship out for Iraq, and it revealed a genetic condition which ultimately put me out of the army. But fuck that one Abe SF douchebag. I never did shit except work hard and be cool to all the guys I worked with. Seriously, I was the type of soldier all the other guys would say, oh, SPC, punch beard. Yeah, that dude's cool. Nobody could say different. Except this fact. When I was about 13, my dad's family decided to plan a trip to St. Lucia. It's where my grandparents were born, and I hadn't been in 5 or 6 years also. Everyone went, from my grandparents right down to the grandchildren. Naturally this would include me, right? Nope. I don't live with my dad and somehow I got left behind. He took my younger brother, which I'm mostly fine with, since he lives with my dad and the kid had never been before. But here's the kicker. His girlfriend went too. This woman wasn't Saint Luckian by birth, nor by heritage now. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to gate anyone from visiting the country. You can be purple with gold sparkles for all I care, but I feel like it's a bit scummy to take your girlfriend who has no attachment to the country over your own son, who has been vocally longing to return. But it gets worse. Not only did I get left behind, but his girlfriend's brother went. Her brother, who is probably older than my dad, yet somehow doesn't seem to have any hobbies besides hanging out with his sister and her partner, my dad. So in other words, out of my entire family, extended family, and fringe relations that truly have no business going on a family holiday, I was the only person that didn't go, and I haven't been back to St. Lucia since I was roughly 7 due to money constraints. Just a tad salty about that one. My neighborhood has a couple of stray cats that wander over into my backyard, eat the pool lizards, pee everywhere and have loud cat sesh under my shed. I got a brand new truck too large to fit into my garage, so I leave it outside 2 days after purchasing it. There's a dead bird on the hood and cat scratch marks where they were having a cat party on it and scratching everything. No idea where they live, and I doubt complaining to the owners would make any difference. Each year around spring, magically a ton of kittens show up after a week or 2 of super loud cat orgies outside while I'm trying to sleep at 3 AM. Animal control won't come out for cats. They sold me a trap. I trapped one of them. They came out to collect it. Instead they scanned the cat's microchip and said they would return it to its owner. Cat was back the next day. Animal control says they can't do anything about it. They aren't strays, they are pets. Every time I see a cat thread on Reddit about feeding some fat ugly stray I sort by top or controversial, and see 5 or 10 cats shouldn't be outside with valid arguments about local wildlife, spread of disease, and whatnot, all with 421,900,124 downvotes. Guess there's a worldwide toxoplasmosis pandemic going on and only a few of us survivors have a natural genetic immunity to it or something. I just want other people's animals off my property, so the birds and lizards and whatnot around my porch to stay alive, to not have my car scratched up, to not have the entire outside area smell like cat urine, or have blood and God knows what else sprayed on the sides of my house. Fuck me right. I just remembered one. I was good at drawing in class. One project at primary school was we were put into groups and had to draw paint a planet in its likeness with stuff related to what they were named after. I really wanted Pluto. Pluto was a planet back in the 80s/90s for obvious reasons, and this was given to a girl called Chloe. Beach Bud was probably a nice girl. I was so miffed. In the end I was given the worst one, Jupiter. I was not allowed to draw the Roman god as I was 8 and the others wouldn't have recognized it. In the end we painted an awesome Jupiter with a cartoon pit cut out of the top, with a drooping leaf dropping dew down it, hitting a cartoon guy on the head, exclaiming dew, pit. It sounds cool, but I thought it was super lame. My teacher later said she chose me to do that one cause I was the best at a challenge. It was daft, but I always felt put down not getting the chance to draw something cool for the wall of our classroom. I later got to do something amazing in my final year at a different school. Read on. This was the same teacher who I reported to when Sane Chloe fell over badly in pay when doing star jumps or something stupid. She fell off a bench and cut her leg, as she had not seen. She proceeded to scream at me to get back in line and said I was making excuses not to join in because I was too fat and stupid. After a nasty meeting with the head teacher, who my mum knew well as a teacher of the main secondary school, not long after this incident and a spat with another teacher on the way out, my mum took me out of that school. In 5th grade, I had been carefully grooming an unlikely friendship with one of the more popular girls in our grade. When it came time for her much hyped birthday party, I waited in anticipation for my personalized envelope. We had spent days talking, laughing, working on homework together. This was my moment. Surely, she would take all of that into account when finalizing the list, right? The day comes, and I'm absolutely giddy to get my invitation. I already know what I'm going to wear, and what I'm going to get her as a present. I watch her pass the golden tickets out to a few people in the class and think, yes, I'm next. She walks by. Okay, she's probably got a particular order going on here. Hours pass, still waiting. The final bell rings, and I'm standing at my locker. She walks up to her friend, whose locker is right next to mine. Here we go, I think to myself, having already practiced my excited, albeit cool and gracious, acceptance. She hands an invite to her friend and suddenly catches me in the eye. She sees my expectance and says, oh, throw it away now 001. I left yours at home. I'll bring it tomorrow. I say, oh, okay, it's cool. Tomorrow came and went. She was using me to do her homework the entire time. Well, fuck you, Caitlin. I hope your birthday sucked. When I enrolled at the Art Institute, they insisted that we all buy supply kits. Being naive and wanting to have an advantage, as well as they pushed it was cheaper than going a la carte, I bought it. I was a digital filmmaking and video production major. The kit for my major was several large pads of different types of paper, 2 different sized black markers, some charcoal pencils, some graphite, a compass, a metal yardstick, 2 different erasers, and a very small USB. That USB was really the only thing relevant to my program. My first class where I really needed to bust this kit out, and really the only one, was color fundamentals. First day the professor tells us we need colored pencils. I had to spend my last $10 that evening to even participate in class. I bitched about the lack of color pencils both via official means and unofficial means my entire 4 years there. The shittiest part was the audio majors received Pro Tools, a 1TB hard drive, headphones, a Zoom recorder, and a microphone. I think there may have also been another software offered to them. Audio and possibly game art were the only 2 majors given the external hard drive in their kits, and the school was fully aware that the DFVP program depended on computers for the majority of their work. The excuse given to us was always they're working on giving you guys better kits, but it takes time and money. I wasted over $300 on shit I did not need. I worked, and still do, as a shift supervisor at Starbucks. One of the many managers I had was absolutely terrible. She never really did her job. She didn't coach. She left early every day and worked the exact same shift free, which is against policy, as manager need to work a variety of hours to ensure they know what's up, etc. Anyways, I was training, running the floor as well as dealing with a conflict of my own with a different supervisor. It was a classic opener versus closer conflict. We rarely worked together, but this day we spent a good 3 hours together on the floor. I was helping the girl until, and she had been there for a few months. She just had a quick questions which I answered directly to her. I did not acknowledge the customer as it was a simple question, and I was busy doing my routines. Well, the customer being helped turned out to be a different store manager and was apparently appalled because of my lack of smile and efforts towards making the moment right. She then emailed my manager telling her about the terrible customer service that she'd witnessed. She was completely tactless and just ripped me apart. My manager then decided that instead of asking me about it, or even just talking to me privately, she printed out the email and wrote her own paragraph about how it was unacceptable and posted it for the entire store to read and sign. The email discussed one person. Not the team, not the floor, just me. It was grossly inaccurate, and perhaps had the manager stayed more than 30 seconds, she would have noticed that the barista on till was 95% trained and was complete capable of working on her own. Still to this day, I cannot get over the entirety of the situation. I'm embarrassed and mad. I'm the only one who still works for Starbucks, and I do not believe that the company itself could have necessarily prevented the situation. It was just an unfortunate chain of shitty managers that had thankfully moved on in their careers. Lots of little things I guess, but the one that sticks with me was on my 14th or 15th birthday. All my best friends meet up at my house. Let's call these friends A, C, and average. We play volleyball for a bit and apparently A is in a bad mood and wants to be alone just to talking to Av and C but not me. Whatever, won't let it hinder my day. Went to Pizza Hut with friends on the assumption we'd all chip in and pay. Her and her sister ordered the most expensive and abundance of items. I shrugged it off because like I said I thought we were all splitting it. Check arrives and apparently A and her sister can't pay anything because all she has saved up is enough for their tickets to the movies we're going to. I end up paying the most. Get dropped off by mom at the movies and unfortunately I mistook the wrong movie theater because the movie we wanted to see wasn't playing there. I thought no biggie, we can just see a different one since we're already here. I forget which one it was, but I picked the only decent one and nobody except Av's sister wanted to go see it with me. Her sister. She wasn't even my friend, and yet she wanted to be nice and see it with me, something not one of my best friends could even do. A's excuse was that she was going to see it with her dad next week and didn't want it ruined for her. None of my other friends spoke up to watch it with me either. They just sat outside with A for her dad to come pick them up. I concede and go with them outside to wait too. We are picked up by her dad and the whole way home they are teasing me about picking the wrong theater. It didn't make me feel good. Since we ditched the movie, we instead go rent something at Redbox with C's account. We picked 2 movies I guess, and I wanted to watch a specific one, but they argued for if I stay, they went with that one. Couldn't even pick a damn rented movie on my birthday. Go to my place for a sleepover, and we're all laying on the couch watching If I Stay, except me. I'm cleaning, which was my choice by the way, and I make snacks and egg all the yule to ask me to make something for her. Yeah right, I'm like fuck that. End up falling asleep and A's asleep on the couch with my blanket, which I don't really mind because it was cold and she didn't bring one. I'm trying to touch her hand in a playful manner, but she just withdraws and ignores me. Has a goddamn attitude when she wakes up, even though she in my house, with my blanket, on my couch. Everyone left after morning breakfast and I didn't really feel like I had fun. When I thought about it more afterwards I just became so pissed off and angry that I had such a shitty unfair day on my birthday. That day and them especially on that day. I wish I hadn't spoken up about it then. In elementary school, whenever we had to write and illustrate an original story I would pen another chapter of Ned the Robot which described the adventures of this humanoid robot walking in the woods, building a house, talking to animals, now robot stuff. I really liked writing these stories and wasn't too bad at the illustrations. I got a lot of praise for these and took a lot of pride in them, making nice covers and binding them with wallpaper scraps we had in the craft bin. The robot was even named after my real life best friend. Well, after years of this happy creativity there was a program in which high school students would come by once a week to do activities with us. Some goth looking loser was assigned to me and told to help me write a story. I did not need his dumbass helping me with the story as I was clearly on my way to being a published author, what with the incredible demand for more NTR content, but this tool needed community service hours, and I was stuck with him. Of course he twisted my inspiring tale of Ned exploring a haunted house while learning of and overcoming fear into a dark yarn involving discovered body parts, blood, and eventually Ned being electrocuted and falling out of an upper window into a mud puddle. This sick pimply fact was insistent that it conclude with Ned was dead. I was fighting back tears finishing the illustrations. Furious that I was forced to kill off my genius beloved character and avatar of my boyfriend, while these talentless hacks all around me were giggling and not so casually rubbing up against smoking high school babes. My 4th grade arch nemesis was insistent he touched a boob, and I got railroaded by some gloomy reject. I tried once or twice after that to come up with new stories, but after Ned's untimely demise my spirit was broken. I was done with writing forever. Fuck that guy. Years ago I had a roommate completely fuck me in a single night. I'm a guy, she was a girl, totally platonic, met her through work, 2-bedroom apartment. Like many people I was living paycheck to paycheck, and so was she. She had an internet boyfriend that lived out of state that she had never met. One night she tells me that he asked her to move in with him, and she said yes. He was going to be there in the morning. At this point he had been driving to her for 2 days. She never said a word until now. This was on the 28th of the month. I had given her end already. I gave her cash for my portion of the bills and never looked at them. Idiot move on my part. For the next month, and she said she had given to him to help him pay his next month's rent. She then told me she hadn't paid utilities in 2 months and had been sending the cash I gave her to her boyfriend to help pay his bills. She told me I could stay there until the apartment management kicked me out. She didn't care either way. The power and water was due to be shut off within 48 hours. I spent 5 days living in the cold in the dark before a buddy took me in. I still, years later, get filled with rage thinking about it. To add insult, when mutual friends called her on it, made up stories about me stealing from her. I got messed around with at school with my math. In 9th grade I was put into the 2nd highest class. At our school the way the levels worked was, the higher the class the more on a subject was covered in a faster pace. There was one subject in particular I got stuck on and was struggling to understand, and the teacher was too focused on the rest of the class and wouldn't help because I should be able to learn this. I couldn't keep up with the class and fell behind, so obviously when the tests came up I failed hard. Due to how low my scores were, the school dropped me down to the lowest level. While in that class I completed the semester's worth of work in a week. After a while the teacher of that class said you shouldn't be this low and got me moved straight back to my old class 2 weeks before another test. Because I hadn't been in the class I failed the test again and got moved straight back down to the lowest. For a while this happened over and over until the end of the year when I was put into the base level but still failed because I hadn't learnt anything due to the moves. 10th grade came around, and because of how hard I failed I was put into the lowest again. The teacher decided to enforce the learning of our times tables by memory instead of doing the subjects we were meant to learn. We all failed tests because instead of learning the subjects, we were doing our timetables. Other teachers started stepping in after we all started complaining, but whenever they did, our teacher would actually teach, so he wouldn't get the boot. None of us were allowed to move out of the lowest class because we were failing tests we hadn't learned the contents. Grade 11 and 12 were horrible for math, mainly because I just couldn't pick anything up, and I, to be fair, had given up on learning at that point. TLDR, lost pace of math lessons, wasn't given help, moved back and forth between levels of math for a year, forced to learn timetables, and gave up on the subject. When I was in 5th grade I was in the cafeteria at my assigned tables waiting for my group to be taken to our assigned after school program location. I distinctly remember seeing a kid drop $1 right under his seat from across the cafeteria. Seeing that he never noticed that he had dropped $1, I started devising a plan in my head for how I could slickly get this money and keep it for myself. We were the last group to be picked up, and as soon as our chaperone came I sprung my plan into action. I went to line up with the other kids, but took the long way and pretended to fall, making sure that my right hand landed on the dollar bill so I could quickly palm it. I quickly stand up and check the bill to see what it was actually worth. In my hand I had my first ever $20. I was ecstatic. I immediately started daydreaming about all the different things I could buy, because now I was rich. I quickly got in line and this little girl Sarah goes, "Ms. I don't remember the name. Wessex found $20. The teacher looks at me and immediately asks me, "Wessex, did you find $20? I tell her that I did. "Give it to me," she says, putting her hand out so I can give her the money I found. I already didn't like this teacher, but this settled everything. She was the worst teacher ever. The next day, while we were in our after school program, she whips out what she spent my money on. My teacher decided to go out of her way to buy everyone chocolate chip cookies and milk, both of which I hated at that age. I will never forget how close I was to being rich and finally getting to buy what I want without having to ask my parents. In the 4th grade we had to have our parents sign off on our homework each week. My mother was never concerned with how my sister and I were actually doing, all too busy with work or partying to care, and mindlessly scribbled her initials on one particular week's homework sheet. My mother has terribly illegible handwriting, especially when she's in a hurry and signing her name. One Monday, my teacher called me after class to show me the homework sheet I had turned in that morning and tells me that she knew I had forged mother's initials and clearly hadn't done my homework. So I insisted that my mom did in fact scribble the illegible signature. Giving me a look of pure disbelief, she called my mom, told her, from her own perspective, that I was forging her signature to avoid homework and that I was lying to get out of detention. She never actually asked my mother if I was doing homework. My mother, again not recalling that she had just signed off on my homework the night before, like it happened in the Twilight Zone, exclaimed, "Well, if she didn't do her homework then detention sounds fine to me." To this day my mother and I have a very strained relationship. I point to this as a pivotal defining moment in our mother-daughter relationship. She still laughs about the week of detention I served because of her sloppy handwriting and parenting skills. I'm 31 now. 4th grade was a long time ago. Actually, more recently, this girl was very close friends with my brother, now deceased, may his soul rest in peace, and I reckon we were friends too because we all hung out together and partied and met up at club etc. point, even though she was older. So my parents renovated our bathroom and my mom made a deal with this girl's father that he would fix our roof and he would get our old bathroom equipment as payment, an agreement that I was unaware of. So he comes to the house to do measurements and my parents were away. He does the measurements and asks about the bathroom stuff, and I told him I don't know, I think we going to sell it. Then I noticed he came with a pickup and had workers with him, so I asked him if he could please throw away this black bags at the landfill, and he said it's fine. Next day I get a long message from this girl telling me off about how rude I'm to treat her father, as if he is just a general worker, that I can tell what to do etc. point, and that she's sick of me being rude to her whenever I'm with her, and she wants nothing to do with me, and told me how my brother would be turning in his grave for the way I treat her blah blah blah. I told her straight that I merely asked her father with please and thank yous and didn't mean any respect. I told her that she is the only one out of all my friends to say something like that. My friends and I are all very honest with each other and reprimand each other if are out of hand. To note also, my personality might not be the most appealing as I'm a honest guy that just tells things like it is without sugarcoating it to you, and some people might not find that the nicest, but I'm not as rude as this girl says I am. I basically told her to leave my dead brother out of this and to just leave my life because I really don't want her in my life. Even now as I write this I'm upset that she can accuse me of being so disrespectful to her father for bringing my dead brother into any of this and going around asking my friends what's wrong with me etc., which backfired in her as all my friends think she is crazy, and she still had the audacity to say I didn't choose for your parents to call me their daughter when my parents never said any of that. TLDR, girl who was best friends with my brother and tells everyone she is a daughter in my family accuses me of disrespecting her father and her. Side note, as an evil thought I really want to tell her that the only reason she accompanied me to go visit my mom overseas was because her family loaned us a substantial amount of money which we paid back. I used to work for a charity that collected comic books and gave them to children's groups and schools to promote literacy. I had been doing it for a couple of years and was nominally the vice president, but as it turned out I was basically nothing. When I was moving to Seattle I asked the head dude if I could store my comics at his place until I had a permanent residence. He said okay. My collection was bomb as I had Fantastic 4-1, 4-16, first appearance of Mickey Mouse, and tons of other good shit, including stuff I had slated to give my sister for her graduation that year. I had Platinum Age Buster Brown stuff for Chris' sake. My collection had some nuggets. Anyway, at some point he says he was looking through my stuff and he wants to trade me for some. I said sure, figure out what you want and we can discuss it. Eventually I go to get my stuff from him and he has cleaned out my premium stuff. This was tens of thousands of dollars worth of stuff. He hands me a freaking IOU. I'm like what? For fun, it should be noted that while he was stealing my shit and selling it, I was homeless. The thing is, given the circumstances, what could I do? If I get pissed at him, that guarantees he won't pay me back. In hindsight, I should have gotten pissed because he never did. Not only that, but he still operates that charity and paints me to be the bad guy somehow. So my parents had a car all their kids would share. My sister made all the grandiose plans for after graduating college. That all fell through, and she moved back home. I had to take the bus because she needed it for work when I was going to college and working almost full time. The bus didn't go all the way to work, so I would have to walk about a mile every day to get there, and my sister would act like she was doing me some huge favor for picking me up, even though I know if the buses still ran that late at night, that's what I'd be doing. I did this every year of college except the last year when she moved out. I could finally use a car and ran all kinds of errands and picked my younger bro up at school, etc. I graduated and got full-time work, and suddenly, my brother needed the car to go to school. This was bullshit. I had to take the bus to college and work all those years because my sister was working, but here, my brother who didn't work and the bus went straight to his college campus got to drive the damn car because my mom didn't think he could handle riding the bus. It was bus city for me again. I was then berated because I needed rides because the buses didn't run after 7 PM in the area I was working. Finally got my own car, and even though my sister didn't live with us, it was still expected of me to drive her places with no reimbursement. So glad I don't have to live with these people anymore. This is probably already buried, but I'm still salty AF about it, so here we go. Husband and I both worked a summer Shakespeare in the Park gig. We loved the work and the mission of the company. Our second year in a row with the company, and a new artistic director, basically the leader and public face of the company, was hired. During the off-season the storage space had been robbed, a ton of lighting and sound equipment got stolen. My husband had been the master electrician and had already been hired on again, so they asked him to help figure out what replacements to buy. Money is tight, but he does his best and orders what he thinks they need, clearing everything with the production manager before $sign exchanged hands. The season is hugely ambitious, but goes off without a hitch. During wrap-up husband makes sure to tell the new AD that he'd love to be back again next summer, and AD confirms they'll be sure ask husband first. Hooray. Or so we thought. Next spring rolls around, but we still hadn't received any official word. After much pestering, the AD admits they hired someone else, the girl who had been husband's assistant before. AD claims the designer requested her specifically, so he deferred to the designer despite he and my husband's verbal agreement. We were both really disappointed. They are not going to hire me but not him, but what can you do? Twist, husband and I happen to be pretty great friends with the girl hired. There's no hard feelings, and the next time we are all hanging out, she asks my husband why he turned down the position. What? Apparently, the AD, not the designer, approached the girl to offer her the job. She initially turned it down because she knew my husband wanted it. But then the AD told her husband had turned it down already. What the fuck? So she accepted. Why, you ask? Turns out, when husband was ordering all the new supplies for the season, the AD thought he ordered too many lamps, theatrical light bulbs. Instead of approaching husband about it, like an adult, he just assumed husband was being frivolous with the money and disrespectful. What really gets me is that the whole issue could have been remedied with a single conversation. We could even have returned some lamps and gotten $sign back. Instead, the AD internalized his assumption all year and took the first opportunity to drop my husband without once speaking to him about it. Then he lied to my husband's face and to our friend because he didn't even have the balls to own his choice. A faking tool and a coward, and because of him neither of us will get work at a company we loved again. TLDR, my husband and I got cheated out of a job because the director was too chicken to ask him about some light bulbs he bought. Had an awfully subjective teacher in religion. A weirdo who only knew how to laugh at his own jokes, got mad over the smallest noise, and would used a lot more time explaining and belittling those who wasn't quiet than the actually abruption did. Also he was unorganized, and I'm sure the only reason he hasn't been fired yet is because he was also a musician teacher and had a lot to do with the music events held at the school. Remember one time my two mates and I were playing on our laptops, which I admit you shouldn't be doing in class, and he told us to close it down. I wanted to use 5 seconds to close the game down, but before I even got to move the mouse he slammed his faking fist down on my table, knocking my drinking yogurt all over my laptop. Guess it was because I didn't immediately look up as he told us to, but after that I did look him dead in the eyes and told him to calm down. He looked away first like the little beach he was. When I left class I could hear him complain that I didn't clean the yogurt from the table. You clean it, you miserable old fuck. That was the last time I went to religion for the rest of the semester. I couldn't stand listening and learning anything from that faker's mouth. Well, exams came around, and religion was one of them. I went in and delivered what I thought was good enough for me. I spoke with a classmate afterwards about the things he had mentioned when he was in, and he didn't say half the shit I did. Yet in the end he got a better grade than me. I remember, right after getting my score, the examinator asked if I felt that was right to me. I didn't want to seem pathetic or helpless in the eyes of the prick, so I told her yeah, but in hindsight I wonder why she asked. None of my other examinators asked if I agreed with the score, so something tells me she didn't, and the son of a bitch had been insistent on getting me a lower mark. Today none of it really has any significance on my life, but I will always be salty about not trying to shut him up. For someone who teaches religion I'm certain he is going to hell. In 6th grade, we had periods of my schedule. First period was English, second was history, third was science, fourth was math, and fifth was reading, to prepare us for middle school. There were 4 groups of students, so each teacher could have one planning period. The school's officer came to the reading classes to do the DARE program, so my class had it last, since reading was a last period. I don't remember how many class periods the DARE program actually lasted, but it felt long and painful. We were to be rewarded for our time and efforts with a game of kickball with the officer. The kickball day finally rolls around, and the earlier reading sections are all talking about how much fun it was. 5th period comes around, and the officer is in the room. He tells us that there is an emergency at one of the middle schools, and he has to leave, but he will schedule another day with our reading teacher in the next couple of weeks to come back and play kickball with us. He faking didn't. He still came to our school regularly too. He also continued to be the school resource officer for my schools up through 12th grade. Everyone loved him at my high school. Always high-fiving him in the hallways and joking around with him and whatnot. Not me. I just death stared him every time I saw him, even when I saw him at Walmart years later, when I came home to visit from college. I still wish I had the balls to say something to him in high school, to let him know he crushed my dreams, stole my time without paying for it, and fostered a deep-seated distrust of police officers in me. Oh, and I did all of the drugs in college, except the life-ruining ones, obviously pills, meth, heroin, PCP, etc. For most of my early childhood, until I was in 4th grade, I moved around every 6 months, 1.5 years due to my mom's job. No, not military, So, I was forced to be the new girl almost my entire childhood, which was really difficult for me because I was shy, and when I'd transfer school mid-year, everyone had their friend group already and no one wanted me. So, to set the scene, it's first grade. I'm new girl again in a class I really like because the teacher was super duper nice, but I barely speak to anyone. The only girl who talks to me is this super outgoing girl with a strawberry blonde bowl cut who had broken her arm a few weeks prior, so she had a cast. Tabitha. I cling to her. We become inseparable. She has some other friends, of course, but she is quite literally my only friend. After a few weeks, we are wandering the playground at recess and Tabitha was telling me about how it felt to get her cast off after it healed. Our playground had a huge blacktop that separated a tree-covered sitting area with benches from the actual playground. Tabitha and I happened upon her other friends throwing rocks and pebbles and sticks at this other shy, quiet, obese kid from my class named Ryan. He's standing against the school wall sobbing while he's being pelted with stones and sticks. The girls are screaming, "Fatty Ryan and you're disgusting," and the like to him. I'm a deeply empathetic and sensitive child, so I start tearing up. Then, Tabitha runs to her friends and starts joining in. I couldn't believe my eyes. My best friend turned out to be a total monster. I ran up to her and started crying and begging her to stop. She kind of pushed me away with her arm and I grabbed it and tried to lead her away. She screamed and stepped away from me. That was my broken arm. Her little cronies join around her and they start screaming and shaming me. Yeah, that was her broken arm, idiot. I tell Tabitha that she got her cast off, that it's not broken anymore. My grabbing her arm couldn't have hurt her. They start calling me stupid and mean, and how could I not know which arm was broken? I dunno, because neither had a cast on and I couldn't tell left from right yet. They storm off with Tabitha clearly leading the pack. Ryan and I were left staring at each other in shock, both with tears streaming down our faces. He meekly says thank you and runs off. For the rest of recess, Tabitha and her crew wander the playground glaring at me and throwing insults. Whenever they saw me, I cried the entire time. When recess was over and we finally went back inside, Tabitha bolts up to our teacher, Mrs. Colson, and puts on this crying hurt act. Fawn hurt me. She pulled my arm, my broken arm, when she knew which one it was. She knew, teacher. Fawn knew and she still did it. I'm the last kid to wander into class and see Tabitha telling on me. I'm still crying. Mrs. Colson was a badass though and placated Tabitha until she sat down. Tabitha wanted to stand and wait to hear my punishment, but Mrs. C firmly told her to sit down. She bent down and asked me quietly, "Fawn, did you pull Tabitha's arm?" I said yes. I thought this was it. I thought I was done for. She then asks Fawn, "Did you know it was Tabitha's broken arm?" I fervently tell her no. I told her Tabitha was my friend and was being mean to Ryan, so I pulled her arm, but I didn't know. Mrs. Colson winks at me and says loudly, so the whole class can hear, "Go ahead and sit down, Fawn. I'll deal with you after class." She never dealt with me, but Tabitha will forever be one of my most hated people. I'm still salty about every time I lent stuff to my sister, my Tamagotchi, when I was in primary school, which she lost the very same day. It's been 20 years. My first digital camera, which she took to the beach and broke the lens, making the camera unusable. That was about 15 years ago. My camping inflatable mattress, which her cat punctured, and she said it had always been like that. It's been about 5 or 6 years. And a few more things, which she either lost or broke. Last year she asked if she could borrow my tent, since hers was old and in bad shape and she didn't want to buy one then. I flat out told her no. I had just bought that tent. It was expensive. I had used it only a few nights. I did not want to let her use it, and told her why. She always either broke or lost my stuff, not just mine. She did similar stuff with our mum's stuff. Gave her the examples above as a reason why. She went on a monologue about how I was a terrible sister, called me several names, and I simply ignored her. She's 4 years older than me, by the way. My mum later asked me why I didn't let her use my tent and tried to guilt trip me into doing it, like she always does, and I explained and told my mum that there's nothing anyone could say that would change my mind. She could sleep in the cold for all I cared. Speaking of my mum making me lend my stuff to people, she once made me lend my Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone to one of her coworkers' son. Got it back the next day with a he didn't like it, and half of the cover ripped apart. That was 16 years ago maybe. I was and still am so mad about that one, that to this day I don't let anyone borrow any of my books. You wanna read it, you buy it, that's what I do. Day late and a buck short for this, but here it goes. I was a hotel maintenance guy at age 19, before I was deployed to Afghanistan. Left behind a pregnant wife, made it back home for her birth of my oldest, then finished out my tour. As expected, life is really faking rough trying to find a job and support a family. After I got home, I declined to take my old job back, because it pays minimum wage, so I walk into my local beer distributor, and get hired at $10/hour to stock beer at grocery stores. Great, at least it's something. Fast forward a couple months, have another baby on the way, job is going well, and the struggle is still real. We are at a BBQ with other young, in way over their head families and things are fine. Then approaches a guy I've known for a couple years. Wouldn't call him a friend, but we've hung in the same crowd before. This motherfaker's first words out of his mouth are, "Hey, heard you're over at beer company, only making $10/hour. This FAKN guy works at an auto parts store making $11.50/hour. It was such a defeating thing to hear. I was trying so hard to make ends meet and still adjusting back to normal life with a new baby. That was 8 years ago. I'm at the same company, have moved up, and now I'm able to comfortably provide for my family. That same asshole is a professional job hopper now. In all seriousness, I still can't imagine kicking someone like that though. It almost pushed me over the edge when I was at a fragile point mentally in my life. Men and women that are returning home, please know that it does get better and no one is above asking for help. I was in the 5th grade and my granddad was very sick, AMD dying. He was admitted to hospital, so my family went to visit him. I was always very close with him, so I was understandably very upset. I had homework to do that night, but with taking the time to visit my dying granddad and me being so upset, my mum said to just ask to do it tomorrow. Fast forward to the next day at school, I'm sitting at my desk misty-eyed thinking about how my granddad was gonna die. Next minute my teacher is in front of me asking me where my homework was. I tell her why I didn't do it, and she says in front of the whole class that I should have done it while it was at the hospital. I start full on crying and feel incredibly embarrassed. She then says I have lunch detention the next day. While this story still makes me furious, it does have a semi-good ending. I get home and tell my mum, and she sees red. She says not to worry and that it'll all be sorted. Next day at school I'm in class and my mum walks through the door. She goes up to my teacher sitting at the desk and starts yelling at her saying this like, "Who the fuck do you think you are? Don't you dare talk to my son like that. How dare you do that to a child who's obviously going through a rough time etc. It was awesome. The teacher soon after realized what she had done and my detention was called off. They're FB friends now, haha. We are going back probably 15 years here, a long time for me anyway, to when my aunt first bought a house near the beach. We're in the backyard roasting marshmallows and my cousin, who's roughly 3 years older than me, starts waving a flaming marshmallow inches away from my face. I wrench my whole head away. That marshmallow goes in the fire, sheet settles down. A little bit later I see a flaming white hot ball coming towards my face and put my hand up to block it. Sure enough, I miss the stick competently and only manage to hit the marshmallow, now bubbling and liquefying on the end of that stick. Now the faking thing has exploded all over my hand and most of it wrapped around my right index finger. Molten, flaming marshmallow on my hand. Cue the faking panic. My hand is, albeit slightly, on fire right now, and I'm freaking out. It was probably out by the time I got to the door, which wasn't even far away, and I'm running my hand under cold water because now my skin is all burned and sheet. After a bit I'm ready to go back out and obviously I'm off Mars angry and start ripping into my cousin and everybody starts giving me shit for raising my hand. I've noticed this is a trend actually. For whatever reason, I'm always the culprit of whatever shit people do. Sister didn't do the dishes like she was supposed to. That's my fault too. And my mom wonders why I'm staying at school after I found out she'd invited all of our family to our house for St. Patrick's Day dinner. My 6th grade science teacher, Ms. Kendall, really didn't care about teaching. We pretty much watched Bill Nye the Science Guy every day during class, and she would talk on the phone or talk with her teacher friends outside. Then one day she had her projector on and it said, "Please have your textbook out to page 72. I get my textbook out of my backpack, but many kids don't have their textbooks because we hardly use them, or they haven't unpacked their bags yet. As soon as the school bell rings for the period to start, the teacher begins to give everyone without their textbooks out and open a detention. It was over half of the class. It was so ridiculous. This teacher pretty much never cared, and now she suddenly was on this power trip. Pretty much all of my friends and my best friend ended up getting a detention for the same class in a different periods that day. When you get a detention, you have to stand and stare at a wall the whole duration of lunch. I was super bummed because all of my friends were in detention and I was a loner. I ended up meeting up with an acquaintance and hung out with her for my lunch period. I was telling her how much it sucked that I have no friends to hang out with because Ms. Kendall gave everyone detention for no reason. Ms. Kendall ended up hearing me say that, and I got called in to talk to the school's counselor. The school counselor explained to me that Ms. Kendall heard what I said and that she wanted to give me 3 days of detention. My whole face was hot. I was so upset. The counselor said she'd call my parents, and tomorrow at lunch I was supposed to report to detention. I was such a nervous wreck and I was so upset. I never got in trouble and was a goody two shoes. I told my best friend what happened and she thought it was the stupidest thing she ever heard. She ended up voluntarily coming into detention with me those 3 days to stare at a wall right next to me. It was so nice that she wanted to do that. My heart is so full just thinking about how selfless my best friend was. But fuck Ms. Kendall. Petty as teacher. I will never not be salty about that incident. I was the new kid in school, taking honors. We didn't have app, BO. We have our first test, and I get a 110 because of bonus points. The smartest girl in the class gets super upset because she only got a 100 and missed the bonus points. Her dad threw a hissy fit on her behalf and took it all the way to the principal. Turns out, he's a huge donor to the school, so the principal forces my teacher to take off the bonus points. Since they were of material we weren't really taught, it was more of a logic question than a content question. Fast forward to the end of the year, and I come in with the second in the highest grade in the class. She had the first. Beat me by less than 1,000th of a point. Those 10 points would have put me ahead. Also, she ended up beating me for valedictorian by a couple of 10,000ths of a point. We both had 4.0s, so they figured out who was valedictorian and salutatorian by taking our total averages from all our classes and totaling them to decide. Would have also had valedictorian if the principal hadn't been such a pansy. Jokes on her though. Senior year we had to write a poem for our English class and submit it to the state publishers. Winner of the contest among the state's high school students got published. It was her dream to be a writer, but I won the competition. She came in second. I waited until the absolute last minute to give permission for them to publish my work and then declined. They didn't have time to replace it with hers and just published without a winner from my county. She hasn't had an opportunity to get published since, like 8 years. This is gonna be petty, but it still pisses me off. I was once in a wings restaurant. I had been to Allet, like they knew me. Allet, like my room had went so much that his name was on the wall. Well, one day we went and got all the usual food, but our server is new to the restaurant, not to being a server. We ordered a lemonade and they come in decently sized mason jars. Well, I drink one and she brings another one. Then I finish that one, then another, and so forth. The issue is that she never took any of them. In my head I'm thinking she clearly forgot or hasn't realized that she hasn't once picked up a jar. Well, fuck it all, by the 5th jar I literally start stacking them into a second pyramid just to get them out of the way. At this point I had told my 2 friends that this was starting to tick me off. Beach walks on by, sees the mugs and says, "Oh, that's not good, let me unstack those," and she faking leaves them. I was livid. She knew what she was doing and was either so incredibly dense that she didn't take them, or she thought we were just random customers she could mess with. Anyway, we went from going there twice to 3 times a week to going once every few weeks. Ultimately she disappears from the place. I can't remember what I tipped that night though, but I would be surprised if it was anything more than $2. I slowly worked my way up from being a warehouse worker to a mid-level logistics planner / customer service job in the same company. Took a bachelor in logistics and some courses out of my own pocket while I was working. I worked often overtime and took on extra duties. I sometimes even delivered stuff to our clients personally after work, for they really needed it and couldn't get because of our internal routines. So then a purchaser was going to take a year off due to pregnancy and the company was internally looking for candidates. I of course submitted my application with stellar reviews and references from both coworkers and former team leaders. Even got praise from the hiring supervisors and was told that the position was all but mine. Finally my career was going somewhere. Then one day I was pulled into my manager's office, who was one of the people in the hiring team, and he told me that they've come across a better candidate and that he was just supremely qualified. I basically could do 50% of the position already. I knew the logistics system in and out. I knew of every process in our chain intimately. I was crushed. Then I looked up the guy they hired on Facebook, and lo and behold, he's been friends with several of the people in the hiring team, including my manager, for many years. I felt so betrayed and of absolutely no value to anyone at that point. I rage cried when I found out. So the next day I requested to be transferred back down to the warehouse because I couldn't stand working in the same room as the manager and his buddy. Back down to people who appreciate my work and who I am. Over a decade ago, but there was this girl at work. I'll call her Pam. Pam was stupid hot and men were on her like flies on sheet. Remember the TV show Lexx? There was the character Zev Bellringer, and Pam was like a carbon copy of Xenia Seberg. Just dirty, nasty hot, except Pam was really sweet. The only thing really off about Pam was that her teeth were kinda jacked and she talked with a waskly warbid wisp. She'd show up to work in the summer wearing nothing but a skin-tight water skiing suit with the zipper pulled down. Man, she just drips etch. Anyway, guys were kind of aggressive in pursuing her, so I just took the casual approach. We went out for coffee a couple times. I never really tried anything. So one day, after we went for a day hike, I dropped her off at her house and she said, "Come back over after I get a shower. We have a good time, I promise." Wheelie. Then I ran into a friend on the way home. "No bro, don't do that. You can't. She's given like 3 different guys herpes." So I didn't show up. She never spoke to me after that and moved away shortly after. Later on I found out that the friend was lying to weed out the competition. Still kinda wanna punch that guy while simultaneously kick myself in the ass. Sorry for formatting. On mobile, when my sister and I were younger, around 10 and 8 respectively, we went to our cousin's house with our dad. Our aunt had this really nice piano that had been in the family forever, and the whole that side of the family played. One morning my dad came into the kitchen flipping his sheet. Someone had carved a Pac-Man-like figure into the piano, so until someone confessed, there was no games, no playing for me, my sister or our 2 cousins. After like 20 minutes we were bored, and the 4 of us decided to play rock, paper, scissors, and the loser had to confess and cop it. My sister lost and started crying as she walked to the lounge to admit to the crime. Me, being the lovely younger brother I am, saw her crying and said I will take the fall. Got a nice handprint on my eyes from my dad as punishment, no dinner or games, and had to be in bed by 6 for the rest of the weekend. Fast forward 13 years and it's my 21st birthday. We were out in the backyard having a few beers and playing a game where you had to tell a true story that no one knew about. It's my sister's turn and she looks at me and says sorry. Instantly it clicked and I yelled, "You faked up the piano, didn't you?" And she had. She asked me to not tell dad as she's weird and wanted dad to still see her as a goody 2 shoes. Joke's on her though, I told him, and he brought it up in his father of the bride speech at her wedding. Still salty though. TLDR sister whacked up a fancy piano. Let me take the blame. Told me she actually did it 13 years later. When I was in 4th class, whenever my teacher was out of the room, he would assign students to watch over the class. It was all part of a game. There was 4 groups of people, and one person from each group was picked every time. If someone was being good, they got points added to their team, and if someone was being bad, their team would be deducted points. So our teacher was leaving the room, and he left me in charge for our group. So I got up to take charge. Another girl from a different group got up and claimed the teacher said her name instead of mine. Our names sound similar. I explained to her that she was wrong, that the teacher said my name and not hers, and she couldn't possibly be selected because someone from her group was already in charge and no one from mine was. During this commotion, apparently I was being bad, as the rest of the class agreed as to her name was said. I kept explaining the logic as to why it had to be me, because no one in our group would be in charge then. The teacher came back in, noticed I had been very bad according to the other students, and was confused as to why it wasn't me on guard. But don't worry, he still took the points away from my team and we ended up losing that week. Because of it, fuck you Niam, he said my name not yours, you piece of shit. I'm a bit late to the party, but here it is. I was in the 6th grade playing jackpot at recess. For those who don't know how jackpot works, one person throws a ball in the air, and there are a group of people who try to catch the ball in order to become the thrower. Well, at the end of recess, I finally caught the ball, and another kid grabbed my ankle to try and tackle me. I just shook him off my foot, gave the ball back to its owner, and ran inside to go to lunch. Later that day, I get called to the principal's office, and as soon as I enter her office, I see the other kid who tried to tackle me and my principal. Apparently, a lunch aide thought we were fighting and reported it to the principal. I take a seat, and then she proceeds to shame and yell at me because of my violent actions. The other kid and I try to tell her respectfully and with reason what really happened and how it was just a game. And she says to us, well, okay if that is what really happened, but I'm still going to have to give you detention for a couple of days for what happened. When I asked her, wait, but why do I get detention? I don't believe I did anything wrong or against the rules. She then yells at me and extends my detention time to a week. I was 12 then and now I'm 19 and still salty about this event. In my senior year, I was waiting with the other students of an Algebra 2 class I was the teacher's aide for. Glorified high school student teacher. I had finished all my math classes sophomore year. This teacher was rather old and late to class this day, so all the other students started talking about how, if she didn't show up within 15 minutes of class started, they could go home. I explained how this was not true, but in the middle of my explanation a late student came up and asked what we were talking about. I said the myth that if the teacher doesn't show up within 15 minutes, we can go home. Unbeknownst to me, the royal beach of a teacher next door was walking outside when I said that, and only caught the last part of what I had said and just tore into me, saying it wasn't true, that I was dumb, and she had no clue how I had finished all my math classes so early. She insinuated that I had cheated and talked to the principal about it later. Wouldn't let me explain at all, and kept cutting me off. She was the only teacher at a public high school with a PhD, and insisted everyone call her Drive instead of Ms. Of course no one did, because she had this whole holier than thou attitude constantly. I still hate her. Even as a young child I remember being annoyed at how dumb and incompetent my mom apparently thought I was. I'd be engaged in some social situation, either with adults or peers, and she'd assume that I was doing or about to do some ridiculous thing and would swoop in and correct me preemptively. I was always a smart and socially adept child, so I never understood why she thought of me this way. I remember once, when I was about 8, we had another family over to the house around Christmas and a candle fell over and caught a garland on fire in the living room. I noticed and ran into the kitchen to tell my mom, who was chatting with her friend. Mom, Larabold, can't you see I'm in the middle of a conversation? You don't interrupt adults while they're talking. I was never that kind of kid, and at this point I was fed up with how juvenile she always expected me to be. So I thought fuck it, or whatever the 8-year-old equivalent is, and just walked away. I'll let her realize herself a minute or two later that the living room was on fire. I finally brought that up in conversation after 2 decades of being a little annoyed by it still, and she wouldn't believe any of it, including that she used to be really condescending in situations that I was definitely old enough to fully understand. Basically we had this one teacher in primary school who was a bit of a beach, but it was bearable as we didn't have her that often. From what I remember, one day she was letting the girls chill, and she was making us guys work, which is clearly some faking bullshit, but to top it off she made us all face a wall, and naturally I was curious as to what they were doing, so I kept looking back, and she would get pissed off about it. Eventually I looked back, and she slapped me. I was faking pissed, like I was thinking fuck this bitch, I wanted her fired. After class me and the boys were walking, and I was just like fuck this bitch bro, she faked up, and I ain't letting that shit slide, and she was following us, so we don't talk about her. But at this point I didn't care. I went home that day. I was like, I'm suing that bitch for everything, and I decided to tell my dad what happened. So he met with the principal, and the principal talked to all of us guy and exaggerated the shit out of the slap. The worst part, she didn't get fired, she just got a warning, which made it worse for us as she took the beach level at least 7 levels up to us. This went on for a few weeks, and we were talking to the Arabic teacher who was chill with us about it and explained how she was being to us. The Arabic teacher advised us to apologize for our own goods, and I didn't like the idea, but did it anyway, and after that it was as if it never happened. I'm still salty that I had to apologize for getting slapped. Fuck that beach of a teacher. This'll probably get buried, but I was 19 and scored this awesome job as a host at a really badass restaurant, James Beard Award chefs, with close to no experience. I was so fucking pumped. I loved this place. I worked so hard to learn. Every criticism I got, I implemented as soon as possible. But there was this one manager. Right from the interview, I knew she didn't like me. Anytime I finished a job duty like doing a walkthrough of the restaurant, she would come up to me and ask why I was standing around doing nothing, even if she had seen me walking seconds before. There was constantly something. I was still naive, and I thought I just was not working hard enough, so I kept my head down and did as she asked. I showed up early unpaid, clocked out on time but stayed late. I went above and beyond what was required of me. The walk-in system and the reservation system had us taking full names and writing a description of what people were wearing. So one day, I get handed a ticket to go find and seat one Chris Walker at table 15. The description says with girl brown hair, wearing red shirt and black shorts. So off I go. I can't find a couple where the girl has on shorts, but I find a couple where the girl has a black skirt. I ask them Chris Walker? He confirms. Off they go. That manager was on me instantly, berating me for giving away a reservation to a walk-in. Y'all. There was a reservation for Chris Walker girl with brown hair, red shirt and black shorts, and a walk-in for a Chris Walker. The girlfriend was a brunette, red shirt, black skirt. Insane coincidence, right? Apparently not. I got fired a week later. Never forgave her. The way I saw the world changed after that woman. That time I paid for my own Wingstop and spent probably more than $40 or so, maybe even $80, tbh, to have food for me and my first ex-boyfriend eat on my 15th birthday, just to barely eat any of it. Had a shitty birthday, saw a poorly made movie at some theater after my plans fell through. I spent the entire day crying at home. No one texted me, got molested by boyfriend before going out for the night, and the original place I was going to for dinner apparently got shut down without me knowing, so options were limited for having a good time out. I at least wanted to eat somewhere decent and local after blowing my $200 of birthday money on lame movie tickets. So the local Wingstop was going to be a decent place for the day. Went with my then boyfriend there and spent a majority of my cash on like 40 wings in 3 different flavors. Yes, finally something good for today, and it was all gonna be fine and dandy. Until that prick I had came with kept open mouthed chewing and smacking his mouth loudly with every single bite he took, and despite having 40 wings of each flavor distributed between the two of us, the most wings I had eaten that day were maybe 6 or 8. Tops. Imagine having an overweight boy with barbecue sauce dripping down his chin or chins and all over his mouth. smugly smiling at you, and noisily making gushing sounds from the food you bought for them, very rudely shoving his fingers into your plate and mockingly pulling out wings, just to look you in the eyes and suck on them with a smile on his face. Irritatingly awful. I would have smacked them in the throat if I found this first. I was dressed up and stuck with a dickhead. That's great as heck. I even used the bathroom and said don't eat my faking wings before I left. I had spent the whole day starved and crying, so the last thing I needed was a smug prick eating everything I had planned to eat for lunch/dinner on my birthday. I leave, then I come back from the restroom and sit back down to notice 6 little wings left for me on my plate, and he smiles at me with the food gushing out his teeth pissed. And all I got at the end of the date was pens that they got from Walgreens. Nothing particularly interesting, just pens and bad company. Definitely one of the biggest causes for our breakup. You can take several things, but you cannot take my Wingstop. Oh, and that his family has racist depictions of me before they even met me. And even upon finding out I wasn't an ugly, dark-skinned, trash-talking, drinking, smoking black girl from the hood like they swore I would be, they still insisted we couldn't be alone in a room together, or I'd seduce him and turn him into a baby daddy for money. No point in a scrawny 14-year-old girl trying to do that, especially considering how poverty-stricken they were. And their insanely large, badly behaved little children, their 2-year-olds looked like 10-year-olds. And ironically, all of them exactly fit the ideas they nearly placed on me. All of them drank too much, couldn't handle their kids, and all had kids as young teenagers. I've had some more happy experiences since then, and the guy I dated now has a bowl cut and horrible chin acne from never knowing to wipe their own mouth. Still annoyed about them. Hope I never see them again. TLDR. Sheety boyfriend from freshman year smugly ate all of my food in front of me and laughed at me despite starving/crying most of the day earlier. Racist family that judged me lacked realization or irony when they met me. In 6th grade I submitted a writing assignment for some young writers competition. It wasn't even fun writing. It was about the Louisiana trade purchase, but it was for something like a $200 prize and a brunch with the governor during school hours, and I was a good writer, so I figured I had a shot. Did a bunch of research for it, and wrote up a really good essay, and handed it in. Deadline passes by and another girl in my class ends up winning it, and I was bitter, because I read her essay, and was absolutely positive mine was better. Teacher a few minutes later pulls me aside to tell me he never submitted my assignment because he suspected me of plagiarism. I asked why, and he pointed out one line that he thought I wouldn't have said, but it was something he'd heard elsewhere and liked the sound of, had nothing to do with the Louisiana trade purchase in the context I had discovered it in, was just flavor text. I tried to convince my teacher that it's just how we learn to speak. We pick up phrases from other people, and said that everything he has ever said he picked up from other people at one point or another. He dug his heels in and was adamant that I had probably copied other parts too, but never said which one's. Deadline was already over and I had lost to someone I knew was a worse writer than me. Never gonna let that one go. Picture it. Sicily, 1912. My aunt's boyfriend's daughter came over to my house to get a haircut from my mom because she was dirty and refused to wash her hair, and he father asked my mom to just shave it off. My mom made me play with her afterwards so the grown-ups could hang out. I begrudgingly do so. I say she can play with some of my Barbies. I had just received a 5-pack of Spice Girl Barbies for my birthday, and I told her she could play with any Spice Girl she wanted, except Ginger. Only I could play with Ginger. I have red hair, and at the time not many famous people I knew have had red hair other than Daphne from Scooby-Doo. She said okay, she understood. She played with Baby Spice and Scary Spice. At some point I left my playroom probably to use a restroom. In that time she and my aunt left. I go back to the playroom, sit down, and I can't find my Ginger Spice Barbie. I looked all over. In the toy chest. Under the couch. In the Barbie dream house my dad had built for me. Ginger was gone. Taken from me. I immediately cried and told my mom. This was a time before cell phones, so she couldn't call my aunt and say hey come back with the doll. My aunt lived pretty far away back then, and by the time my mom called her and got the whole thing sorted out, my aunt was apparently too tired to deal with the drama of her boyfriend's kid. She told my mom not to worry about it, she would send me a new doll. Not the doll this kid had taken. No. Not my Spice Girls Ginger Spice Barbie, the one that I had gotten for my birthday. She sends me just a plain old doll, one of those knockoff Barbies from Dollar General, that isn't Barbie so much as it's Karen, the single mom who is made of this weird plastic and smells like sadness. Yeah, I know, Karen. She has frizzy blonde hair. Yeah, blonde hair, not red hair. I was and still to this day, I'm salty. My mom still talks to the girl who took my doll, even though my aunt and her dad broke up years ago. She calls her my cousin. We aren't family. We never have been. And the disdain I have for this bitch, it will last a lifetime. I will pass this grudge down to my children. Wars will be fought for this Barbie. I didn't just lose my role model Barbie that day, I lost my honor. 4 years ago we had a guy who we took a chance on quit with no notice to go work for competition. He was American who had been in South Africa from 2001-2011/12ish. Moved back with his family because he didn't find it safe for his kids. Brought him in on counter sales at first and slowly let him start doing repairs because that is what he claimed to know. Helped him get a car, an apartment, bought some of his stuff to get some extra money. Some tooling we didn't need and have never used. Gave his wife part-time work during the school year while their daughter was in school. He was a good guy for about a year and a half. Started to get touchy, but mechanics can be that way. One day just said at closing, by the way, this is my last day and I'm going to competition. Left a bunch of unfinished work. Tried stealing a customer's box of rare parts and ended up stealing some tooling from us. Started talking bad about us to the people who followed him. Ended up trying to start his own thing. We found out cause the other place asked us to help them with the stuff he left behind there. Ended up screwing one our customers. Still came here cause one of his best friends works for us for probably about 10k. People would come in and ask about him or ask when we would get someone to replace him, even though we were still doing the same work. If you asked what they want done, they would just be like, oh nothing, just checking. We mostly kept the salty side of it to ourselves and a few trusted customers. Try not to badmouth like he did to us. I'm still super salty about it today. I had a guy a couple months ago comment how I'm good about stuff like he was. I really just wanted to say, you probably would have made me feel better by calling me a cunt nigger. I didn't say anything. He died. Heart attack due to heavy smoking habit. At Disney World in front of his family. I feel bad for them. I feel he got his karma. Oh man. I loved choir in high school. I didn't join until the final quarter of freshman year, and I joined in large part because I had friends who were in. It quickly became my thing, and my friends were also there. Through choir I discovered theater, a love of writing, and a whole artistic side I didn't know existed. It just felt right in a way nothing else had up to this point in my life. The reason nothing felt right? Well, I was a pretty heavily bullied kid. Led to depression, a suicide attempt, not a typo. I just couldn't do it, and felt like a coward for a long time because of it, and whole lot of defending myself, and somehow being the only one the teacher ever saw do anything. I spent most of middle school in detention, or in school suspension. I blew up once in 8th grade, and choked a kid right into the hospital. After that incident, I became scared of myself, and what I might do to someone. I was determined to go through high school with no outbursts, no incidents, no detention. My relationship with my choir director was one of 3 vitally important teacher relationships for me in high school. He was incredibly patient, and he had to be. I talked a lot. Had friends in my section, sitting next to me, that are still friends to this day. Occasionally he would lose the patient veneer, slam his hand on the piano, and yell at us, but that happened rarely. Usually we'd be quiet after a warning. Fast forward to the last week of my senior year. We are preparing our song for graduation. Choir director is working directly with the altos. As usual, their whole part is basically 2 notes. How hard is that? My buddy next to me starts talking. I'm silent for once, staring at the wall. This is not the time for me to rock the boat. Friend keeps talking. Choir director whips around and goes on a tirade the likes of which I have never seen in my life before. He's going on about all the talking, red-faced, just roaring at us, the whole choir. Then he singles out me and my friend and gives us both detention. You're kidding. For once I wasn't even talking. Well, you have so many times. Tough. Yeah, that's not how this works. Didn't matter. Every appeal fell on deaf ears. I had to serve an hour of detention for something I didn't even actually do, or not get my diploma. I didn't say a word to him for the remainder of the week, and when we performed for graduation, I glared at him the whole time, silently. I ran into him a year or so later. He tried to talk to me like nothing had happened. I stonewalled him, and haven't spoken to him since. No one is going to see this, but so be it. I'm still salty that back in high school there was a trip to the snow for really excellent students with good grades or some BS, and me being the good student and well-behaved person I am, and not really slacking off in class, I thought this would be easy, and I'd be at the snow in no time. Well, no, that wasn't the case. There was a teacher in charge of handing out the notes or something walking around the playground at lunch, and I saw her hand a few notes and then walk back off to her office. I was disappointed at the time when I spoke to her, an acquaintance of mine, that despite her being a little bit of a slacker and not caring much about school, she got picked or invited to go. Every time an opportunity to the snow came up, it was always ruined. Back in primary school I was looking excited about going to the snow, but the factors decided they couldn't be asked about spending the extra night at the lodge or whatever to go and play in the snow for the day. I was bummed, but still happy to go on 3-day trip with my friends. I bet the year before me and year after me got to go to the snow, but I reached that grade or year and it's all blown out the window. Then the high school snow trip happened, and like I said, I wasn't invited. Well, up yours to both schools and teachers, because it was only a few years later I went to the snow with my family instead for the day. In the end I'd probably take a day with the family out to the snow, compared to the school. I remember looking at the Facebook page for my HS and later seeing some factors who I've had issues in the past with at the snow, smiling. Thanks for bending me over, HS. Why I'm so fussed over it is that I live somewhere where snow is non-existent and doesn't snow here. The family trip was the only time I've been to the snow, and one day I'd like to go back. This is a story I remember because it got triggered when I was frustrated at work, and because I repress memories instead of working through them. I went to the circus with my family when I was about 5 years old. This was before the internet supplied an infinite amount of cool sheets to watch, so I was excited to see the animals and acts. But when the show started, really the only interesting thing was the elephant. The rest was kind of boring or too slowly paced for my ADHD child brain. But then the presenter guy started hyping this tightrope act up, and things became more interesting. There was a safety net, but still, the fact that these people did this with no harness was really impressive, especially at that age. But then things get even more hyped as they announce one of the guys is gonna do a backflip. The crowd is getting pumped, and 5-year-old me too very much. At this point the presenter guy says jokingly, "This act is not for the faint of heart. Please shield people with a heart condition and small children." At which point my dad jokingly decides to put his hands in front of my face. However, he did this as the faking flip was happening. I remember peeling his hands off as fast as I can with a huge rush of adrenaline and anxiety shooting through my body. But it was too late. The act was over. I had a huge hissy fit for the rest of the evening. TLDR, my dad made me miss an acrobat doing a backflip on a tightrope. No one will probably see this, but it still pisses me off. Back elementary school they had these things called Trojan tickets. Any faculty member could give one to any student for good behavior and whatnot, but it was up to each individual teacher to figure out what they actually wanted to do with them. My 2nd grade teacher came up with a simple strategy: use the Trojan tickets as currency for the treasure box. Each Friday at the end of the day we would count up our tickets and buy little toys and snacks from the treasure box. Most of the things in the treasure box were dollar candies or small toys that parents would donate, or cheap things my teacher would buy, so you can understand all the prices were pretty low. Then one day a parent donated a brand new unopened transformer. And not just any transformer, it was a Beast Wars Hammer Fuser transformer, and I wanted, but seeing how this thing was brand new, it ran for the hefty price of 40 tickets, a gargantuan amount for a 2nd grader, but I was determined. I was on my best behavior, holding doors, picking up trash, volunteering to wipe down tables after lunch. I made Gandhi look like a delinquent. Each week I would count 40, not yet 40, not yet. My little pocket on the wall where we kept our tickets was tearing at the seams. My teacher asked me why I was saving my tickets, and I told her I wanted that transformer. Guess she didn't believe anyone would save up for it. Then one week I counted 42 tickets. I did it. I actually worked and saved enough. Friday came and I couldn't wait for the end of the day. The time came, and I could barely contain my excitement. All my hard work had paid off. But it was Michael's birthday that Friday. For his birthday Michael got to pick whatever he wanted from the treasure box for free. Of course he grabs my transformer. I had to sit at my desk and watch as he opened my transformer, the one I worked so hard to earn, and started playing with it. All the other boys ran over to watch, while all I could do was sit and silently cry. My teacher forgot that I was saving for it. I'm pretty sure she felt horrible as she tried to console me. She couldn't take it from him and give it to me now and then nothing else I wanted. That was probably the first time I learned that hard work doesn't pay off sometimes, and some people just get lucky. It's also probably why I can't sit through the Transformers movies now. Some years of sex ed / health and gym my parents had me excused. They didn't believe I should learn that stuff at school. Well, after sitting out the entire 7th grade health unit, which was all about drugs and not sex, I begged to be allowed to stay in health class in 8th grade. It was humiliating, having to leave class. So they let me, except for the day when they talked about depression and suicide. Well, my gym teacher, this roly-poly clown of a woman, literally was shaped like a short globe and was a clown on weekends, who couldn't walk to get french fries without gasping and had the longest nails ever, told me I'd have to do a mini research project in the library. Sure, whatever. Well, instead of telling me beforehand and then dismissing me, she waits until class is settled, and I had to remind her I wasn't supposed to be there. She was supposed to send me to the library. Of course that gets lots of glances and looks and whispers. Then as I'm walking out she tells me to write a 1-page paper on March Madness / the Final Four. I had no idea what that was. Had zero clue it was related to basketball. I asked her to explain, and she just laughed at me in front of everyone and condescendingly exclaimed, "You don't know what that is." Everyone laughed. I wanted to die. This was pre-internet in the libraries and homes, so I was literally fighting back tears searching the encyclopedias and eventually gave up, too embarrassed to even ask the librarian. My mom refused to give me any money or participate with FAFSA information, so that I was forced to drop out of college. That rather dramatically affected my life as I was forced to take a job at the only place around, McDonald's. This was in rural Missouri. Got a boyfriend. Got pregnant. Hit rock bottom of poverty. Joined the Navy as a last-ditch escape route out of poverty, not motherhood. Did 10 years in the Navy. Married the boyfriend baby daddy. Eventually worked my way up and out of poverty, just in time to see marriage implode from him cheating on me while deployed. Divorced. Got out of the Navy. Got a decent civilian job. Eventually got to go back to college partly on my own dime, partly financed by VA/Navy. Earned my MSW. Then I found out that my mom had the money for me to go to college all along. She was receiving it via my dad in the guise of child support and would have been enough to keep me in school. There was really only one reason for her to keep the child support: greed. She was still collecting child support, I think, until I was 25, court ordered, by which point I was in the Navy for 4 years. So TL, doctor, mom forced me out of college and into a spiral of poverty so she could keep the child support while I pulled myself up by the bootstraps. Found out that she kept child support from me because she's greedy. Around the age of 8 I went to the birthday party of another girl. My mom and her mom traded babysitting frequently, so I knew her and her brother well. I liked her, but her little brother was a total sheet. The party was fun. We all had our goodie bags. My mom was inside helping clean up. Most everyone else had gone home. Now in these goodie bags were these giant balloon globes on a rubber band that acted like a giant punching bag, if that makes sense. I was pretty excited about it. So was the little brother. He kept hitting them in our faces and being awful, and his mom just kind of watched him. And then, in a great act of instant karma, his balloon popped. Even at the tender age of 8 I appreciated that sweet justice. Then, his mom took my balloon and gave it to him because his broke, and you're not playing with yours as much, and he's younger. Fuck you, lady. 1. It broke cause he was being a T. What? 2. I'm playing W. Mine. I'm just being gentle because I want it to last longer than the party. And 3. He was like 14 months younger. She also phrased it like, why don't we give him yours? Like then I'm a jerk for not giving it to him when it would have been a perfect time for you to parent your child and teach him that actions have consequences. Still salty. None of the things I have read have happened to me, and I'm already annoyed, which brought this up in my memory. I used to have a toy Tommy gun when I was a wee lad. I loved it. I played with it all the time. My brother, who was older by 3 years, decided to take a pair of scissors and cut it to pieces. He doesn't remember it, but fuck it, I would beat him with those pieces if we still had them. I hold this against him another time in math class. See, I was a shy bastard, and if I didn't know the answer and they called on me, I would basically panic and paralyze. But my math teacher decided to call on me. I knew what to say, but I was caught off guard and just froze. Everyone was looking at me. I was panicked. If God could smite me at that very moment, I would have agreed. She called me out for not knowing the answer and not saying I didn't know. Fuck you, Mrs. T. My brother once shoved a piece of used toilet paper in my mouth. Best part is my grandmother, who was there at the time, simply told him to stop and didn't do anything else. There was sheet on the paper and that sheet touched me. Fuck you, bro. Back to being a shy bastard. My teachers always used to yell at me for not speaking up in class or raising my hand, and one day in social studies we were talking about the revolution. Fuck yeah, military history. I got this sheet on lock and was raising my hand left and right. Never once got called on. Same for math and language arts. I'm really angry now. The time I was told I can't read Beowulf because I can't read Old English, yet I faking can read Shakespeare, mom, and then proceeded to tell me to read a section to prove it. So I began, and my mother tells me I was reading it wrong, points to the non-translated Danish side, and I have to explain that the side she was looking at was in Danish, not English. And I'm the one who can't read right. The time I was crying because I had a really bad day in school. My mother said to shut up and go upstairs because I was giving her a headache. No attempt in fixing anything, just to shut up and stop having problems. The let's shame word because of his music when I was playing the greatest damn album of all time, Gamma Rays Heading for Tomorrow, basically calling the already crippled self-hating me that I was a loser for liking it and that it was annoying. Everyone, yet me brother's punk music was fine, and we should play it at the highest faking volume the player can. To when I talk about shit like this, my mom starts insulting me, somehow doesn't get it. When I finally break and either go mental and yell go fuck yourself and dash off before something happens, don't know, never stayed long enough, or yelling don't speak to me again and run away for a similar reason. Somehow I'm the bad one for raising an issue over the problems I deal with. I was told I was wrong and a terrible child for refusing to join a protest I didn't believe in. Oh, I am sorry, guess opinions can be wrong now, can't. Don't worry, I have more. Once I told I was wrong about everything and knew nothing because I said the Dutch doesn't have Danish roots. Her logic to why I was wrong was basically Dutch and Danish sound somewhat alike. Or the time I noted a historical inaccuracy in a movies and was told the same speech and went away to cry, having the only thing I thought I was good at being taken away, just to come back an hour later for dinner, and was reminded of it. I left again, and went without food that night. Oh, you, though I was done. Never enough trauma. The time I was told that, after doing really bad at math, I can't number, but I can apparently do decent writings if I have time. A B wasn't good enough, and was just another problem to fix. I had risen my math grade from a LOC to a faking high B, and it wasn't good enough. The time I was told my confidence issues were my own fault, not at all related to being told by my mother to shut up frequently as a child, and so I learned to value myself less. That only now have I been able to recover from "fuck off with your wrong think mom." I can say Republicans aren't all Nazis, and that it is somewhat hypocritical to say all Republicans live in an echo chamber and then refuse to listen to anything that isn't far left circle jerk, and I think that was all I can think of without going insane. When I was a senior in high school, I got no senior portraits done, and no photos of me in my graduation robes. My mom used to be a professional photographer, and did my brother's senior portraits 3 years earlier. His were nice. We had talked about doing it a few times, but she always put it off for better weather. Well, it never happened. As for graduation robes, I came out to my family by putting it on my grad cap. I can already hear people saying, why not just sit down and tell them? My parents only ever sat me down to talk to me if I was in trouble. They're divorced, so I have this Pavlovian fear response to any time we ever sat down together, and it was cute and fun, and I put so much effort into the art on my cap. Nobody stayed after the ceremony for pictures. Nobody said anything at the family party afterwards. My dad said he was okay with it afterwards, but my mom, oh boy. We had a grad event overnight at the school, and before I left for that, she was on the back porch, drinking red wine, listening to Dan Fogelberg, and crying. She's very devout Christian. Says she'd like, I pray every day for you to return to Christ. Our relationship is a lot better now that I don't live at home, but a loss of photos of that important coming of age moment in my life, while my older brother has a million photos, that just makes me pissed. I was treated a lot differently and it wasn't fair. Anthony, the little piece of shit I wish I never met. The year was 2000, and I was attending a elementary school as a second grader. The season was full, and our story takes place on the day after Halloween. Cue the next day. I'm faking giddy as hell. I have candy dropping out every crevice from the night before. I'm giving out, like I'm Jesus feeding the masses. Well, after all this magic, I would obviously need to take a fat dump. So I go to the bathroom and do my business. Well, I'm washing my hands when a kid I've never met before walks in. I look at him as I'm walking out. Because I'm so faking nice, I offer him some candy from my haul last night. Well, this little faker takes the candy like many before him did, and we part ways. Little did I know that was just the faking beginning. I go to school the next day, and by this time I've fed everyone and their dog candy. A couple police officers burst into the room and I hear my name. Well, I'm like, what the fuck? So these officers take me to the principal's office and explain that I lured a child into the bathroom with candy and was planning on sexually assaulting him. I was obviously like, who the fuck do you think I am? I was just trying to be a faking nice person. Everyone goes, okay, sure you were. First off, I didn't lure that little shit anywhere. He took my candy free of coercion. How am I getting in trouble for this? Well, I got suspended, and my parents thought I was a child molester at the age of 2. To this day they joke about it, and to this day I defend my position. I'd give that faker candy all over again given the choice. Fuck you, Anthony. I used to work for a popular Mexican chain, very well loved. On about the same level of fancy as Zupas, Five Guys, Noodles, and Co. So, not sit down, but better than fast food. Now, I was a workaholic. I loved being at work. I was good at this job. I could work every position in the restaurant, and often worked multiple positions at the same time. And, I had been promised over and over again that I would be made an assistant manager. Well, corporate began faking over our location. Messed with managers, cut my hours, promoted people just because they were Latinos and I was white. I still believe it was ethnicity based, as I was much faster and efficient than 50-year-old ladies. One day, I was supposed to be in at 0830 to open up the salad station. Got there, the new GM, there was a lot of conflict around this, was cutting lettuce. I was told to come back at 1100. Came back. Was put on expo, basically a completely useless position at the time. The district manager was there, and for once, I stood up to her. Told her, I was already screwed today. I would like to have an actual position, and I will work 2 goes. She actually faked off. I worked 2 goes for a few hours. Later, around 1400, I was heading to the walk-in, and I noticed that there was a catering order hanging on the column, that we would keep them on. I looked around. No one was working on a catering. This catering was for 120 people, a very large catering. Usually caterings were for 20 or 40 people. This catering was due in 1 hour. I ran over to the assistant manager that was on shift and asked where the catering was. By the way, he was an asshole. He shrugged and said, "I don't know." I ran over to the district manager, asked who was working on the catering. She was making a juice and shrugged as if she didn't care. At that point, I was already pissed, and now I was freaking the fuck out. I proceeded to put together a huge catering in 45 minutes, and of course the D manager ever so kindly let me use her company RAV4 to deliver the catering. I made it to the building only 10 minutes late. Turns out it was a wedding reception. Also, since this is Utah, I didn't even get a faking tip. Basically, I made this company $1,200 in 1 go. And saved them a huge amount of bad reviews and a lot of trouble. And what did I get? Not even a pay raise. Not even a thank you. Instead, I became even more depressed, exponentially more suicidal at a job I used to absolutely love. I started drinking at work almost always, and eventually hated work so much that I took 4 shots before work. When I took shots before work, I took them right before I left and drove the 7 minutes there. They kicked in a bit after I arrived. 20 minutes later I was drunk AF. I still tried to work. I couldn't let down my restaurant. To my stupid luck, the regional manager was there. He and I had actually been quite friendly, and he called me to the office, suspended me for 2 weeks. I asked if I should even come back. Basically, I was sacked because I gave everything to this job and was only ever screwed over and hurt. To the point that I was suicidal and cried every day at work. I think I have a reason to be salty about it. TLDR, I single-handedly saved a restaurant a huge amount of money and trouble and became suicidal. In 8th grade English, I had a teacher who was just about universally despised. A friend of mine got the most grief from her, to the extent that he told me in confidence that his goal was to break her. I encouraged him not to draw her off any further because I was a good kid, and hey, she was just doing her job. About 2/3 of the way through the year, I was out for a day on some school trip and missed a day of her class. She never mentioned anything about my being absent, and I'd had a perfectly legitimate excuse. At the end of the 6 weeks, that was our grading period, she showed us our expected grades, and lo and behold, I had a C. The very first C I had ever gotten. Apparently that day she had given us a pop test that counted for 20% of our grade, and since I hadn't told her beforehand about my excuse, I had, but she was a liar or had forgotten that she'd simply given me a 0. I had 10 full points of extra credit that I had saved throughout the year, and I turned them in to bring it up to a B, but of course it was too late to actually change the grade, so it stuck as a C on my report card. I'm salty about that, of course, but I'm much saltier about when another student asked incredulously if I had really gotten a C. Her response, which I can recall in perfect clarity to this day, yes, he did, and he is devastated. Not only did she reveal my confidential grade to the rest of the class, but she actively mocked me. I pulled my friend aside after class and said, "I'm done defending her. Bring her down." She quit at the end of the school year. When we lived in Spain, I kept in touch mostly with just one friend from home, US. She doesn't work, and her husband is an auto mechanic, so they do fine, but not enough to take a trip to Europe. So my husband agreed to use some of his airline miles to get them tickets to visit us. When they came over, we said we would pay for stuff, but only because we had Spanish credit cards and we wouldn't get charged the conversion fees the way they would, and they could pay us back later. We ended up spending a couple $1,000s on their trip, and they never once offered to pay us back. We pretty much let it go as something you do for good friends. After we moved back to the US, we hired their kids to take care of our cats over Thanksgiving break. When we returned home after 5 days away, none of the cats had any water and the two senior ones 15 years old, were really stressed, weakly meowing and on the sink to get water. They hadn't jumped on the sink in years due to arthritis. When I called my friend to see when they had given them water last, she said it was the night before, which was impossible. I asked if she was sure, because the bowls were bone dry. There was a long pause, and she said unnaturally firmly, yes, I did it myself. It was such an obvious lie, to cover her kid's laziness, and proved how she didn't have any scruples that it really pissed me off. And on top of that, she didn't talk to me for probably 6 months after that, whereas we used to talk daily before that incident. It was like she was mad at me for some reason. And she still acts like I've done something wrong and she and her kids are blameless. I wish I had never felt sorry for her or considered her a good friend, and it burns me up every time I see her. Faking Norman. I went to a special preschool for kids with AD. I had a bully, Norman. He would do all sorts of things. Wait until floor playtime and stomp on my fingers. Spit on the water fountain if I was waiting after him to drink. Never left me alone. One time he took a food art project of mine and knocked it to the floor just before I was done, and with no time left to do it again. Basically think sculpture out of Rice Krispies, but using Cheerios instead plus green food coloring to make trees. He stole my candy bars. He straight up punched me several times when the teacher wasn't looking. He was terrible. But this one time we did an art project where we took those juice bottles, such a scent pad inside, and put fake flowers in them to make a vase of sorts, then wrapped them in masking tape to hide what they were. Just as I finished, this little sociopath walks by and steals mine. He has already taken his to the front to get his name written on it, but this little snot takes mine to the front and gets his name put on it. I cried and they had to wrap a ribbon around it to put my name on it. What a dick. And yes, I'm a 31-year-old married man with a great life now, but that still salts my fries when I think about him. He is the only thing I remember about that school. My mom kept that vase up until last year when I made the decision to throw it out myself, so I kept seeing his name on the bottom as I grew up. Part 2, the party. So I have this friend. We'll call him Prance. We've been close for years. He helps me get a job at this crappy restaurant with him. Years go by, that place closes, and I work at the next crappy restaurant that goes in the same location. We are talking one day and get the idea of watching the Super Bowl together, but not for the sports ball playing. We don't give a flying crap about the teams playing. We want to see the commercials. This was back when they were the best commercials of the year. So we plan a party together. I invite people to my place for it. This is my first party I've ever planned, by the way. And last so far, the day of the game comes, I've got the snacking taken care of from my own meager funds. And nobody shows. Not one person. Not even Prance. Turns it that they all got party sniped the day before, despite having rusped. Suddenly they all care about the game. My family had gone to other parts of the house because they didn't want to ruin my party, so I day alone for the first half of the game, crying and stuffing my face. Fam came in at halftime to see the show and realized what was up and helped me through the rest. If the game, the worst part is that Prance didn't respond to my texts for the last 2 days and didn't respond for the next 2. I know he saw them, he just ignored them. He supposedly forgot about my party. Supposedly so did everyone else, despite 2 weeks notice and reminders in between. Part 3, Le Moustache. This one also involves Prance, actually. Years later after my failed party, and several jobs later, I'm not great at picking where to work. Okay, I've had a tough day at work, and I'm hanging out at Prance's place, having a beer and game night with some of our friends. At some point, I fall asleep for a bit, with my shoes on. Why? Is it that I'm dead tired? Sure, but it's also freezing in there, and he refused to turn on the heat, so my get were freezing, so I kept the shoes on. He apparently has a rule that if someone falls asleep in his house with their shoes on, it counts as passing out, and you get to mess with them. I had told him several times over the years that he doesn't get to mess with me like that, and he had agreed. But apparently he had conveniently forgotten this night. I wake up with half of a grease pencil mustache and Prance taking pictures. I grind the pencil and shoot daggers at Prance, telling him, and I quote, "Don't post that online, jerk." Well, at this point I had successfully avoided getting a Facebook account. So that's where he posts it. Yeah. The one social media account I don't have that he does, that's where it goes. Somehow he thought I had said that I didn't want to see it online. Yeah, even if that's what I had said, that's not what I meant, dude. He still doesn't apologize about it, years later. Man, saying it like this makes me wonder why we are still friends. In math class junior year of high school I had a laziest teacher. Several minutes before the bell rang to go to the next class she was sitting at her desk eating, and the entire class was packed up, standing at the door to leave, and bullshitting with each other. My father calls me. He never calls me unless something is wrong, especially in the middle of school. I quietly answer, "Oh, I'm sorry /alphabet mode, wrong number." "Oh, okay. No problem. Bye." Put phone away. My teacher demands that I give her my phone because of the zero tolerance phone policy and interrupting class time. At this moment the bell rings and the class starts filing out. I explained what happened and told her no. Went to my next class. Called to the office in the middle of next class, where I was actually learning sheet about anatomy/physiology. Received several days of in-school suspension for insubordination. Which at this school meant hanging out all day with disrespectful, pothead pieces of shit who actually didn't care about school. My mother came to the school, demanded my phone back for me. They had confiscated it anyway, and explained to them that I'm not opposed to discipline and often willingly accept discipline when I know it's fair. So then, days later, in the middle of math class, this popular motherfucker gets up, laughing about something on his phone, walks over to his friend to show him. They have a good laugh, and this bitch politely asks him to sit down. No mention of the faking phone interrupting actual instruction time. Fuck that teacher. I wrote her a letter at the end of the semester explaining exactly why I was mad at her. Still mad to this day. 3 years ago, I entered a contest on The Hunt, a fashion styling app, to win brunch with my favorite celebrity, Madison Beer. The contest was to recommend the influencer an article of clothing and end up in the top 3 by other users voting on the entry. From the top 3, a winner is chosen by judges on a grading criteria. My entry ended up being top 5, and Madison even commented that she thought what I picked out was cool. I wouldn't have been salty for losing had it had been fair. The 2 of the top 3 entries made multiple accounts to vote, apparent by the same usernames, but different numbers. Other users on the site tried to seek justice by flagging, thus removing those entries from the site. But The Hunt said on Instagram that they reinstated those entries because they felt that it wasn't fair how those entries went offline and couldn't get voted on. I deleted my account on that site, but you can still see the black sweater I picked out for her. The Hunt probably quietly deleted the top entries after the contest to avoid getting outed by teenagers on social media for awarding cheaters. At least I have a story to tell when I finally get to meet her on tour. Immediately after I moved out of my mum's place to go to college, she moved into a 1-bedroom loft apartment. Going home meant I would be sleeping on an air mattress in the living room and we didn't get along very well anyway, so I decided to stay in my college town over the summer and try to sublet an apartment. I found a person who wanted to sublet, filled out a form, and moved into a 2-bedroom apartment for 4 people. So 2 people to a bedroom. The person I shared a room with was there, but the other room was basically empty because they had left for the summer. My roommate was friendly enough, and we got along just fine. A few weeks after moving in, I get a call from the property manager that there's an issue because one of the 4 roommates hasn't signed the form to let me sublet, and if they didn't sign it within a week, I would be kicked out. It turns out that the person who refused to sign was in a fight with the person that I was subletting from over "stolen alcohol." On top of that, she accused me of being a part of the plot despite never having met either of the people involved in the conflict, because when my roommate asked me if I had remembered seeing any booze on the counter when I moved in, I said no. So I got kicked out for being a "lying bitch." But wait, there's more. The property manager felt bad for me, so they found another sublet for me. Same deal. 4 roommates, 2 bedrooms, except that I'd be the only one actually staying there over the summer. I had an extra bed in my room so I put some cheap sheets on it, rather than leaving an ugly bare mattress. One of the roommates still got mail at the address, so I would leave it in the desk in their room. However, a few weeks later I got another call, and I find out that once again, one of the roommates was refusing to sign the sublet agreement. It turns out, she thought I was "weird" because I had put sheets on the other bed in my room. It wasn't even her room, and she was mad I had the audacity to enter her room, that she wasn't even living in, to drop off the mail, because apparently I should have just lived with a pile of mail in the middle of the kitchen counter. So for the second time in a summer, I was deemed an unfit roommate by people I had never met and kicked out. My mum tried to save my father from drug use / himself more than she tried to raise me. While I understand the pain of really loving somebody who keeps on hurting himself and others, I resent her sometimes for not helping me when I needed her. Also that one time, when she made me look the other way and stole my steak. My teacher accused me of having thrown a weighted hockey ball at him, to which edgy 14-year-old me answered he wouldn't be able to talk to me if it was I who would have thrown. He then proceeded to take me out of class, to accuse me of some other BS like stealing from my classmates and the like. Told him I regret not having thrown that ball, get his hands trying to grab my arms, while screaming at me as an answer. I tried getting away, and pushed him to the floor in the process, which made him lose his sheet entirely. He proceeded to take me to the headmaster, and demanded my expulsion from the school as I just had tried to kill him. I tried to defend my case, as a very shaken 14-year-old admittedly not very well, then got suspended for 3 weeks, while they would look into it further. Later on it came to light that it was one of the oh so nice and smart kids with a seemingly happy family, and no problems whatsoever. I just fit the bill better. He had no basis for any of his allegations towards me, but he did not listen to me, and as I was not exactly the most befriended person, there were nobody to really defend me. A few of the girls I was talking to at the time talked to one of the other teachers over the next few days, but he still had me suspended for 2 weeks before the headmaster admitted guilt on the teacher's part, and the pet teacher never apologized to me. Nearly forgot. First week of elementary school, maybe the second day, class gets told we would only have 2 lessons instead of 4, and I was ecstatic. I hated school with every bone in my body, partly because of the way that I was raised, and partly because of the area and its inhabitants. There were some racial tensions to say the least. Well, second lesson ends and I begin to pack my stuff to go walk home, and a teacher comes in telling us it wasn't us that only had 2 hours of school, but the second grade. I felt so betrayed. I began crying and just went home. Even when I met my father on the way I could not recognize him because of the tears. And one of the girls in class came walking behind me all alerted if I would be alright. My father would always tell me how he walks with the horses and sees my blonde head walking down the street crying. A girl my age behind me repeatedly asking if I knew where I was going and if I knew how to get back. And me answering that I would never go back there. I hated it. They lied to me. Now I kind of feel like Gollum with the last sentence, so I will go sleep now. If you read till here, congrats. Have a good one. In 4th or 5th grade, I used to walk home from school with another boy and, trying desperately to be a cool kid, would engage in typical raunchy boy banter. One week, we decided to drop back and forth your mom jokes until we'd get to our own streets and split. Ick now, not being serious. We were always both laughing and being collectively dumb. On Friday of that week, I pulled out all the stops and dug deep into my best your mom jokes reserves. The other boy kept pretty quiet and wasn't laughing as hard as normal, so I stopped after a few jokes and we walked in silence until the halfway home point. On the bridge of the canal we crossed each day was a woman who stomped toward me, grabbed me by shirt, literally lifted me off the ground, and told me I'd better watch my faking mouth and that I was a horrible influence to everyone around, especially her son. Then she dropped me on my ass in the dirt, turned around to storm off toward her nearby car, and her son literally flipped me off while walking away. I fought back tears, poorly, as some other nearby kids ran over and asked if I was okay. Hell, even the crossing guard on the street a little ways away waddled over to ask what happened and why that mom was so pissed. That kid never came back to my school after that week. He literally hated me the whole time and figured he'd give me one last parting gift as a sheethead, manipulative bully. To this day, I still can't comprehend the breach of trust that occurred. This salt will never wash away. First job I had, I started working on a work experience basis, kinda like an internship, for this small engineering company that did precision engineering, CNC. I was only doing 1 day a week as the other days I was at college. I'd been there a few months and the boss decided he wanted to take me on part-time at £3.50 an hour, 16-year-old. Few months later, the boss asked me if I wanted to do an apprenticeship with them. By this point I'd gotten fed up with the job because I realized I didn't like just standing by a machine all day long to wait for it to finish and wanted something more for myself, but still worked there as it was a job. So I politely declined the offer. This was around April/May time. Cut to the middle of August, a couple of weeks from starting a new year at college. Out of the blue, the boss pulls me to one side and tells me that they don't need me anymore at the moment, but they'll call if they need me. I was young and naive, and I waited 6 months before realizing they weren't gonna call. Took me another 9 months on top of that to find a new job. This is nearly 7 years ago, and I'm still pissed that he never had the balls to tell me properly, so I could have looked for a new job sooner. I know this is gonna sound like r/humbler brag material, but I will always be mad that my grandparents didn't let me skip grade school. I was tested for IQ/aptitude in 2nd grade, standard for our school system, and the school suggested that I skip at least 3rd and 4th grade. My grandparents wouldn't do it because they were more concerned about me having friends than an education. By 4th grade, I was tested as having a college level reading comprehension and around 10th grade math comprehension. I learned about the school wanting me to skip while I was in middle school and started myself on a downward spiral. I simply stopped doing schoolwork. I stopped caring. I had the whole rebellious teenager mindset of, if no one else cares, why should I? I graduated high school with a 2.7 GPA. Really, the only thing that saved me was my 3-hour computer networking class at the vocational school. I somehow still managed to pull off a 32 on the act, which I probably could have scored higher had I actually paid attention in my classes. Even then, my lowest score was math, because I didn't take a calculator. I had the highest score out of my grade on the pre-SAT test we took our junior year. Soon, I was a high school graduate with no motivation of any sort. I didn't want to do anything with my life. I didn't go to college, even though I was being courted by places like Cornell. They even sent me a birthday card, so that was nice, because I was terrified that I wouldn't be able to break my habits. I didn't even attempt to get a job until 4 years after I graduated. Now, I'm a 32-year-old adult and just graduated in December from a community college. I feel like I've squandered my life. There are still many things I won't allow myself to do because I'm afraid I simply won't. People always say, just do it, but it's not that easy. When you've been carrying around these regrets/burdens for so long, they weigh you down a lot. I'm getting better, but it's definitely a long road. I've always wondered what kind of person I would be if my grandparents had just given me a chance. How successful I'd be. How happy I'd be. I'll never know, and it bugs the fuck out of me. Roughly 2 years ago, I was playing a Legend of Zelda version of Monopoly with some friends. The only difference between the original game and this one was that there were power cards you could play at any time with certain effects. Anyways, it was me and my 3 friends playing, and it was about mid-game. A little background about me. I'm a pretty competitive guy, so by that time I had a majority of the properties and had started to put a few houses down. Quite a bit more than the other 3 combined. Then, out of nowhere, they all 3 used their power cards against me in one fell swoop. My boardwalk equivalent property gets taken from me and put under the possession of someone else. I get moved to that property, and then I'm forced to pay the maximum price for said property. It turns out they had been scheming for the last half hour to put me out of the game. And finally, their plan had come to fruition. I was livid. I checked over the rules for a good 10 minutes to no avail, before just calmly and quietly selling all my houses, foreclosing all my properties, and taking my game piece off the board. I fumed in silence for the rest of the evening, and to this day, and yes, I'm most definitely still salty about that night. I ended up having weird destination wedding in the middle of Kentucky. Only 2 people invited to the whole thing were from the city it was in. Since everyone was coming from out of town, we arranged a drink and dessert night the night before the wedding. Met twice with the restaurant. We were very upfront with our vision. A bar tables, a few tables here and there, but the whole point was mingling. People had an option from 4 desserts they could order straight the bar. The restaurant manager / event lady was on board. She loved it. I stressed hard that it was a non-seated mingling event, since everyone was coming from out of town and people will be seeing people they haven't in a while, etc. We followed up with them twice after these meetings and all was well the night of the event. They had no bar tables. All long, table clothed, menus on, tables. They wouldn't start serving drinks or dessert until everyone was seated. My then fiancé and I were pissed. The event lady was off that night. She communicated what we wanted, but the lady left in charge thought this was better, and it was too late to do anything about it now. No one sat for an hour plus because as expected everyone was trying to talk. We were supposed to be out of there by 10, because night before wedding, my husband and I wanted some time alone. I had things I needed to do still, etc. Dessert wasn't served till 10. They freaking forgot to bring me mine, the bride. People didn't get checks till 11ish, and as you can imagine it was a nightmare to try to run like 60 checks. I left the event sobbing. I was so angry. The whole night was totally marred despite my planning and communication. I was so not a Bridezilla at all, but this just made me so angry. The wedding was perfect, and not a thing went wrong, so I guess I'm lucky I had a sheet night before. But still, it's been 5 years, and if I think about it, I still shake with anger. I worked for a biological storage company after college for a year. I was very eager to impress and contribute to the success of the company. Within 3 months I was sent to different clients across the national to do projects and learn their ins and outs. When I got back to my company I suggested a new product service for this large client. They contribute 20% of the company's profit, and the client liked my idea and my company gave me thumbs up to start it. I created my own team of 5 people and got the whole project and service ready to go in 5 months. I helped my company make a $8 mil profit with that service at the age of 21. Well, the company decided to reward me with a 3.5% raise, $3,000 bonus, and worst part is that our senior director, in charge of promotion, hates men after her divorce. Instead of promoting me, she promotes this chick in my team due to seniority, while she was on her honeymoon and pregnant and absent from work for most of 5 months, while I was working 60, 70 hours a week to ensure the success of the project. After she took over as lead for that project I had to babysit her on everything, and the error rate skyrocketed to 7% instead of my usual 1%. And she and the senior director blamed me for it. I switched teams and quit 6 months later along with 10 other, because apparently the senior director has a sexist attitude towards men. A teacher had a deep hatred for me because my parents were better than him in track. Both my parents and my dad's brothers were consistently on the top of the leaderboards all through high school, and it took a while for people to beat their times. Because of that, he put all that annoyance and hatred on me years later. He was an English teacher, and I was originally gearing up to go into college for an English degree with my app and dual credit English classes. Turns out he was a horrible teacher. Never turned in our grades. Always talked about sports. Rarely cared about it either. So one day, while he babbled about sports, I decided to read instead. Honestly, books in all degrees are more entertaining than him speaking. He threw the biggest hissy fit about me reading and said, "This is why you'll always be just as stupid as your father." A man who went to college and graduated, but I guess he didn't care, since he kicked me out of class and told me to not come back. At the time, I wasn't mad. Dean was chill. VP was chill, until my write-up said I had threatened him and told the class I was going to kill him. Yeah. That led to an investigation that didn't last long. Students vouched for me because why would I say something that stupid when I didn't speak in the class? But they couldn't send me to another class. Rooms were too crowded, so he flunked me, kept kicking me out of class with different reasons each time. This was the first full F I had seen in a while. I was trying to do better because LFAC math, but I had a C due to tutoring, but an F in English, the subject I was a tutor for, the subject I was going to master in. Are you shitting me? It faked up my GPA so bad that I honestly couldn't go to college I had my eyes on. I lost my tutoring job that was helping me stay afloat in a tight home. TLDR, this sheepbag teacher flunked me and ruined everything I worked for just because he hated my parents. He still tries to befriend me, but I keep laughing because they fired him for doing the same thing to another student that he did to me. It's what he deserves. Way late to this, but I have two. The first was in 5th grade. We had a sub in our class and this girl named Savannah dared 2 other kids and me to climb out the window when the bell rang to end school. All 3 of us did it. The next day, she tattled on us to the teacher, and we had to miss all 3 recess periods that day. That was 15 years ago, and I've never forgotten it. The next one was a year before, in 4th grade. My reading class was different from my homeroom class, and I sat in the desk of a girl named Marty. Marty had one of those triangle highlighters with a different color on each corner. One day, she couldn't find her highlighter and claimed that I stole it. My teacher stormed into my homeroom class before recess, took me to the desk to show me that the highlighter was gone, then stormed back to my class to take my backpack. She unzipped it and turned it upside down and everything spilled out. At the time my friends and I would bring little toy airplanes to play with at recess and they fell out. She kicked them aside and said something to the effect of "You don't need these stupid things," all while looking for a highlighter that I never stole. I missed all of recess and went to PE crying in front of everyone. The next day, Marty found it in her backpack. Neither of them apologized. I went to an automotive school out of state. My dad died while I was at school, so I drove home for his funeral. I missed like 3 days of class because I just wasn't making a 9-hour drive one day after another, plus I wanted to be there for my mom. Fast forward a few months, the school has a job fair. All sorts of big companies are there. We were always told perfect attendance is everything because it shows you are going to show up for work every day. I had perfect attendance other than those 3 days. I started talking to a rep for one of the companies. I wish I could remember the name of the company. He asks if I have perfect attendance, and I told him no, because and before I could even finish the sentence he interrupts and says, "Then I don't know why you're even talking to me," and turns and looks for somebody else. My dad and I weren't even really that close. He was abusive and not alright in the head. But the fact that the rep didn't even give me a chance to explain myself just made me so mad. I wish I would have beat the living hell out of him to this day. I'm slightly mad at the school for not considering the funeral an excused absence, but I understand why they don't. But this guy was just being a cocky asshole. This was the moment that made me decide the automotive field is not for me. I finished my classes and all at the school, but now work as a contractor and just work on cars as a hobby. So yeah, I'm salty. So salty I changed career fields. I had to take a recovery class for English senior year because of some schedule mishaps and the teacher in it was insane. First, he didn't believe that I wrote my short story. I was reading a book at the time that was really good, so what I'd do is read some of the book then write then read, etc. Finally I finished the book before that period and just powered through my short story. Of course that day we had a sub. When I returned from the weekend he pulled me to his desk and asked me questions about it. He didn't believe me that Good Springs, Nevada was a place, nor that I had used Google Translate for a character to speak in Japanese. I'm bitter till the very end. Second, I had to write a report and his faking guidelines were ridiculously superfluous. I needed handwritten and typed notes, rough draft, and outline. And I could only go the next step once he reviewed the first step was good. Well, he didn't think my notes were good enough, and I had to do them 3 times over cause God forbid I paraphrase and simplify in my notes. Then he thought I'd just copy and pasted my outline because Word was in read mode and not edit mode, and the old fuck couldn't tell the difference. I also had to redo my rough draft because he doesn't know the difference between a rough draft and a final draft, then made me basically start from square one with a new topic because I couldn't make my final draft drastically different from my rough draft. I honest to God considered dropping out. When I was 6 or 7, my aunt and her husband had family visiting from far away. They wanted to take them to Chicago to go shopping and explore and stuff. Well, my aunt's husband had a son in a previous marriage, and that son had a daughter who was a little bit older than me. She was spending the week with her grandpa and his family, my aunt, her husband, their kids, etc. So she came on the trip to Chicago too. It was a long day, but really fun. On the drive back, she asked to listen to my hit clip, my prized possession. I had spent all my money getting the little song inserts and something to carry them around with, just the perfect set. I carried that thing everywhere with me. To school, to bed, to the bathroom. You get the picture. Me being the naive polite kid decided to share. I mean, we were going to be in the car for like 2 more hours. I'd surely get it back. I fell asleep or something for the rest of the ride. When we arrived home, they were just going to get their stuff and head back to where they were staying. I woke up as they were basically heading out the door and asked this new homegirl back, quote, please, can I have my hit clip back now, so you don't forget? Girlfriend spin around with her blonde curls and red pea coat thing. I remember she looked like a real life American Girl doll and said back, quote, no, and skipped away. I was way too shy to say anything to the adults, so that awful Turt Berger walked away with my favorite thing in the entire world, and I never saw it, or her, again. She did, however, have the nerve to send my family a card years later, inviting us to her high school graduation party, knowing that we would never be able to attend, but would still feel obliged to send a gift of money. I was so petty I stole the card after my mom had seen it and sent the car and hung it on my bulletin board in my room so I could glare at her picture every time I went in or out. TLDR, that beach tailor stole my hit clip. Moved to a new school in 11th grade. Early in school year. Didn't know anyone. Didn't really want to at the time. I went to school, shut my mouth and went home. In algebra, get called to office. Show up expecting some kind of orientation or counselor meet and greet. They direct me to a small room in the back with the window shades down. Everyone looking really serious / nervous. I'm sensing bad news. In the room is a single police officer. I'm now positive someone is dead. I start to panic as he asks me to sit. He then shines a small desk lamp in my face. What the fuck? He then asks how I am, how my day has been. Confused, I say okay, what is going on? He proceeds to tell me that he has on word that I'm responsible for the arson of a local building, a credit union. I didn't even know there was a fire, but I'm relieved nobody is hurt, and the bad news is only that I'm an arson suspect. LMAO. Okay, no fork screen text. It was faked. I become angry and ask where he heard it from, and after some voice raising he says it was a few fellow students / friends that were with me when I did it. I tell him that I have no friends here, and sure as shit wouldn't burn down a building. Now, I happen to have a very odd last name. If you hear it you notice it. I proposed to him that these kids were faking liars and they used my name in a pinch because it's so odd / memorable. I suggest he call them in to settle the stories, but he refuses. After a few more softballs he lets me go back to class. I'm livid. I now see each classmate as a potential piece of shit. I go on to make friends, but school friends as fuck those kids. The police shadowed me for the next few weeks. Sat outside my house, followed whatever car I was in, etc. TLDR, for about a month I was an arson suspect on nothing but the word of some unknown kids. Moved to a new school in 11th grade. Early in school year. Didn't know anyone. Didn't really want to at the time. I went to school, shut my mouth and went home. In algebra, get called to office. Show up expecting some kind of orientation or counselor meet and greet. They direct me to a small room in the back with the window shades down. Everyone looking really serious / nervous. I'm sensing bad news. In the room is a single police officer. I'm now positive someone is dead. I start to panic as he asks me to sit. He then shines a small desk lamp in my face. What the fuck? He then asks how I am, how my day has been. Confused, I say okay, what is going on? He proceeds to tell me that he has on word that I'm responsible for the arson of a local building, a credit union. I didn't even know there was a fire, but I'm relieved nobody is hurt, and the bad news is only that I'm an arson suspect. LMAO. Okay, no forks green text. It was faked. I become angry and ask where he heard it from, and after some voice raising he says it was a few fellow students / friends that were with me when I did it. I tell him that I have no friends here, and sure as shit wouldn't burn down a building. Now, I happen to have a very odd last name. If you hear it you notice it. I proposed to him that these kids were faking liars, and they used my name in a pinch because it's so odd / memorable. I suggest he call them in to settle the stories, but he refuses. After a few more softballs he lets me go back to class. I'm livid. I now see each classmate as a potential piece of shit. I go on to make friends, but school friends as fuck those kids. The police shadowed me for the next few weeks. Sat outside my house, followed whatever car I was in, etc. TLDR, for about a month I was an arson suspect on nothing but the word of some unknown kids. I worked in a kitchen with a bully. This person worked with me in other restaurants and somehow ended up at one I was working at. He got close with the day manager and I witnessed them exchanging pills. He made fun of me and mocked me for doing things in the kitchen like saying hot water when I was carrying boiling water and corner. He hid my radio. He stole $50 from me. He was HIV positive and would leave knives and sharp blades in the dish pit and brag about his knives being so sharp that B would cut himself and not realize it. It was such an ugly situation, and I would hate to make an issue about AIDS and look homophobic and AIDS phobic. He called me Beach and I went 2 hours. They had a meeting with me and a higher manager who lived with the pill popping buddy lower manager. In the meeting, they gave me no negative feedback, but then a week later ended up firing me. The higher manager fired me, and when I asked him what for he kept saying, "I can't tell you now," in a real low voice, as if he was breaking up with me. It was so pathetic. No kidding, I actually was secretly recording it. I thought I could get unemployment, but when I filed, they had retroactive write-ups that were really non-existent issues. I really wish I had taken legal action, but, like I said, I thought it was an easy unemployment issue. It's been years in therapy, and I still have problems letting it go. When I was in 7th grade I entered a spelling bee on a whim. I had never prepared for one or even considered the possibility of going to one, but it was in the school announcements that morning, so I decided it would be fun. I won my local school competition, which meant I got to move on to county. The county spelling bee had 2 portions, written and verbal. The written was divided by grade level, and I only missed 3 words on the whole test. That was enough to win me the title for the 7th grade group, and I got an award for it. The second part was the oral portion, which is the one they always show on television. The best spellers from each age are all pitted together in an elimination round. When it gets to me, I'm excited to hear that my word is incredibly easy. Peekaboo, the judge announces. I smile as I spell the word, complete with hyphens. I continue beaming until the announcer tells me that is incorrect. I'm stunned. I keep standing for a few moments and stammer. But that's how you spell it. The announcer tells me, I'm sorry, but that's not what we have here. I walk off the stage absolutely livid. The next contestant then gets a chance to spell my word. Peekaboo, she spells and gets it right. When I get home, I consult my grandmother's dictionary. This book is, in total, probably 1½ feet thick. It is so large that its own binding cannot contain it, and it had fallen into pieces years ago. There it is, peekaboo. I consult other dictionaries, which are about half one spelling and half of the other. My mother calls into the headquarters and demands that I be given another shot. We quote the appropriate dictionaries and the officials admit that, while they were correct, and that they will not be using this word again in future bees, I cannot get another chance. I'm 31 years old, and I still get upset when I talk about this. The 2009 NFC Championship game. Brett Favre was the quarterback for Minnesota. He was 40 something years old and was butt of all kind of jokes because he kept coming out of retirement and had a bad season the year before in New York. But this year he was having an amazing season and carried his team deep into the playoffs. It was amazing watching him because of his gunslinger style, throwing huge passes regardless of his old age. They faced the Saints in the NFC Championship game, the game before the Super Bowl, and it was clear the Saints were trying to injure him. They were intentionally hitting him too hard or after the play was over and didn't care about the penalties as long as they could hurt him. Despite basically being maimed, he kept the game close and lost in overtime. His ankles were faked up pretty badly and it took him months to recover after the game. It was the most disgusting thing I have ever seen in sports. The Saints then went on to win the Super Bowl. Brett Favre was never the same. After the season, the Saints bounty scandal came to light. Coaches were paying players to intentionally injure the opposing team's star players. The head coach and the fans had the nerve to say the NFL was too harsh penalizing them, but they deserved everything they got and probably more. I'll hate the Saints until at least they get another head coach. Same guy still coaches them. I once tried out for MasterChef. I spent all week preparing and getting ready for something I have a passion for and am very good at. I prepared a sweet potato donut sandwich with a porchetta that had the most delicious chicharrones in this middle, paired with some sauce and other accompaniments. I brought the whole porchetta and cut it there, fried the donut in my car right before the tasting. It was incredible, absolutely incredible, easy to eat and perfect. The judge comes over and brings a plastic fork to it and tried to cut into it instead of picking it up and having a bite. He fails miserably at it and just tears a small piece of the porchetta and no donut. He spits up the food in front of me and pulls out a small piece of a plastic fork. He furiously roars at me and asks why I would feed him this unsafe item of food. I had my own metal fork and knife beside the plate for him to us and tried explaining it to him. I was disheveled and went silent and he stormed off. The lady beside me ended up going on to the show by making a small pizza cone, which I tried, and it was gross. She told me she used a kit from a cheap online purchase to make the item. After the event was over, people came over to me and asked for some of my food. I had made 12 donuts with the porchetta, sauce, and accompaniments and passed them out to those asking. People raved and awed and asked to take home more of the porchetta. To this day, I'm still saddened and have never tried out for another show. When I was growing up, 2 movies hit my radar through their commercials: Kangaroo Jack and Snow Dogs. In the commercials for these films, they depicted base element of plot, some cartoony antics, and the animals talking. In both movies, there was a 5-minute scene where a protagonist hits their head and hallucinates that these animals can talk. The entire rest of the movie, they are just regular animals being a part of the boring human drama. Now I was just cusping into the age where you are capable of cynicism. I immediately identified that the reason the trailers focused on the singular scenes where the animals could talk was because marketing execs identified early that their movies sucked and hoped funny talking animals would convince dumb kids, me, to watch the movie. I felt betrayed and learned at that point a fragment of how marketing works and manipulates. It made me really salty. Not about snow dogs or kangaroos or whatever, but salty that some fancy assholes think it's okay to show the 2% of their product that will catch the most fish, despite the rest of their product being a dumpster fire. Shortly following that incident, I bought the video game for Bionicle the movie on Nintendo GameCube, brought it home, and beat it that afternoon. It was the first time I had spent my own saved up money on a full price game and beaten it so quickly that I was genuinely upset. I decided that reviews were now sacred because brands and marketers had removed any amount of trust I had. And fuck Kangaroo Jack, that movie was just really awful. In about 6th grade, I had 2 keychains hanging on my backpack zippers. One was a Rack/DC keychain, one was a Rolling Stones keychain. In our elementary school, we stored our backpacks in open closets where they would hang until we were going home. The teachers of our grade and the grade below ours arranged a routine where we would switch classrooms and teachers for certain subjects in an effort to get us ready for middle school. One day when I came back from one of the classes to my homeroom, I noticed my ACK/DC keychain was gone. I was a little upset, but I figured it had just fallen off, and I might find it, might not, but either way it's not that big of a deal. The next day I go to math class first thing in the morning after announcements. Math class was with the other 6th grade teacher who wasn't my homeroom teacher, small school. As soon as I sit down in my assigned seat, I notice my neighbor has a new ACK/DC keychain on his pencil case. I asked him where he got it. He told me his brother gave it to him. I asked where his brother had gotten it. He said he didn't know. I think it's important to note that my mom bought me the keychain on a vacation the previous year about 6 hours away from our home. It was one of those unlicensed boardwalk keychains, so I figured it was unlikely his brother would have the exact same one. After a while, the kid told me he would give me the keychain just because I was being a dick, and he didn't want the teacher to notice us arguing, even though it wasn't my keychain. Yeah, sure dude. People do that all the time. But I got my keychain back at least. Late to the game here but still pissed off about it. Sophomore year of high school, and I'm in a public speaking class of about 30 kids. We were supposed to do a presentation, and we're all listed in a randomly chosen order. For all the kids to give their presentations would take about 2 days. My dad is the president of Toastmasters, a group dedicated to public speaking, and had been training personally, so I figure I've got this nailed. I was number 22 in a list of 30. So on day 1 of the presentations I only had about half of my presentation ready and planned to finish it that night. Mrs. Tor starts going down the list of kids, all written by name on the blackboard. First kid isn't here today, neither is the second one, or the third, or fourth, or fifth, or sixth. She keeps going down the list and literally none of the kids on the first day list are there. You can see Mrs. Tor's getting angrier and angrier with every name and every kid who decided to skip their presentation. 21 kids skipped that day. Guess who was next on the list? Me. She's furious at this point. Absolutely livid. She screams my name and the whole room gasps. I said, Mrs. Tor's, I only have half my presentation prepared. I wasn't supposed to present until tomorrow. She growls, I don't care. Do your presentation, or you fail this entire class. So I get up and give what I have. She growls, that was terrible. You get a D. The whole class starts protesting on my behalf. Mrs. Tor's, that's not fair. You shouldn't take it out on her. She growls, shut up or you all fail. Class ends. No one else has to give a presentation that day. The next day I get to listen to all the kids who didn't show up the day before give their presentations. They all get decent grades. Mrs. Torres gets a vicious reputation around school for being a bitch, and considering I literally never said anything about it, it was everyone else talking about how evil she was for scapegoating me. Tor starts treating me like shit, gives Northeast D for the whole class. Nothing I did was right. All my assignments came back with poor grades. 10 years later I live 2,000 miles away. I go visit a good friend and we stop off at the high school. Surprise surprise, we run into Mrs. Torres. I say hello figuring bygones are bygones at this point despite the fact that the beach ruined my GPA. That semester Beach gets a look of disgust on her face and growls, oh yes nymph tunks, I remember you. Like, listen, lady, don't look at me like that. You got your own reputation as a beach. Still pissed about all of it. If you or anyone you know is reading this, fuck you Mrs. Torres, fuck you. I was a super good speller in elementary school. Won back-to-back in 5th and 6th grade. Went to regionals in 6th grade. Anyway, we get to the middle school spelling bee in 7th grade and the person saying the words has an extremely thick New York accent. I'm from Missouri, so it was very strange to all of us at the time, being 12 years old and all. This teacher was born and raised in Brooklyn. We are going through the spelling bee and of course the bad spellers get out really early. There's about 10 of us left. The top 5 move on into the citywide bee. I'm not sure if after this round the words got harder or what, but the following happened. I was 3rd in line, and the 2 in front of me got out. It's my turn. He says, gashes and I spell it accordingly. He says that's incorrect. I'm sitting there wondering how the hell I spelled gashes wrong. After talking with a few people, we determined that what he said was gaseous, but it was obviously pronounced in that thick Brooklyn accent that I was not accustomed to. But that's not all. Everyone got out in that exact round. All 10 of us got out consecutively. At this point, myself and the guy I'm next to just assume this means everyone is still in. Nope. It's over. The order we place was the order we were eliminated in. So basically whoever was farther back in line won because we all got out in the same round. I was so confused and pissed off because of the way I got eliminated and the way the winner was declared. Keep in mind, I was always, and still am, a very shy quiet person. In class, I hardly talked, and I never goofed off. My second grade teacher would give out half-sheet sized papers that we would fill out for books we read, and a parent would sign them. When we turned them in, we would get a paper puzzle piece to glue on our paper puzzle. When we completed a puzzle, we would get a prize. She would always give me a hard time when I turned them in, as if I didn't read all of them. It got to a point where I would hardly turn them in. One day we were going to the computer lab to type up a paper we had to write. I had a hard time finding my paper at first, but told her that I found it. She told me not to worry about it, and I put it back in my desk. After dropping off the rest of the class at the computer lab, she walked me back to the classroom so I could get my paper. It was obviously on top because I had found it. She took one of my folders that had about 50 of those half-sheet papers in them and flung it across the room. She made me pick it all up when we returned from the computer lab in front of all my classmates. In 4th grade, I had a teacher that would find every excuse to give me a detention. I was only in her class for 2-3 months before my mom switched me to a different school, but I swore I had detention at least 40 to 50 times because of her. It got to a point where it was every other day. I would get a detention for missing one problem out of my textbook homework or in-class assignment. My brother-in-law moved in with my husband and I a few years ago. He was in a really bad motorcycle wreck and we were trying to be nice. He was supposed to pay half of the bills and long story short, didn't. Despite leaving the basement, which was his domain, lights on 24/7, and tripling my electric bill. He also started planting evidence and taking pictures, threatening to call CPS on us. He lived with us for 6 months before he moved out. We still don't talk to him, for obvious reasons. Oh god, this one is only a few years old but it still makes my blood boil every time I think about it. So I was working in a restaurant as a supervisor. Being the only male front of house member, I took way more crap from the chefs than the girls did. So our pastry chef left, and I volunteered to plate the desserts during service. After a few months of doing this, it was only supposed to be very short term. I approached the owner asking for a pay rise. Get knocked back as I'm not performing well enough for wise. Go figure. So I keep on keeping on with the hope of a pay rise. Assistant for manager leaves, basically become assistant for manager whilst still doing the desserts and now also liaison to the kitchen, ensuring all menus are up to date, and writing all allergy lists, still being paid a supervisor's wage. So one day I'm helping out the head chef and putting his figures into his spreadsheet, and realize he's being screwed on his bonus each month as the calculations are off. So we correct it, tell the FOM manager to their partner. A few months later the owner realized that the spreadsheet had been changed and pulls me into a meeting with them and FOM manager. Get chewed out for half an hour about petty minor stuff until we get to the spreadsheet. This is what this meeting is about, light bulb, and how I hadn't told anyone about me changing it. So I can either tell the truth and then have a he said she said between me and the 2 highest members of staff. Deny everything and be told I'm a liar in the process. Take the blame. So I took option 3, was sent out of the meeting, waited for FOM manager to leave, handed my notice into a very bemused owner, worked my 2 weeks without telling anyone I was leaving, and walked the fuck out of there. PS I don't hold anything against chef or FOM manager. They are great people that I love. The owner was the problem, and I'm glad to see that their business has slipped somewhat. I was like 12 or 13 at the time, and I had my cousin Alyssa, a year younger than I, on my shoulders. She was so small and dainty. We were changing some light bulbs in my aunt's old Victorian home. Anyway, my other cousin Zach was there also. We all were laughing and having a good time. Suddenly Alyssa starts laughing even more, and that's when I felt it. She peed on me. Natural instinct was to get her the fuck off me. She held on. I struggled to get her off all the while her and Zach were laughing their ass off as she announced the pee. Finally, I got her off. Matt, I ran downstairs to tell my aunt what happened, that I was just pissed on. My aunt went up to see what was going on. Apparently I dropped Alyssa too hard. She was hurt. I was standing in the hallway, feeling bad about the situation, because Alyssa was crying, but still covered in hot pee. My aunt comes barreling down the hall towards me, slaps me in the face so hard that I fall back against the wall, and screams something about Alyssa could have died. She then tells me with disgust to go take a bath and be in bed by the time she gets back with Alyssa from the So there I am, crying, covered in pee and overwhelming guilt, and on top of that my face and head hurts. I'm in bed when they come back. Alyssa comes in giggling still about the pee and tells me that her collarbone was broken. She was in gymnastics and unable to continue until it healed. Alyssa was getting tired of gymnastics anyway, but to this day, I know my aunt blames me for it. She won't say it probably, but the morning after that situation, she told me I ruined Alyssa's gymnastics career among many other things to come. In 5th grade a handful of my classmates were gathered around the class globe during free time, snickering their heads off. I went over and asked what was funny, and one of them pointed to Africa, barely able to contain himself, and said look at what this country is called. He was pointing at Niger, which I had heard of before, but, strangely enough, was not familiar yet with the pejorative it is very close to. In genuine confusion I said, I don't get it, which only served to confuse my classmates. In their fervor to explain to me without actually saying the word, they got a little louder than a whisper, and drew the teacher's attention. She came over, realized almost immediately what was happening, and sent all of us to the principal's office. The principal interviewed us as a group and really gave us a verbal workover. You would think we killed a faking baby with the way he was speaking to us. He made every single one of us swear we would never say that word again. I was the last one he pointed at to swear, but as I had still yet to be told what exactly I was supposed to have originally said, that was so bad, I just stammered. I didn't want to promise not to say something I didn't know, because how could I, but I was so upset and frustrated at the entire situation that I didn't know how to explain. After a few failed attempts to coax a promise out of me he gave up. We all got a week of after school detention and had our parents called. The only solace I take is that my mom was on my side, though she still refused to tell me what the word was. She just said, you didn't do anything wrong. Just be confident in that. I found out the following school year in middle school when I saw these two behemoth 8th graders fighting in the hallway, and one called the other a stupid nitka. That was when it all suddenly clicked. When I was in 9th grade I submitted extra credit stories in my English class. I was in special education English because I didn't do my homework in elementary school, so I was super bored in class finishing assignments pretty quickly, and they said sure. I even asked if I could turn in stories I had written for previous class, and they said yes. The day after I turned in my work the teacher pulled me aside and told me she found the stories disturbing. I'll admit, they were dark, and the teacher assistant, an adult, not a fellow student, was now scared of me. She then told me that when she read it, she imagined a report of a school shooting and my picture being shown. This was the year after Columbine. I haven't been able to write since, and it makes me bitter. The positive side of the story is my mother. After school that day I was crying at home about it, like literal tears. I didn't cry about it at school, but when I got home I couldn't contain it. My mom got pissed. The next day the vice principal pulled me out of class to apologize, and made the teacher apologize. I was told that at the end of the semester I would be removed from the class and special ed program for English. I was removed early from the math portion by an awesome teacher who saw I didn't belong there. When I got home my mom told me about how she called the school and made my teacher cry. When my grandfather died after an agonizing 6-month battle with spinal cancer and my aunt promptly made a jab at my atheism just hours after he took his last breath, I was there every step of the way. The mental anguish was soul-rending, as my grandfather was very dear to me. My aunt, who lives in Florida, couldn't come up until he was very close to death. On the rainy night he finally let go. Her whole husband had complained that he wanted to go back to my other aunt's house to rest because he apparently wasn't man enough to stay long enough. And my aunt took him there instead of staying with us. She missed my grandfather's death by 15 minutes. Of course, she began sobbing when she got in to see him and say her late goodbye, and I did what any decent human ring would. I hugged her tight, cried with her, though stoically, never been good with emotion, and nodded my head while she sobbed that he was with the Lord and Jesus took him home, yada yada. A few hours later, she posted on her Facebook to let her family and friends back south know that grandpa was gone. She went on a bit about how God is great, whatever, that's how she copes, and I'm okay with that. It was what she added at the end that hurt me deeply. She wrote, to my atheist friends out there, I know I'll see my father again in heaven. Can you say the same? It just cut like a knife. She knew I was atheist, and considering she was heavily religious, I knew she didn't know many atheists, if any others at all. I was there for my grandfather all through his illness. And I was there holding his hand when he died. And I stood there and comforted my aunt the best I could because it's the right thing to do. And that's what she throws back in my face. Even now, recounting all of it just caves my chest in, and I have to fight back the grief. I still haven't really gotten over the unfairness of his death. And I haven't forgiven my aunt for slapping me with that snide comment so inappropriately. I miss him so much. In year 4, I'm in UK, I was in choir. I love singing, but unfortunately for me happened to repeatedly get tonsillitis that year. My mom went and spoke to the choir teacher, who was also my class teacher, and explained that I was unable to sing properly, but didn't want to miss choir which was about to start. He said I could come, and he understood if I didn't sing in tune. Halfway through a song he stops us from singing, face like thunder, and really lays into me for being out of tune. 9-year-old me was heartbroken and sobbed for the next 40 minutes until my mom came to collect me. The same teacher refused to deal with the girl who was bullying me because I was the second tallest in class and the girl bullying me was more than a foot shorter than me. Oh, that same year I was forced to wet myself in front of 29 other children thanks to a different teacher refusing to let me use the toilet. That one got me bullied for the next 2 years. And the next year I had to put up with a boy who sat opposite me in math dropping pens and looking up my skirt / using said pens to lift my school skirt. Yet again the teacher didn't really deal with it. She held a meeting with my mom, but didn't actually do anything to stop it. I was very tall, but also cripplingly shy, so wasn't the sort of person to stand up for myself. These are just a few of my ever salty experiences all at the same school. Still pissed off 18 years later. Fuck that school and the crappy teachers. I was working my 7th summer straight, longer than anyone else, as a day camp counselor at a local summer day camp. The same guy had been leading it each year, so eventually I expected to be asked to be a supervisor at some point. Nope. That summer, the director of the day camp asked 2 people who only had a couple years experience to be supervisors. Incidentally, that last summer I worked there was by far the worst staffed summer I had experienced. We ended the summer in the red and owed money by the end. Just to show the difference in a good and bad summer, we usually had enough money left over at the end that each counselor would receive minimum $700 bonus. That summer, everyone received a $200 bonus. It sucked in comparison, especially since my wife, then girlfriend, and I were counting on that money to help us move. Said director quit at the end of that summer due to a whole bunch of complaints from all of us counselors. We ended up not getting paid on time for 2 weeks in a row. He never came to work for the required amount of hours in a week. He refused to fire the people that were constantly calling in or blatantly ignoring protocol. I was going to come back the next summer to work until I found out he was rehired. I stopped hearing about the day camp after that summer, presumably because he ran it into the ground. TLDR, I worked for a summer day camp for 7 summers straight and was never asked to be a supervisor despite having the most experience in my last summer. The director sucked that last year and was rehired, though everyone complained about him. My first social event. First time invited to a birthday party. I wrapped the present myself. I have always tried my very best. Perhaps a little less tape would have sufficed. When I handed the present to the birthday boy, his older sister snatched it from his hands and yelled, "Who wrapped this? Oh my god." So Much Tarpet. She runs into the house. "Look everyone, how stupid is this?" Not the best start. I laid low, afraid I might get something wrong again. Same party, pinned the tail on the donkey. Like I said earlier, I always try my best. In fact, I do not fuck around. I nailed that sucker. Could not have pinpointed the center of that black dot any better if I were laser guided. Birthday boy's mum assumes I must have been peeking, makes me go again, and tightens the blindfold until my eyeballs are squeezing out my nostrils. I attempt to shift the blindfold to ease the pressure. Beach says, "See, I thought you were cheating." Bans me from this game. Pretty sad by now. When is mum coming to get me? Pass the parcel. Same faking party. Round and round and round it goes. Where it stops no one knows. Faking bullshit. Kid's mum is watching who has the parcel when she presses stop on the tape player. I watched as every single other kid gets a turn to open the parcel. Not me. Of course, the last layer and biggest prize landed on the birthday boy. I'm in tears when my mum arrives. Birthday boy's mum informs her that I'm a bit upset that I was caught cheating earlier. About 4 years ago, I was in the end of my junior year, in the first of my senior project classes, computer science. My project team had done a purely business gathering semester, essentially doing all the requirements gathering and documentation with our assigned business partner. At the expo, while presenting our ideas and project plan, a classmate who had just graduated, let's call him Joe, sent a blast text out to myself, some numbers I didn't recognize, and some I did. He called me the biggest sheethead in the entire college, accused me of stealing a classmate's work, call him Bill, from my college for my project, and that he hoped he never had to work with me because I was such a terrible person and everyone thought so. Now, Joe was someone who I was friendly with. We'd had classes together for the last 2 years or so. We are both older and going back for second careers and had families, so had some common ground there. I felt bad for him for a number of reasons, primarily because he was former military who was medically discharged and had a ton of work done, which led to essentially a painkiller addiction. He also was shit at development, so much so that at the end of Intro to OO, he thanked me and said he only passed because of my help. The text was so vicious and mean-spirited, I literally felt like the ground was tilting underneath me. I called Bill, asked him if he felt that way, he didn't, and messaged everyone Joe blasted to ask if they held the same opinion, or if I had done something to upset or hurt any of them ever. They all unanimously answered all was fine between us. I took the high ground in response and told Joe that no code was even written and he was more than welcome to come to the expo and see himself. No response. I graduated magna cum laude. Today, Bill and I work for the same company still, but in different states. We are still as friendly as two people can be who see each other maybe once a month can be. We are both, by all accounts, moving up successfully in our careers at a good pace. I have no idea what happened to Joe. Not sure if he ever got a job, as be immediately defriended on Facebook. And even Bill hasn't heard from him really since. Wherever you are, Joe, I pity you. I hope you at least got a job, so your kids can have a better life, and that you overcome your addiction. But I'll never forget your shitty behavior, and will railroad you to anyone if they ask me about you. The technology sector here is big, but not that big. My elementary school had a special event that was 6th graders vs teachers, kickball. At the end of the year I was in the school since kindergarten and was stoked to play it when I got to 6th grade because it was the highlight of every year for me until then. When it came, each teacher had to pick 4 of the most athletic kids who also wanted to play to join the 6th grade team. I was easily the most athletic kid in my class and the teacher loved me. So she picked 2 girls first, then picked my best friend, then picked me. The game would be the next day, but right as she called my name, the new kid who joined at the end of the year and hadn't been in our class for even a month yet got all upset. He was to the point of a temper tantrum that he didn't get picked, So my teacher decided to put him in instead of me. I got triggered, couldn't sleep at all that night, and compensated not going to school the next day. Mom forced me. Then, there I was, sitting on the grass, watching the game I had wanted to be part of for the past 6 years. I started watching the new kid, who never even played kickball with us, and needed to be taught the rules, and what he did, when he got to the front of the line, he faking missed the ball, a basketball-sized bouncy ball, rolled at him at 2 miles per hour. He missed then 2 more times, and got stuck out, and proceeded to make the 6th graders lose. We had won before. Not as one-sided as you'd think. I'm still furious, and have to share 2 classes with him. He completely forgot what happened, but never knew what he did to my childhood. My old school had this reading system where you took a test after the book, to see if you understood, and you could rack up 2 scores. One being amount of books and the other being essentially difficulty points. I was a heavy reader, and as a result moved on to higher books, so amount got less and points got high. We had this assembly, and prizes were handed out for the best readers of the year, and they put up a list of the top 10, and basically said the top 3 get prizes. This list was sorted by amount, and not points, and I had the second highest, in points, alongside my friend who had finished the current book before me. However, we hit about 5th and 6th. These 3 faking guys take the prize, and initially I was like, okay, that's a decent amount of books, but then I look at the faking score. I don't know the exact numbers, but it was like a stupid jump, like 88 books equaled 30 points versus 13 books equaling 380. I was mind blown. What made it faking worse is afterwards in the sessions they bragged about how they just read the Mr. Men collection and stuff like that. I was in disbelief. Honestly, I loved reading, and that scoring system afterwards gave me massive satisfaction for my understanding of the book, and oh my god, fuck off you silly bastards. It's fine though, I still know of them, and 2 are what you'd call chaps, and I'm happy with the outcome. Still want the faking theme park trips, you bastards. 25 years ago, I was working in a national office and part of my job involved dealing with our contracting department near DC. I got to know our liaison well, let's call her V, and all she talked about was how horrible her boss was towards her. He was eventually fired for sexual harassment. Before he was let go, I decided to pull some strings and have V hired on in my department, located in the SE region's office. I had a position created for her totally outside of her expertise, but one that she could pick up fairly quickly. Initially she was grateful, but after a few years our office was split onto different floors, so I never saw her anymore. A year or so after that, V accused me of sexual harassment and my contract was allowed to run out without renewal. I had no idea what had happened to cause this. I found out 5 years later. It seems V had gotten pretty tight with the boss, a rather militant woman, and convinced her to get rid of me, drumming up this sexual harassment business, to get the boss fired up. Well, the old boss left, and eventually V left too, and our unit was dissolved 4 years later. The organization realized that the unit had actually been useful, and hired a new boss, my old coworker. Once he found out that I was looking, he hired me on the spot. I grew to know the new team, and one day told my story about being let go before. One of the new women jumped up and yelled, "I heard her talking about you." It seems my new teammate overheard V giving job advice to a friend on the phone when she said, "If you don't like someone, just accuse them of sexual harassment and they'll get rid of them." Fuck you with sand spurs sideways, V. The whole story is too much to write, but a higher up who had gotten in trouble for not doing her job, they were threatening to take her license away, took her anger out on me in a meeting. Totally humiliated me, and made it look like I hadn't been doing my job. When I went to get this unfinished work to complete it, and it was like 6 months worth of paperwork, it turned out that very little of it was my responsibility. In fact, my name was only listed 3 times, the 3 examples that were given in the meeting. I powered through all 6 months of work, doing everything that it was possible for me to do, even if it wasn't supposed to be done by me. I also looked for and found the more recent stack of 6 months of paperwork that hadn't been given back to me to review for things that were missing. Big failure on supervisor's side. If I don't get paperwork back, it means that it was completed correctly and turned in. I don't go looking for it. Turns out that a teammate I had been working with hadn't been completing his paperwork. And then he quit. Guess who was responsible for doing months of his missing paperwork? I did all of this paperwork knowing the entire time that I was going to quit for an unrelated reason. So, here's your paperwork. I'm out. When I could have just walked out and left them with a year of unfinished paperwork. And that horrible meeting was the last one I ever had to attend. I'm 31 now. Many years ago, while I was in high school, I went to a school an hour's bus drive away. The school bus was always overcrowded towards the end of the route in the mornings, and some of the kids had to stand. It was exam time, and I was brushing up with my notes in the bus, and a sad-looking little boy was standing near my seat in the aisle. I took pity on him and let him sit on my lap. This was a normal thing to do where I'm from, probably unthinkable in today's day and age. We reached the school and was brushing up on my notes again before the morning assembly. I got called out to the principal's office. This was weird as I had been a good student so far and kept out of trouble. Apparently the little sheet was bleeding in his nose and told his teacher I hit him. A high school kid hitting a primary school boy, you can imagine how serious it was. The principal got his cane and gave me a severe thrashing, so severe I started to cry. Other school buses were arriving and morning assembly was about to start, so this was in full view of my entire school. Oh man, it hurt. Not as much my body as much as my soul and spirit. I was crushed. Fortunately I ended up transferring out of the school a few months later. But it still is raw when I think about it. That boy must be a young man somewhere now. I hope he is not as dishonest and all around lying sob as he was. I work in a pretty specialized manufacturing group within my company that has had to go through a number of director changes in the past 2 to 3 years. One of the directors we had was a person who I'd briefly worked under in the past. I was super stoked to see them come on board to this team, even if their coming to the team was not by their choice. It's a long story that's totally unrelated to this. Over the year or so of the director's tenure, I got shot down for a couple of unique projects I threw my name in the hat for. It sucked, since I wanted the experience, but I dealt with it. The end goal was to obtain one of the coveted engineer spots within the group. After getting turned down for a number of big projects, I scheduled a meeting with this director to talk about all of my concerns, where I was trying to go within the group, how I can improve my chances of getting picked for things in the future, etc. Their response to this was to just keep doing what you're doing. Okay. 2 weeks after I met with the director, there is a team meeting to catch up on some recent news, discuss the upcoming schedule, and, to my surprise, introduce the creation of 2 new engineer roles on the team. I was unaware that 2 new spots were even being considered, much less created, but hey, awesome, right? Nope. I had not been picked for either spot. Instead, 2 newer folks on the team, who combined had less experience than I did, got the spots. To this day, I'm still bitter about being leapfrogged over. I cannot get past this. When I was in 5th grade, our choir was doing Lil Abner, which by the way, is amazingly inappropriate for children. Anyway, I knew I wasn't going to get the part of Daisy Me. No one but faking Betsy was getting that role because she took voice lessons from our choir teacher and she always got the lead or the solo, or whatever for everything. So instead, I set my sights on Moonbeam McSwine, because she got to sing a short solo, and, it was rumored, carry a live baby pig on stage. I practiced that solo for hours. The day of tryouts I brought a stuffed pig to school with me, and danced my ass across that stage singing for all I was worth. I didn't get the part. Fair enough, but I might have cried a little. Like, I don't recall sobbing or anything dramatic, just getting a little teary-eyed. I was 10, yeah no. So fine, I'm relegated to be a generic town person singing in the choir. Whatever. I honestly don't even remember complaining to anyone, but even if I went home and told my parents I was disappointed I didn't get the part, they definitely were not the type of people to like call up the school and complain that their little precious didn't get a part. I only even mention that as a possibility because it is the only thing that I could think of that would justify the rest of what happened. But I'm 100% certain my parents didn't do that because that's just not at all who they were as parents and would see that type of behavior for the obnoxious bullshit it is. Anyway, so I swallow my disappointment and keep going to choir practice to learn the songs like normal, and I thought everything was fine. Like 2 weeks later, the choir teacher calls me up in front of the whole choir and announces that she's decided to make her a wife. This is a very small part that doesn't have a solo, but does have a song where the small group of wives sing together, a song about their husbands getting their sex drive back, I shit you not, for one of the 2 shows we're doing. I don't understand why it's for only 1 show, but I'm psyched anyway, because I have a slightly larger part. But then she continues. In front of the whole class she told me in her best baby voice that she expects me to not cry like a poor little baby because I only get to do 1 show, and that I probably shouldn't even be given an opportunity to do the 1 show because I'm not really that good, and also I'm a cribbaby. I have no idea what prompted any of this. Like I said, I'm sure my parents didn't call a throw a fit or anything like that, so I have no idea why she bothered to promote me for 1 show, but also rant at me about being a cribbaby at the same time. And remember, I was 10, and this was just a faking elementary school choir performance. I seriously don't think I've been as mortified before or since. Still salty when I think about it. About 13 years ago or so, my mom entered my brother and me into a kid's Halloween costume contest that was being held at a nearby mall. I was dressed up as the ghost-faced killer from the horror movie franchise Scream. Yes, I know, that literally screams, pun intended. 13 years ago, there was a stage for all the entrants to walk out onto and show their costumes and do or show something unique to their costume as a way to woo the judges. While my costume had already become a typical Halloween costume, I had a little something extra to bust out. My mask wasn't the usual ghost face mask, it was one that came with a pump attached, and when utilized fake blood came pouring down the face. I was convinced I had first place in the bag. I watched entrant after entrant go up to the stage and do their thing. I wasn't impressed nor intimidated by my competition. I was thinking how awful they were gonna feel when they inevitably lost. My name is called. I go up to the stage. I show my costume. I start to get cold feet with the pump. I'm telling myself to pump that sheet and blow the judges away. I couldn't do it. The stagehand begins to gesture me off the stage. Me, beginning to realize my window of opportunity is closing rapidly, finally pulls the trigger out of sheer desperation. That blood flows. I hear the judges ooh and ah. Fuck yeah, I think to myself. I felt as if my victory had been submitted. I walk off the stage feeling confident. I then see one of the final entrants walk towards the stage. He walk on the stage. A low murmur begins to come over the crowd. The stagehand, the judges, the crowd and even myself become enamored with this kid and his annoyingly awesome costume. He had on a homemade box of popcorn costume. The classic red and white stripped box was made out of cardboard boxes. The popcorn was made out of many different balled up pairs of white socks. He won. I felt so defeated and pathetic. To this day, I get so mad at that faker and his stupid as mom whenever I think about that. Not one Halloween has gone by since then where I haven't thought of them and the horrible way they made me feel. But goddamn, that was an awesome costume.